Digging Qin Wuyan out of the pit, Jiang Qiye tied the bundle to his back like a rucksack, using the man as a human shield. He then continued his journey with an air of casual indifference, appearing utterly oblivious to the approaching Qing Yangzi. Qing Yangzi's divine sense spanned roughly 200 meters. The moment Qiye crossed that threshold, the cultivator instantly detected him and the bundle he carried. Qing Yangzi's eyes lit up with predatory relief. Sensing that Qin Wuyan was still breathing, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. As long as he brought the boy back alive, his failure as a protector wouldn't be absolute. The sect, after all, possessed miraculous pills that could mend almost any wound. Qin Wuyan could be healed, but as Qing Yangzi's gaze shifted to Jiang Qiye, his brow furrowed with a flash of cold loathing. He accelerated, a streak of green light descending from the sky. He intended to strike without mercy. He moved to decapitate Qiye in a single surprise stroke, but froze mid-motion. Sensing the threat, Qiye looked up, their eyes meeting in an instant. Qiye's expression crumpled into terror. With frantic speed, he ripped the bundle from his back and held it out in front of him. "Qing Yangzi! You're the immortal Qing Yangzi!" Jiang Qiye's face was a mask of pure panic, his legs shaking so violently they seemed ready to give out. He looked like a man pushed to the very brink of sanity by shock. Qing Yangzi paused, drifting slowly down to rest atop a small, protruding hill, his long robes fluttering with the grace of a celestial being. Having just fought a grueling battle with Zhu Danyang, he wasn't entirely unscathed. His face was noticeably pale. Standing 30 meters away and looking down from his vantage point, he gave a cold, dismissive snort. "I did not expect a mere ant like you to actually catch up to junior brother Qin. Jiang Qiye, was it? When you wounded him earlier today." "I could have ended you right then. But out of pity for the effort you put into your meager cultivation, I spared you. Now, I offer you one more chance. Hand over my junior brother. Do so, and I shall not only spare your life but allow you the honor of serving as my slave, to attend to my every need." Jiang Qiye sneered inwardly. "Listen to this guy, treating slavery like a grand imperial gift. How narcissistic do you have to be to reach this level of shamelessness?" Despite his internal disgust, his face lit up with overwhelming joy. He asked with fawning reverence, "Immortal, if I hand him over, you'll truly spare me? You'll let me be your servant? I was only following orders. I have the utmost respect for the Hanyang sect. I'd never dream of offending you. I only acted today out of necessity. After all, when one works for the government, one's life isn't their own. I can swear an oath to heaven—" "Enough!" Qing Yangzi interrupted, his patience thin. "I am a man of the Tao. Why would I bother deceiving a common mortal like you?" He spoke with lofty dignity, yet a flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes, a chill that turned the wind spirit pearl in Qiye's pocket ice cold. Sparing Jiang Qiye? Never. Not only would Qiye die, but everyone he loved would be purged. The dignity of the Hanyang sect was not something to be trampled upon by a mere mortal. Yes, of course, Immortal. Rest assured, I've treated your junior brother with great respect. I even gave him a precious spirit medicine, so he wouldn't have to suffer anymore." Qiye's body trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Rambling incessantly, he held Qin Wuyan aloft with both hands and began a submissive, shuffling run toward the hill. His hunched posture and groveling demeanor were almost painfully pathetic. To a cultivator like Qing Yangzi, however, this was the natural order of things. This was exactly how he expected a mortal to behave. He gave a disdainful hum. Though he felt a reflexive distaste at a martial artist drawing near, he didn't care about a Hotian brawler. In his eyes, even if the boy got within 3 meters, he could kill him in the blink of an eye. A single slap would suffice. The distance closed. 30 meters, 20 meters. Suddenly, Qing Yangzi's eyebrows twitched. An inexplicable sense of dread washed over him. As a foundation-building expert, he possessed a sharpened intuition for mortal danger. Though he couldn't believe a mortal could threaten him, the feeling was too visceral to ignore. At 10 meters, the alarm bells in his head turned into a scream. "Stop! Drop junior brother Qin right there!" Suddenly, Jiang Qie looked up. His eyes met Qing Yangzi's, but the terror was gone. In its place was a void of cold indifference and explosive predatory killing intent. In that heartbeat, Jiang Qie struck. He instantly unleashed his iron mountain field, dragging Qing Yangzi into a vortex of crushing force. Simultaneously, while still holding Qin Wuyan, Qie splayed his fingers and thrust forward. 10 razor-sharp beams of energy, the air-piercing fingers, erupted, enveloping the cultivator. The shrieking sound of the air being torn was deafening. "Vermin! How dare you!" Qing Yangzi's face drained of color. He instinctively tried to raise his spiritual shield, but before it was even half-formed, the beams struck. Thud, thud, thud. The fingers capable of piercing solid iron walls tore through his body, chest, shoulder, abdomen, legs. 8 clean holes were punched through him. While the physical damage was significant, the real blow was the petrifying lithification effect that accompanied the strike. It severed his meridians and shattered his concentration, causing his half-formed shield to dissolve into nothingness. Shocked and wounded, Qing Yangzi acted on combat instinct. He tried to slam his foot down to tunnel into the earth and create distance. Once underground, he would be invincible. However, his foot met nothing but empty air. The earth-tunneling art required contact with the ground, but he was currently being suspended 3 feet in the air by a freakish, invisible force. Since he couldn't go down, he would go up. He slammed 2 palms' worth of spiritual energy toward the ground to launch himself into the sky, but he failed again. It was as if he were trapped in a vat of thick mud. The chaotic currents of the Iron Mountain field wrapped around him like iron chains, limiting his flight to less than 2 meters. In that split-second stall, Jiang Qie tossed Qin Wuyan aside and appeared directly in front of him. Qie leaped into the air, his eyes cold as iron. His aura exploded, radiating the terrifying pressure of the true essence realm. Qing Yangzi's mind buckled in disbelief and sheer horror. Qie's arms were wide, his hands glowing with a blinding gold and silver radiance. He locked Qing Yangzi in a crushing bear hug. Qie's low voice pierced the cultivator's heart like a blade. "My lord Immortal, let this mere mortal see you off. Go and offer your apologies to the family you slaughtered. Die." Qing Yangzi's eyes turned bloodshot with rage and panic. He managed to slam a desperate palm of spiritual energy into Qie's chest. Boom! Qie's clothes disintegrated from the impact, but beneath the rags was a physique glowing with a bronze light, a body of solid steel, utterly unshaken. That palm was the only counterattack Qing Yangzi would ever make. He would get no second chance. Jiang Qie held him in a grip of iron. He wasn't just offering a warm embrace, he was delivering a literal ton of destruction. 160,000 pounds of raw force exploded. Crack! Crack! The immense pressure pulverized bone and collapsed lungs. Qing Yangzi's face turned a violent shade of purple, his lungs screaming for air. While cultivators weren't physically weak, their bodies were nourished by spiritual energy, and Qing Yangzi's physique was comparable to the 8th layer of the Iron Mountain wall. He was simply no match for Jiang Qie's monstrous strength. Yet the cultivator didn't give up. "Despicable worm!" he hissed through gritted teeth. "The power of the Immortals is beyond your comprehension." With a contorted face, he fought through the agony and crushed a green jade talisman. "Heavenly armor of the sacred elephant!" he roared. A thunderous trumpet echoed through the forest, shaking the trees. A layer of green spiritual light draped over him, causing his defense and strength to skyrocket. He now possessed the resilience and power of an ancient colossus. His raw strength surpassed 100,000 pounds. While still inferior to Qie, it was enough to survive. If he could just gain a few seconds, he could unleash his ultimate techniques and slaughter this despicable mortal. Jiang Qie felt the sudden surge in the man's strength. It was as if the body in his arms had transformed into a prehistoric beast. His current strength was no longer enough to crush the man. Surprised but undeterred, Qie played his own trump card. He instantly reversed his lithic internal energy. His body shuddered as his flesh and bone transformed into a mysterious, stone-like substance. He radiated a ghostly white light. This wasn't the brittle hardness of common stone, but a resilient, indestructible mineral form, the Spirit Rock King physique. An ocean of power erupted within him, his aura surging toward the peak of the true essence realm. The Spirit Rock King physique was the ultimate state of his cultivation, amplifying his physical strength ninefold. His power now reached the million-pound threshold. In a flash, his grip tightened with unstoppable force. The sound of crushing bone was like dry wood snapping in a fire. No! No! Qing Yangzi's eyes bulged. He sprayed a fountain of blood. In that moment, the true shadow of death finally touched him. His face was a map of fury, terror, despair, and regret. He felt a deep, hollow sense of helplessness, to seek the great Tao of immortality. He had personally murdered his parents and kin. He had paid a price too high to name, only to die halfway to his goal. The unfairness of it burned. But fate is fickle. He was no child of destiny. He had forsaken humanity and was now forsaken by the heavens. Is this my retribution? I refuse to— Boom! Qing Yangzi's physical body was completely crushed, disintegrating into a spray of gore and shattered bone. But it wasn't over. Having learned from the mistake with Yin Jifeng, Qie wouldn't fail again. He landed, grabbed a cloth bag from his storage, and reached inside. His divine sense locked onto a flicker of gold light amidst the remains. He lunged forward as a draconic shadow and cast a handful of soul-slaying sand onto the light. A piercing, agonizing shriek echoed briefly before cutting out. The gold light vanished. Qing Yangzi's soul was annihilated. Obtained 88 years of cultivation. Qie finally exhaled as the notification appeared. He deactivated his transformation, shook the blood from his skin, and pulled out a jar of nameless wine. He poured a few drops onto the ground for the dead, then took several long, satisfying gulps. He broke into a hearty laugh. Safe travels, immortal Qing Yangzi. Hope you have a better berth next time. Actually, forget it. A monster like you shouldn't be allowed back to plague the world. He sat down to tally his spoils. Qing Yangzi's flying sword and storage ring were now his. He had struck it rich once again. However, the battle served as a warning. Cultivators were versatile and unpredictable, unless absolutely necessary. He decided to stop picking fights with these hard bones. With his cultivation pearl, he could harvest energy from the secular world without the risk of these life-and-death gambles. Better to squeeze the softest grapes first. Once he was truly powerful, hard targets like Qing Yangzi would naturally become soft grapes. That was the path. From now on, he'd stick to the bronze tier matches deep in the Shaoyang Mountains at the Hanyang Peak's wind-seeking hall. Two massive teleportation arrays flickered with purple light. In one, battered and bloodied figures with missing limbs were being teleported out to be tended by disciples. In the other, figures radiating murderous intent leaped in and vanished. The crowds wore the colors of the Hanyang sect, the Shaoyang sect, the Nebula sect, and the Palace of Hanji. A faint scent of blood permeated the hall. It was clear that in some unseen location, the major sects of the Shaoyang Mountains were engaged in a brutal war. On a high platform at the front of the hall, a sage-like old man with snow-white hair sat cross-legged. His gaze was cold as he watched the arrays, but the slight trembling of his sleeves betrayed his inner turmoil. This was the current sect leader of the Hanyang sect, known by the title Hanyangzi. This title was passed down through generations. Whoever sat on the throne became Hanyangzi. It was said the name was tied to the sect's destiny. Suddenly, a panicked deacon ran in. The man pushed through the crowds, his face heavy with dread. He reached the platform. "Sect leader, something has happened." "Muyangzi, why the panic?" Hanyangzi asked, his voice a calm but stern rebuke. Muyangzi spoke with a trembling voice. "Junior brother Qing Yangzi's soul tablet. It has shattered. I fear he is dead. Han Yangzi's long brows twitched. Muyangzi, have you grown senile in the Soul Hall? The war at the front is fierce. While the loss of a brother is painful, such sacrifices are inevitable for our cause. Why make such a scene? We aren't the only ones losing men. Every sect is paying the price. If you lose your composure like this, you'll make us the laughingstock of the Alliance. Now get out! Muyangzi's face paled further. But sect leader, junior brother Qing Yangzi wasn't at the Imperial capital battlefield. His name wasn't even on the deployment roster. Han Yangzi froze. He suddenly remembered. Qing Yangzi hadn't gone to the war. He had sent him to the Leigu dynasty to manage the succession struggle. His true mission had been to secretly protect his prized disciple, Qin Wuyan. Realizing this, Han Yangzi's expression darkened 3 shades. So, he died in the Leigu dynasty? What of Qin Wuyan? Has his tablet shattered? Muyangzi responded quickly. Junior brother Qin's tablet remains unchanged. Han Yangzi stood and paced, his expression shifting. Losing Qing Yangzi was acceptable, but Qin Wuyan was vital, specifically the Hanyang spirit pearl he carried. It was the sect's treasure and could not be lost. Normally, he would send a top-tier expert to investigate, but with the war against the Dayu imperial family, at a critical juncture, he was desperately short-handed. The battle for the Dayu capital would determine the future of the world. If the sects won, hundreds of thousands of miles of territory would become immortal land, and all resources would be theirs. Tens of billions of people would become their servants. If they failed, 1,000 years of planning would be wiped out, and the sects would face a total purge by the Empire. As a key member of the Alliance, the Hanyang sect couldn't afford to slack off. After a moment's thought, Han Yangzi looked at Muyangzi. Forget the Soul Hall. Take 10 outer disciples to Hanyang City immediately. If the situation is beyond repair, just bring Qin Wuyan back to me. Yes, sect leader. Muyangzi was stunned. He hadn't expected to be sent on a mission after 50 years on the sidelines. It was clear the sect was truly scraping the bottom of the barrel. And tell Qin Wuyan, Han Yangzi added, not to obsess over the Leigu dynasty. It's just one throne. If he succeeds, fine. If not, no matter. Once the Dayu Empire falls, the Leigu dynasty won't last more than a few years anyway. Shortly after, Muyangzi and a group of eager disciples boarded a massive flying vessel shaped like a python. The vessel snaked through the air toward the western horizon. In the wilderness outside the Shaoyang Mountains, Jiang Qie continued his journey, slaughtering beasts along the way. His efficiency was high, but the rewards were meager. The outskirts didn't hold high-level monsters, mostly just common tigers and wolves. It took a mountain of carcasses to net even a single year of cultivation. Still, after 100 miles on foot, he had collected nearly 10 years' worth. He realized that if he lived in these mountains long-term, he could harvest a fortune. But he knew that was impossible. Though the wilderness seemed empty, it had an owner. Every blade of grass and every beast in the Shaoyang Mountains belonged to the sects. Commoners were forbidden from coming within 10 miles of the mountains. The sects were just that tyrannical. Seeing the beasts thinning out, Kie accelerated, aiming to reach the city before dawn. As the first light of dawn touched the horizon, Jiang Qie, dressed in common martial robes and covered in dust, arrived at the gates of Hanyang City. The gates were still closed, but a large crowd of merchants and commoners had already gathered, creating a noisy bustle. Suddenly, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Heavens! A giant snake! A flying snake! Is that a demon? Qie looked up to see a massive golden python gliding through the sky, easily over 100 feet long. Even he was startled. A flying python? That had to be a high-tier monster. But with his superior eyesight, he soon realized it wasn't a living creature. It was a sect-grade flying vessel. Standing on its deck was a group of Hanyang sect cultivators, their white robes fluttering in the wind, looking down on the world with insufferable arrogance. Kie's eyes narrowed. They've found out about Qing Yangzi's death already. These are reinforcements. This could be trouble. He knew he had to get rid of the Hanyang spirit pearl as soon as possible. It was a ticking time bomb. With a heavy groan of iron, the city gates opened, and the crowd surged inside. Qiye went with them, but he didn't head to the headquarters or his family home. He went straight to the nameless tavern. Liang Chun, who had been selling wine all night, was about to close up when he saw his guest. His fatigue vanished instantly. "Commander Jiang, you look—" Liang Chun stared at him in shock. After only one night, Qiye seemed even stronger. The faint aura he radiated was enough to make Liang Chun's heart skip a beat. Qiye stepped inside and spoke calmly. "I want to join the Immortal Slaying Alliance. Right now." Liang Chun blinked, momentarily speechless. Qiye continued, "I just came into possession of an immortal treasure. I need to get rid of it, but it's too hot to handle. Trading it to the Alliance for contribution points seems like the best path. In other words, I need to launder this treasure." Liang Chun gave a wry smile. "Commander, I've already sent word to headquarters. If they're fast, someone will be here tomorrow to induct you." "Tomorrow is too late," Qiye said, raising an eyebrow. "The Hanyang sect is already here. It won't take them long to figure out what happened last night. If they realize the pearl is missing along with Qin Wu Yan, they'll use every trick they have to find it. I could end up with nothing but a mountain of trouble." He frowned. "Liang Chun, aren't you the human-grade envoy for the North? Can't you handle this?" Liang Chun sighed and explained, "Commander, the Alliance is tiered. Members receive tokens based on strength. 3rd grade Greenwood, 2nd grade Yellowstone, 1st grade Black Iron. Once you reach Xiantian, you get bronze, red gold, or purple gold. Your strength is at the peak of the key gathering stage, which earns you a bronze token that would make you my equal. But as a human-grade envoy, the highest I can issue is Black Iron. I have to wait for an Earth-grade envoy to arrive to formally induct you." Qiye waved a dismissive hand. "Black Iron is fine. I don't care about the tier. Just help me launder the goods. Do the paperwork now." Liang Chun offered a friendly warning. "Commander, think carefully. The tokens aren't just for show. They are spirit artifacts. Each rank increases the storage space and adds various utility functions. If you want to upgrade later, you'll have to travel to the Martial God Mountain headquarters for the annual assessment." "I understand. Just do it," Qiye urged. He didn't believe a bronze token could possibly be worth more than the Hanyang spirit pearl. Seeing his persistence, Liang Chun stopped arguing. He was curious about the treasure, but respected Qiye's privacy. "Fine. Wait here a moment." Liang Chun nodded and went into the back. Qiye grabbed a jar of nameless wine and drank leisurely. 15 minutes later, Liang Chun returned and placed a pitch-black token in front of him. Qiye picked it up and examined it. It was different in material from Kui Fei Long's Greenwood token, but the design was the same. The front featured the character for Marshal, while the back had a name and number, Ye Wenxuan, 2467. Seeing Qiye's confusion, Liang Chun explained. "This belonged to a 1st grade master from the Dayu Empire who died 6 months ago at the hands of the Hanyang sect. It's an unbound token. Channel your energy and add a drop of blood to claim it. You can change the displayed name to whatever you like." Qiye didn't hesitate. He bound the token and instantly felt a connection. Inside was a storage space of about 60 square meters, roughly the size of a 2-bedroom apartment. Much like the Greenwood token, he could sense a mysterious point of light moving slowly in the far distance. Locking onto it, he could vaguely see the silhouette of a massive mountain. He realized he could indeed change the name on the token, but he decided to keep Ye Wen for now. His real name was too high profile. Liang Chun's expression turned solemn. He placed a fist over his heart in a ritualistic gesture. "Jiang Qiye, Welcome to the Immortal Slaying Alliance. From today on, you are one of us. You share our mission to purge the false immortals and elevate the martial path. Every contribution you make will earn you merit. Chie nodded and asked, "What's that point of light I can sense?" Liang Chun's eyes filled with reverence. "That is the Alliance headquarters, the final sanctuary of the martial path, Martial God Mountain. It is a divine peak that floats in the vast starry sky, patrolling the heavens. It passes over the north once a year. It will be here in 3 months. If you had a bronze token, you could trade for a mountain stone with teleportation capabilities to go there whenever you wanted. With black iron, you have to go through an envoy." Kie felt a twinge of regret, but it wasn't a deal-breaker. He'd have chances to upgrade later. "Fine. I want to trade for merit now. What do I do?" "You have to go to headquarters for that," Liang Chun said, then hesitated. "The Alliance is a melting pot. Motives are often hard to read. Since you have an official role in the Legu dynasty, I suggest you go in disguise to avoid unnecessary trouble." Key agreed. Keeping his identity secret was the smart play. He suddenly remembered a technique he'd seen in the city guard archives, the shape-shifting bone-forging art. This secret art allowed the user to reshape facial muscles and even compress bones to change their height and build. Because the changes were physical, not magical, they were nearly impossible to see through. It was powerful but notoriously difficult to master. For Kie, however, it was no problem. Wait a moment. He instantly merged his cultivation to master the technique. In a dozen breaths, at the cost of 3 years of cultivation, he had mastered it. With a series of wet, snapping sounds from his bones, his height dropped by 3 inches. His face elongated, his nose flattened, and his jawline shifted. In the blink of an eye, the handsome, tall young man had become a plain, average-looking teenager. "I didn't know you had that up your sleeve," Liang Chun said, impressed. "I was going to find you a mask, but this is better. Come with me." Liang Chun put on a leather mask of his own, becoming a nondescript middle-aged man. Chie grabbed his bundle and followed. The tavern's backyard was still in ruins. They slipped out the back door and navigated a maze of alleys for half an hour. Even Kie began to feel disoriented. Finally, they entered a large courtyard through a back gate. Chie looked at the surrounding buildings. They looked familiar, specifically the elegant red building ahead, where the sounds of flutes, singing, and men's laughter drifted out. Wait, isn't this the Lixiang Pavilion? Chie gave Liang Chun a strange look. "Brother Liang, is this a work trip? Do we need to stop at a brothel before heading to headquarters?" Liang Chun, looking through his middle-aged mask, gave an embarrassed smile. "Don't misunderstand. We just use a bit of their land for a teleportation array. We have nothing to do with the business." "Why pick such a crowded place?" Chie asked. Liang Chun sighed. "How should I know? The location was picked by my predecessor's predecessor. It was here when I arrived." He led Kie to a secluded woodshed. After a few words with an old man chopping wood, they entered the shed, went through a hidden hatch, and descended deep underground into a small stone chamber. It was cramped and windowless. A normal person would suffocate in minutes. Even a master like Chie probably wouldn't last more than a day. A few glowing pearls were embedded in the ceiling. In the center of the floor was a small teleportation array. Liang Chun operated the controls, and the array began to glow with a soft purple light. "This is your first time at headquarters. As your sponsor, I must accompany you. Stay close," Liang Chun instructed before stepping into the teleportation array. With a flash of purple light, he vanished. Maintaining his usual vigilance, Zhang Chie hesitated for a moment before following suit. A brief wave of dizziness washed over him. When the sensation cleared, Zhang Chie found himself in a vast, dimly lit hall. Liang Chun stood nearby. Scanning the room, Kie noted dozens of warriors clad in heavy iron armor patrolling the perimeter. Every single one of them was a high-level chi gathering master. At the center sat a gray-haired elder with eyes as deep as an abyss, casually drinking from a wine jar. His power was utterly unfathomable. These men were clearly the guardians of the hall. Jiang Qiye was secretly shaken. The Immortal Slaying Alliance was formidable indeed to have withstood the Immortal Sects for a millennium. "Is this the Alliance headquarters?" Qiye whispered. "No," Liang Chun replied. "This is just a transit station. You need to be cleared here. Before reaching the core, we must ensure no mass-destructive items are brought in. Since it's your first visit, the screening is quite rigorous. We have to pass through 3 such stations. On future visits, you'll only need 1. Chia asked curiously, "What counts as a mass-destructive item?" "Mainly infectious viruses from the Great Desolation or demonic essence," Liang Chun explained quietly. Chia nodded in realization. This was essentially the same logic as quarantine protocols at a border fortress. While this world lacked nuclear weapons, certain biological threats from the Great Desolation could easily wipe out an entire city or province. Their lethality was no less terrifying than a mushroom cloud. The armored guardians didn't approach. No one performed a physical search, but Jiang Qiye felt something akin to a powerful divine sense sweep over him. It bypassed his physical form to scan his storage space with surgical precision. Naturally, the human log, Qin Wuyan, in his bundle was a primary target, scanned several times over. After a moment, the lead guardian elder glanced at Jiang Qiye with a hint of intrigue and uttered a single word. "Pass." With a heavy rumble, the hall's massive iron doors swung open, letting in a flood of brilliant light. Liang Chun cupped his fists to the elder. "Let's go, Jiang Qiye." They exited the hall into a secondary chamber and entered another teleportation array. Just as Liang Chun had said, they endured 3 transits and 3 exhaustive screenings before finally arriving at the foot of a colossal mountain radiating a mysterious, divine glow. Standing at the base and looking up, Jiang Qiye was awestruck. He had never seen a mountain that literally emitted light, a shimmering 7-colored brilliance. Nor had he seen a mountain that simply floated in the sky. To the front, the peak soared 10,000 feet high, covered in lush forests, and dotted with the eaves of hidden pavilions. To the rear lay a 10,000-foot drop into a sea of clouds, a bottomless abyss. The spiritual energy here was incredibly dense, dozens, if not hundreds of times stronger than in Hanyang City. Cultivating here would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. "This is Martial God Mountain?" Qiye murmured. Liang Chun smiled. "Impressive, isn't it? I felt the same way my first time, like I was walking through a dream. But this is reality. This mountain was brought back from the outer divine jade by the ancient void martial god. Every stone in this mountain is a primordial divine material with countless uses. It holds infinite secrets. Even after 10 years in the Alliance, my understanding is superficial. Legend says during the ancient immortal martial war, the world's martial holy lands were all razed by the Immortal Alliance. Only Martial God Mountain withstood hundreds of assaults. Not even the outer true immortals could chip away a single stone or tree from this peak. Jiang Qiye snapped out of his trance, shocked. "Do outer true immortals refer to actual gods?" "Indeed," Liang Chun said. "The immortal path in our world was originally brought from the outside. The Immortal Alliance itself was backed by the outer immortal realms. If those outsiders hadn't intervened, the Immortal Alliance, which hadn't even existed for 5,000 years, would have been no match for the Martial League." Qiye looked thoughtful. Simply put, the rise of the immortal path was an extraterrestrial cultural invasion. Supported by the outer realms, the Immortal Alliance had eroded this world for millennia, and now held the upper hand. Conversely, if the Martial League survived an intervention by actual immortals, it proved how terrifyingly strong the ancient Martial League must have been. It also proved that the martial path still held immense potential. As they spoke, a heavy thud echoed nearby. They turned to see a beautiful woman in golden armor. She had collapsed on the ground and was struggling to stand. It was clear she had just been teleported in, but she was severely wounded, covered in blood, with her long hair in disarray. Despite the mess, her delicate, pale face possessed a tragic, striking beauty. Liang Chun hesitated, then stepped forward. "Miss, do you need help?" The woman looked up at them. Perhaps seeing two average-looking men who didn't fit the heroic savior archetype, a flicker of wariness crossed her eyes. "No," she said coldly. She wiped blood from her lip and stood up with great difficulty. She stumbled forward, appearing to be in a desperate hurry. "Let's go, Brother Jiang," Liang Chun said, feeling a bit rebuffed but not taking it to heart. Qiye, being a newcomer with no interest in meddling, followed in silence. The woman was desperate, but her injuries were grave. She fell twice more and coughed up blood along the way, her face as white as paper. Yet she stubbornly forced herself into a jog, as if pursued by invisible demons. Liang Chun sighed. She's wearing the dragon-embossed gold armor of the Dayu Empire. Her aura screams nobility. I suspect she's royalty, a princess or a high lady. With the Dayu Empire currently at war with the Immortal Alliance, she's likely here to beg for reinforcements. Unfortunately, the Empire refused an alliance with us 1,000 years ago. They chose to appease the Immortal Alliance instead. Now they've raised a tiger that's come back to bite them. I heard that just yesterday the Immortals began their siege of the Dayu capital. If it falls, the empire is finished. Chie frowned. Dayu wasn't the only one who chose appeasement. His own Ligu dynasty had done the same. Would Ligu be the next to fall? He gave a self-mocking shake of his head. He was currently just a minor city guard captain. The Ligu dynasty had stood for 1,000 years. It wasn't his place to worry. His priority was harvesting more cultivation and benefits. He'd deal with the future when it arrived. As they moved deeper, the crowds grew. Everyone was a martial artist, the weakest being 3rd grade, with many chi gathering and true essence masters among them. There were a few whose power Chie couldn't even fathom, putting him on high alert. Their attire was eclectic. Some wore animal skins, some were shirtless with chaotic tattoos, and some even had iron rings through their noses. Their behavior was eccentric, but they all shared one trait. They were immensely powerful, like apex predators that could strike at any moment. Chie was puzzled. Brother Liang, Hanyang City is a major hub, yet I've only ever seen 2 Xiantian-level martial artists. Here they're everywhere. Where do they usually hide? Liang Chun sighed. The Empire's territory belongs to the immortal sects. Masters above Xiantian must either hide their identities or become government lapdogs. Otherwise, the Immortals hunt them down. That's why you don't see them. But there is one place that is a paradise for high-level martial artists. Where? Chie asked. The Great Desolation beyond the border, Liang Chun replied. It made sense. Only the boundless Great Desolation, filled with infinite danger and opportunity, could sustain so many high-level masters. Within the empires, the Immortals held total sway, leaving no room for martial masters. Chie wondered if the desolation was his destiny too. Damn, I don't want to spend my life hanging out with wild beasts, Chie thought, clicking his tongue. After 15 minutes, they arrived at a grand hall with a sign reading Hall of 10,000 Treasures. Liang Chun explained, With your black iron rank, you can only access this hall in the Immortal Slaying Hall across the way. Here you exchange loot for merit. There you pick up missions. When you come alone, don't wander. Trespassing into restricted areas or offending certain sects will cause major trouble. And never, under any circumstances, start a fight on the mountain. Whether you're right or wrong, the enforcers will punish you severely. Chie nodded. Entering the hall, he found it as crowded and noisy as a bustling marketplace. It was divided into 3 sections. The West Wing for exchanging treasures or cultivator heads for merit, the East Wing for buying items with merit, and the North Wing for trading between members. In this massive space, thousands of warriors moved about. Physical contact was unavoidable, yet surprisingly, everyone was exceptionally polite. There was no shouting or brawling. Chie saw a ferocious-looking giant accidentally bump into a frail youth. In Hanyang City, that youth would have to suck it up or get beaten. Here, the giant immediately helped the youth up, forcing a smile and bowing in apology. The youth graciously accepted, acting as if it were no big deal. They even warmly exchanged names. Interesting, Chie smiled. He didn't believe the giant was kind or the youth was particularly forgiving. This harmony existed because of one thing: the rules. If they fought, they both lost. This place was indeed safe. Brother Jiang, the exchange is in the West Wing. I'll head to the East Wing to grab a few things. Let's meet at the entrance later. Sure, go ahead, Chie agreed and turned toward the west. There were over 100 people waiting at the exchange counter, forming long lines. Since he was already here, Chie wasn't in a rush. The Hanyang Spirit Pearl wasn't going anywhere. It was tucked safely inside Qin Wuyan. He joined the end of the line, moving forward slowly. Then he noticed the noblewoman from the Dayu Empire was just a few spots ahead of him. Despite the gap, he could see her anxiety. She kept standing on her tiptoes, desperate for her turn. It took an hour for her to be called, and another while longer before it was finally Zhang Qie's turn. He carried his bundle into a spacious room. In the center was a large square table manned by 3 people, an elder and 2 middle-aged men. One middle-aged man was seated formally, ready for business. The other was meditating with his eyes closed. The elder was leisurely drinking wine while reading a book. All 3 were unfathomable. Qie couldn't read the level of any of them. 8 young attendants stood in the corners, handling the grunt work. "Show us what you have," the formal-looking middle-aged man said, glancing at Qie. Zhang Qie hesitated for a moment, then placed the shimmering green sword on the table. The man gestured, and the sword flew into his hand. He inspected the blade, tested it with his internal energy, and nodded. Hanyang Sect's Verdant Clarity Sword, a mid-grade spirit blade, worth 600 merit points. He looked at Qie. There is still a trace of the original owner's essence on the blade, suggesting they died less than 8 hours ago. "Kid, did you kill this cultivator? Who was he?" Qie replied honestly. "He went by the name Qing Yangzi, an inner disciple of the Hanyang sect." The man's eyes sharpened. "Oh? You killed Qing Yangzi, that traitorous wretch? Good. Normally, without a recording, we don't credit such kills. But since Qing Yangzi was a poster boy for the Immortal sects, your contribution is significant. I'll make an exception. 1 early-stage foundation-building cultivator, an additional 200 merit points." Qie was stunned and a bit amused. If Qing Yangzi knew his life was worth less than his sword, I wonder how he'd feel. Then again, it made sense. The Alliance claimed to uphold righteousness, but they couldn't run a deficit. A business that loses money doesn't last. The fact that they gave bonuses was generous enough. It suggested the Alliance was reliable. Time for the main course. Qie slammed the bundle onto the table and unrolled it, revealing the snoring. Limbless Qin Wuyan. The man's brow twitched. A half-dead cultivator. 10th level Qi refinement. 100 merit points. Take him to the cultivation furnace for processing, he ordered an attendant. As the attendant approached, someone else spoke up. "Wait!" The elder who had been drinking and reading suddenly stood up. He approached the table, his eyes glowing with a faint green light as he scanned Qin Wuyan's head. A moment later, his eyes blazed with delight. "Heh! What a lucky day. Finding good things one after another." He paced around the table, a wide grin spreading across his face. The middle-aged man was confused. "Elder Zhang, what did you find?" Elder Zhang clicked his tongue in amazement. "Unbelievable! This kid actually brought us the future sect leader of the Hanyang sect." "What? This is—" The man's expression shifted, then his eyes widened. "Is it the Hanyang Spirit Pearl?" "Indeed, the Hanyang Spirit Pearl." Elder Zhang nodded. He looked at Zhang Qie with approval. "Smart kid. You had the sense to keep him alive and bring him here. The Hanyang Spirit Pearl is a primordial treasure born from the celestial pool atop Hanyang Peak. It is intrinsically linked to the peak and the sect's grand protective array. If the carrier dies, the pearl automatically flies back to the peak. Not even a god transformation expert can stop it. Now that they've lost it, the Hanyang sect's overall strength will drop by at least 30%. Qie was secretly relieved. Thanks to Zhu Danyang's warning, he hadn't killed the boy. He asked respectfully, "Senior, what is the pearl worth in merit?" Elder Zhang scoffed and laughed. "This item cannot be measured in merit points. I'll give you 2 choices, kid. 1. Become my disciple. I will personally provide every resource you need to reach the soul condensation realm. 2. Pick any 1 top-tier manual from the Hall of 10,000 Treasures, including 5 slaying grade and 2 king grade martial arts. Choose one of the 2. As Elder Zhang finished, the room went silent as everyone sucked in a breath of air. The attendants looked at Qie with naked envy. The kid had hit the jackpot. Thousands would beg to be Elder Zhang's disciple, yet he had rejected them all. If it were me, I'd choose the apprenticeship. With a master like that, why worry about manuals? Kie heard their whispers, but didn't need to deliberate. Being your disciple would be the honor of a lifetime, Elder Zhang, he said calmly. But I choose the manual. I don't need a master. With his cultivation pearl, even the greatest master was redundant. High-level techniques were what he craved, especially a slaying grade or king grade technique. That was the real stroke of luck. Elder Zhang blinked, then laughed heartily. Good, I like your spirit. Li Chong, take my token and lead him to the secret archives. Yes, Elder, the formal middle-aged man replied. He took the token and led Zhang Qiye out of the room. Before leaving, Qiye took one last look at the snoring Qin Wuyan, feeling a strange mix of irony. A future sect leader with a limitless future had ended up like this. It was tragic, but it was his own fault for crossing the wrong person. If he hadn't tried to kill Zhang Qiye, Qiye wouldn't have crippled him. If he hadn't been crippled, Zhu Danyang wouldn't have dared to betray him. If Zhu hadn't betrayed him, Qiye wouldn't have captured him to trade for merit. His fate was entirely of his own making. Qiye followed Li Chong into the East Wing. Unlike the West Wing, the East Wing was massive, larger than the Central Hall. It was filled with a staggering array of treasures, neatly categorized and stretching so far into the mountain that the end was out of sight. It was a true treasury. Pills, manuals, divine weapons, materials for smithing and alchemy. It was dizzying. Each item was encased in a transparent golden light with a wooden plaque describing its function and cost. Qiye had seen a lot of loot lately. But this was on another level. A blood key pill, capable of boosting a low-grade warrior by an entire level, would cost at least 1,000 taels of silver on the Hanyang black market, if you could even find one. Here, it was only one merit point, a precious saber glowing with purple light. A family heirloom that gold couldn't buy was only 5 merit points. A suit of majestic golden armor, both beautiful and functional, which money couldn't buy in Hanyang City, and which you wouldn't dare wear if you did buy it, was only 10 merit points. Human-grade martial God's Light was 50 points. Earth-grade, 500, and Heaven-grade, 5,000. A memory stone for recording images was 1 merit point. Even soul-slaying sand, the treasure used to kill cultivator souls, could be had for 60 merit points per pound. Warriors would simply touch their tokens to the treasures they wanted. The light would dissolve, and the merit would be deducted instantly. It was more convenient than mobile payments from his past life. Kie realized that his 800 merit points made him incredibly wealthy. He could buy a fortune. He decided that after picking his manual, he would return for a massive shopping spree. Even things he didn't need could be given away as gifts. Li Chong didn't stop, leading Qiye to the very end of the treasury. Here, the number of warriors was small, but each radiated a dense, unfathomable aura that made Kiye's skin crawl with envy. A moment later, Li Chong stopped at a long table with only 7 items on it. There was a white bone, a blood-stained spearhead, a broken blade wreathed in flame, a pitch-black stone, and golden books. They looked unimpressive at first glance, but as Kie looked closer, his heart began to race. A few of the items actually made his head spin and his stomach churn just by looking at them. Little brother, these 7 items are inheritance treasures containing 7 supreme martial arts. Any one of them would cause a bloodbath if they appeared in the secular world, Li Chong explained. He couldn't help but sigh with regret. You truly don't know what you missed today. If it were me, I would have chosen to be Elder Zhang's disciple. He is powerful and respected, and he masters the supreme art of the martial god Hall, the Sky Void martial scroll. Becoming his disciple would have given you a chance to learn it. Compared to that ancient legacy, these inheritances, while great, are fragmented, without a master to guide you. Your progress will likely be limited. Chia smiled, unbothered. Perhaps it's a shame, but I have no regrets. He walked to the bleached bone and read the description. Ghostly Hands of the Tao, Slaying Grade. An ancient Tao Saint legacy that allows the user to steal anything in the world undetected. At Mastery, one can snatch an enemy's soul from 1,000 miles away, bypassing all defenses. Cost, 600,000 merit points. Chie froze. Are you kidding me? Not only was the art insane, but the price was astronomical. He'd have to kill 2,000 Qing Yangzis to afford it. He moved to the spearhead. The Slaughter God's Decree, King Grade. A path of cultivation through slaughter. The more you fight, the stronger you get. At Mastery, one can slay gods and immortals to forge an immortal battle spirit. Cost, 100,000 merit points. This seemed even more aggressive than the Ghostly Hands. Chie continued reading. 9 Spirit Art. Slaying Grade Secret Manual. Allows the creation of 9 clones to assist in cultivation. Each clone possesses 90% of the original's power. 9 as 1. Invincible within its realm. Cost, 700,000 merit points. 6 God Jade Sword. Scripture, Slaying Grade. The core sword art of the ancient Sky Heaven Holy Land. Creates 6 clones to control 10 million swords. Indestructible and unstoppable. Cost, 900,000 merit points. Scroll of the Great Yin. Slaying Grade. Core legacy of the Great Yin. Holy Land, leading directly to the Tao of Yin. Created by the Great Yin Sword Saint. Cost, 1.2 million merit points. 9 Heaven. Earth-shaking suppression. Slaying Grade. Uses the world as a cage, and the human heart as a prison to crush all things. Cost, 1.5 million merit points. Sovereign Curse. Scripture. King Grade. Core legacy of the ancient cursed lands. Contains the ultimate secrets of cursing. At its peak, it can curse a true immortal to death. Cost, 1 million merit points. 5 Slaying Grade and 2 King Grade inheritances. After reading them all, Jiang Qiye stood in a daze, his worldview completely shattered. What kind of world is this? Or are these descriptions just marketing hype? Little brother, you've seen the 7. Have you made a choice? Li Chong asked. Most newcomers were just as shell-shocked by these peerless techniques. Senior, these are real, right? Qiye looked at the treasures with naked greed. Why choose? I want them all. Sadly, that wasn't an option. He was paralyzed by the choice. Li Chong laughed. Of course they are real. The martial path today is a shadow of its former self, but in the ancient era, masters of these arts could move mountains and fill seas, dominating entire eras. Qiye nodded. Then, Senior, do you have any advice? Li Chong paused. I'm afraid I can't give much advice. After all, I'm not qualified to practice these. In the modern alliance, very few can master these to a high level. It's hard to say which is better. They are all powerful. You can't go wrong. If I had to say something, I'd suggest a righteous path art. Without a master, demonic or heretical arts are prone to backlash. Righteous arts are generally safer. Qiye frowned. That advice was too generic. Which one is the strongest? As the saying goes, there is no strongest manual, only the strongest person. However, I believe the most powerful one should be. Just then, 3 armored masters radiating terrifying power approached the table. The leader placed a dragon-shaped statue on the table, activated a golden containment field, and stood a new description plaque next to it. Without a word, they turned and left. Li Chong stared at the statue, swallowing hard. I think the strongest one would have to be this one. Qiye looked curiously at the plaque. The Dragon King's demonic scripture, Taboo Grade, core legacy of the ancient demonic dragon Holy Land. Forges a demonic dragon embryo and nourishes the dragon blood source. Assimilates all living things to perceive the heavenly Tao and manifest the demonic dragon avatar. Cost, 5 million merit points. Taboo grade? Chie's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The new arrival drew a crowd. Gasps filled the air. The Dragon King's demonic scripture. It has reappeared. Since the demonic dragon Holy Land fell, the inheritance was lost. I heard the Dayu royals kept a copy, but it was never confirmed. Maybe that royal woman from earlier traded it in? But 5 million merit points? Who could afford that? And even if they could, who has the talent to learn it? Kia's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the wounded noblewoman from earlier. Was it her? He looked at Li Chong. Senior Li, how does this compare to the Sky Void Martial Scroll? Li Chong hesitated. This demonic scripture might be slightly superior. Among the 5 great holy lands of the ancient era, the demonic dragon Holy Land was ranked first, while the martial god Hall was third. That ranking stood for hundreds of thousands of years. But while it's strong, it's a taboo art for a reason. It has severe side effects. In that sense, it's inferior to the Sky Void Scroll. The essence of demonic arts is consumption, and this is the king of demonic arts. The energy cultivated from it is said to assimilate all other energies, turning them into your own blood and essence. It's similar to demonic possession. It's terrifying, but consuming too many lives inevitably fuses their lingering regrets into your soul, eventually causing the cultivator to lose themselves and fall into madness. Kie asked, "Can I choose this one?" "Well, I suppose so. Elder Zhang said any manual was yours to pick. I just don't know if the Elder has enough merit to cover it," Li Chong said, looking at Chie with a mix of envy and disbelief. He was starting to think the kid's luck was truly heaven-defying. Even as a righteous man, the Dragon King's demonic scripture made his heart race. Zhang Chie stared at the dragon statue, lost in thought. If I'm going to choose, I'm choosing the strongest. The Dragon King's demonic scripture isn't just the most powerful, it's the most expensive. The only taboo-grade art here. As for the risks of demonic backlash or losing one's mind, those aren't concerns for me. I never planned to rely on devouring others' energy to grow. I have the cultivation pearl. I can simplify my progress without any side effects, which is far superior to devouring. Seeing Zhang Chie staring fixedly at the scripture, Li Chong began to guess his intent. He hesitated, then offered a kind warning. "Little brother, though it is powerful, rumor says mastering this art is nearly impossible." In the era of the demonic dragon Holy Sovereign, his direct disciples were peerless geniuses chosen from billions. Even for those paragons, it took 30 years just to condense a demonic embryo, followed by another decade of bitter cultivation to manifest a single drop of dragon blood. One needs 36 drops. To even begin using the divine abilities of a true dragon and unleash power far beyond ordinary martial arts. That process alone takes 390 years. How many such lifetimes does a man have? The only shortcut is the ruthless devouring of blood, ki, and essence. While fast, that path leads straight to madness. Many believe their will is ironclad and that they can remain pure. In reality, once you experience the sheer dominance of this power, no one can restrain their greed. According to ancient texts, among the sovereign's disciples, only 1 in 10 reached the soul condensation stage. And only 1 in 100 ever reached God transformation. The failures all met agonizing ends. Zhang Chie listened but remained unmoved. Li Chong's intentions were good, but his logic didn't apply to Chie. So what if the Dragon King's demonic scripture was difficult? Difficulty was the last thing Chie feared. Strength was all that mattered. If anything, Li Chong's warnings only solidified his resolve. "Ha ha, Brother Li, you might be exaggerating. If the core art of the demonic dragon Holy Land were truly that flawed, how could it have dominated the world back then?" A cold, cynical laugh suddenly rang out from the side. Zhang Chie turned to see a tall, slender young man with a sinister, charming aura. His eyes were as deep and cold as bottomless frozen ponds. His presence was immense, yet restrained, like a vicious dragon trapped in a human cage. He was clearly a master, significantly stronger than Chie. Li Chong's face darkened. "Brother Song, I don't believe you're on duty today." "Since when is being off-duty a reason not to visit?" The sinister youth strolled closer, his deep gaze sizing up Jiang Chie with predatory interest. Chie narrowed his eyes. He had a terrible feeling about this man. The look in his eyes was that of a hunter eyeing prey, filled with naked calculation. He didn't even bother to hide his intent. Chie had a strong intuition. This man was here specifically for him. Li Chong raised an eyebrow. "Brother Song, keep your observations to yourself. I have business here. Excuse us." "Oh, Brother Li, I'm not here for you." The youth smiled cryptically at Jiang Chie. "Little brother, you're the one who brought the Hanyang spirit pearl, aren't you?" Chie replied coldly. "That's right. And who are you? Do you have business with me?" The youth nodded in praise. "A fine young talent. I could tell you were no ordinary fish in a pond. Allow me to introduce myself. Song Yinglong, 6th disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Hall Master." "Just tell me what you want," Kia interrupted, growing impatient. This guy's flattery was so insincere it was irritating. Even a street vendor had better manners. Song Yinglong flicked his brow in slight annoyance but kept his voice calm and low. "Little brother, I want to make a trade. I want you to choose that Dragon King's demonic scripture, but afterward, I want you to transfer the inheritance right to me. In exchange, I'll grant you a divine empowerment of 100 years of cultivation. You'll reach the heavens in a single step. How about it?" "How?" Li Chong's face paled, his eyes flashing with urgency. He looked terrified that Chie might actually accept. Song Yinglong was a pure demonic cultivator. Though young, his high cultivation wasn't just due to talent. Most of it was stolen from others, making his energy chaotic and impure. If Jiang Chie accepted a century of that energy, he would likely suffer a mental collapse or explode within minutes. However, Li Chong seemed wary of Song Yinglong and struggled to find the words to intervene. At that moment, Jiang Chie turned to him. "Senior Li, fighting is forbidden on Martial God Mountain, right?" Li Chong blinked, momentarily stunned. "Correct. All fighting is strictly prohibited. Violators face severe punishment, ranging from having their cultivation crippled to immediate execution." "Good, I understand," Chie nodded. He then turned a frigid gaze toward Song Yinglong. He spat out a single word. "Scram." 100 years of cultivation, especially tainted demonic energy. Did this guy really take him for a fool to be swindled so easily? Song Yinglong froze, then exploded in rage. Murderous intent flooded his eyes, nearly spilling over. His hands, hidden behind his back, clenched into tight fists. Jiang Chie took a fearless step forward and sneered. "What? You want to make a move?" Song Yinglong's expression flickered, and the killing intent vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He let out an eerie, cold chuckle. "Fine, very fine, kid. You've got guts. I can't touch you here, but you'll have to leave this mountain eventually. We'll be seeing each other again soon. Mark my words. The Heavenly Dragon Hall claims that scripture. If you dare take it, make sure you have a life long enough to use it." He gave Chie a long, penetrating look, as if carving Chie's face into his memory, then let out a heavy huff and walked away. Chie's lips curled into a disdainful arc. Acting tough for what? Next time we meet, I might be strong enough to crush you like a bug. Seeing Song Yinglong leave, Li Chong sighed helplessly. Sigh. "Little brother, you were too impulsive. Even if you refused the deal, there was no need to offend him like that." Chie disagreed and smiled dismissively. "Senior Li, your cultivation is higher than mine, but your judge of character isn't. For a man like Song Yinglong, the moment I refused him, he was going to hate me regardless of my attitude. Showing weakness to a bastard like that is useless." Li Chong gave a bitter smile. "Perhaps you're right." He has always been arrogant, petty, and ruthless. He leaves no room for mercy. You must be careful. Avoid the Ligu dynasty's territory at all costs. Chie paused. Senior Li, is Song Yinglong from the Ligu dynasty? Li Chong checked their surroundings to ensure no one was listening, then whispered via mental transmission. He's from the Song family of the Great Snow Pass. They hold immense power in that dynasty. When you enter the Empire from the Desolation, be extremely wary of the Songs. Furthermore, since the Heavenly Dragon Hall has their eyes on this scripture, I urge you to pick something else. They are the second most powerful sect in the Alliance after the Martial God Hall. They are the leaders of the demonic path filled with masters. Don't wade into these muddy waters. Li Chong assumed Chie was a traveler from the Great Desolation, as 90% of high-level martial artists were. Chie didn't bother to correct him. He actually felt like laughing. The world is a small place. He had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles into the sky only to run into a neighbor. He wondered what the connection was between this Song Yinglong and the late Song Yangking. Whatever, let him come. Given enough time, even a martial god would have to kneel before me. As for the scripture, he was definitely taking it. Such a legendary art was practically made for him. Senior Li, I appreciate the warning, but my mind is made up. I choose the Dragon King's demonic scripture. Seeing Chie was resolute, Li Chong stopped trying to persuade him, though he looked regretful. He took out Elder Zhong's token, touched the golden barrier, and retrieved the dragon statue, placing it solemnly in Jiang Chie's hands. Chie felt Li Chong's hands trembling. Thinking something was wrong with the statue, he braced himself, but found it was perfectly normal, just incredibly heavy. For a statue only a foot tall, it weighed over 100 pounds. Li Chong's trembling was likely just nerves from handling a top-tier art for the first time. Meanwhile, their actions left the surrounding crowd speechless. Eyes nearly popped out of heads as an uproar broke out. What the hell? Someone took it? The scripture was just listed. Who is this kid? Where did he get 5 million merit points? Look, Li Chong from the West Wing handed it to him. He must be acting for someone else. This kid looks extraordinary. Who is his master? Little brother, I see you have remarkable bones and talent. Who did you study under? Ignoring the noise, Chie stowed the statue, confirmed how to use it, and bid farewell to Li Chong. He turned and left immediately. Some tried to follow, to strike up a conversation, but Chie didn't give them an inch. To anyone who came within 3 feet, he gave a one-word response. Scram! The masters' faces turned livid, but they were powerless. If not for the peace of the mountain, Chie would have died 100 times over. He didn't want to offend people for no reason, but he knew that any sign of weakness would invite these old monsters to devour him whole. Every word spoken was a risk. There were even some who ignored all decorum. One seductive older woman tried to use a honey trap on him, combining verbal temptation with mental charms. If not for his iron will, he might have fallen for it. Heart racing with caution, Chie kept a cold, do not approach expression. He moved quickly, doing some last-minute shopping on his way out. He hoarded a vast amount of blood key pills and useful materials, including the skull of a 5th-grade Great Desolation wind lizard and 30 memory stones. He didn't stop until every last one of his 800 merit points was spent. Truthfully, his first visit to Martial God Mountain had left him rattled. He had expected a low-level game and accidentally walked into a lobby full of pro players. Luckily, he was in a safe zone. He resolved not to return until he was strong enough to suppress the entire mountain. Leaving the hall, he immediately spotted Liang Chun waiting in a visible spot. Liang Chun started to approach, but Chie gave him a subtle look and sent a mental message. Don't come over. Act like you don't know me. Liang Chun's eyes shifted, realizing something. He glanced behind Chie and was horrified to see over a dozen people from various factions tailing him. He was baffled. In just half an hour, what on earth did this guy do in there? Tell me how to get back, Chie messaged as he kept walking. Liang Chun looked elsewhere. Turn left out the door and walk 3 miles to the teleportation hall. You'll have to pass through a wooded path. Use that cover to change your appearance and clothes. Take multiple transit stops on the way back. You should probably go into disguise, too. To avoid getting dragged into this, Chie warned before continuing on his own. Even I have to hide? What did you do? Liang Chun was full of questions but didn't ask. Years of underground work in Hanyang meant he was an artist at counter-surveillance. A disguise was no trouble. You'll find out later, Chie replied without explaining. He followed the path to the teleportation hall. Less than 100 meters out, the Immortal slaying hall came into view. He happened to see the Dayu royal woman there. She was standing on the base of a tall statue, delivering a passionate speech to a growing crowd of martial artists. Her injuries were gone. She looked radiant. Her hair and armor were clean and orderly, giving her a heroic, cold, and breathtakingly beautiful appearance. Selling the scripture clearly paid off. Money changes everything, Chie thought with a wry smile. The woman's voice, bolstered by internal energy, rang out. Fellow members of the Alliance, I am Yu Shenju, eldest princess of the Dayu Empire. Our empire has stood for 1,600 years, resisting the immortal sects since our inception. Without Dayu as a shield, tens of thousands of miles of territory and billions of souls would have long ago become the slaves and cattle of the immortals. But now, our capital is under siege by those dogs. We need people of resolve. I, Yu Shenju, implore all Xiantian-level brothers and sisters to lend us your aid. This is not just for my family, but for every living soul and every martial artist in this world. Anyone who helps will receive 1,000 merit points up front. For every 7th-level Chi refiner killed, the Dayu royalty will add 100 points on top of the Alliance reward. 1,000 for foundation building, 10,000 for golden core, 100,000 for nascent soul, and 1 million for soul transformation. Never falter, never be deceived. Slay the immortals and uphold the martial path. This has been our creed for 1,000 years. Today, we put it into action. I ask those of you with vision to join Dayu in this fight. Wipe out the traitors and return the world to its rightful state. With such heavy rewards on the table, many responded. Some wanted the bounty, some were fired up by her ideals, and some young men were simply smitten by her beauty and volunteered to follow her. A line began to form, including some genuine masters. However, many others watched with cold indifference or disdain. Well-informed people knew that Dayu was a sinking ship. They were just struggling in their death throes. The rewards were high, but there was no point if you didn't live to collect them. Furthermore, Dayu's past cooperation with the Immortals had left many Alliance members resentful. Some were even enjoying the spectacle of their downfall. None of this concerned Jiang Qiye. Despite his hatred for the Immortals, he could only offer silent sympathy for Yu Shenju and her empire. Then he noticed Liang Chun had stopped. Liang Chun was looking at the princess with a heavy, conflicted expression. Qiye couldn't help but joke mentally, "Brother Liang, you're not planning to play the hero just because she's pretty, are you?" Liang Chun's face flushed. "It's not that," he messaged back. "I just feel that if Dayu falls, the Immortal Alliance will grow exponentially. When that happens, the fate of martial artists and all of humanity will grow even darker. I know they have almost no chance, but if I do nothing, my heart will never find peace." Chie was stunned. Liang Chun was hard to describe. Perhaps he had brainwashed his subordinates so much that he'd ended up a pure idealist himself. Regardless, in this moment, he was a warrior willing to die for his beliefs. It was impossible not to respect him. After a moment of silence, Liang Chun made his choice. "Brother Jiang, go back on your own. I'm going to Dayu. If I don't return, please take over as the next Northlands bureau chief. And take this." Chie tried to speak, but Liang Chun had already plunged into the crowd. His resolute, forward-marching stride made him look as if he were draped in a halo of duty. It was actually quite moving. "I hope you make it back alive," Chiye sighed. He wasn't Liang Chun. Liang Chun could die for a cause. Chiye had too many attachments, his own dreams and his own ambitions. He wasn't about to throw his life away in a foreign land. Once in the shaded path and seeing no one around, he quickly swapped his clothes and face, then looped back toward the gate. He walked right past his pursuers. After confirming he'd lost them, he changed his appearance one more time before entering the teleportation hall. He hadn't seen Liang Chun pay earlier, but going back required primordial stones to use the array. Luckily, he had looted the storage bags of Yin Jifeng and Qing Yangzi, which were full of stones. After 3 transits, he had spent over 100. It nearly drained his entire savings. He changed his face 3 times during the trip. Meanwhile, back at the Hall of 10,000 Treasures, Li Chong returned to the West Wing to report to Elder Zhong. When the Elder learned that Li Chong had used his token to buy the dragon statue, he froze, his face turning a sickly shade of green. He gasped for air, nearly passing out. "What? You idiot, Li Chong? How could you let him take the Dragon King's demonic scripture?" The Elder was so furious he looked ready to slap Li Chong off the mountain. Li Chong knew the Elder's temperament and wasn't truly afraid, but he was bewildered. "But Elder, you said he could have any top-tier manual he wanted." You... The Elder pointed at Li Chong, fuming but unable to vent. He sighed in frustration. "To be honest, that statue was only priced at 5 million merit points because I wanted to scam that old devil from the Heavenly Dragon Hall. The thing itself isn't worth that much." Li Chong was shocked. "Elder, is the inheritance a fake?" The Elder gave a bitter smile. "The inheritance is likely real, but obtaining it is harder than ascending to heaven. That object is actually a phantom realm trial used by the demonic dragon Holy Land to select their holy son. It's the highest tier trial. To pass, one must possess the talent of a primordial great emperor. Do you think supreme talent like that grows on trees?" Li Chong stood there, speechless. Emperor-level talent? In this era of martial decline, even Saint-tier or King-tier talents hadn't appeared in centuries. Even in the golden age of martial arts, an emperor-level talent only appeared once every 10,000 years. Li Chong thought of Zhang Qiye. Does that kid look like an emperor? Not even close. Li Chong felt a wave of guilt. If he had known, he would have stopped the boy. He frowned, feeling he had to do something to make amends. "Elder," he said, "the kid has been targeted by the Heavenly Dragon Hall and other factions. Once he leaves the mountain, he'll likely fall into their hands. His fate will be grim. Could you spare his life?" The Elder sneered. "A commoner is innocent until he carries a jade. If he had the guts to take that scripture, he should have known the risks. We support young martial artists, but we aren't their wet nurses. Some storms they must face alone." "Elder!" Li Chong bowed deeply, his voice pleading. The Elder looked at him strangely and chuckled. "Ho ho, Li Chong! You really seem to like that kid. Fine. You rarely ask for favors, I'll give you this much. Spread the word. No one is to disturb that boy for 1 month. Anyone who crosses the line dies. Happy now?" Li Chong frowned. 1 month? That's too short." "After a month," the Elder snorted. "The kid should have given up. If he's not an idiot, he'll return the statue. If not, he deserves whatever happens." Li Chong nodded, finally at peace with the arrangement. That was fair. When the final teleportation ended, Zhang Qiye appeared in a sparse forest. "Where am I? I spent all those stones. I better not be lost." He flicked his body and leaped to a treetop. Scanning the horizon, he saw a towering city wall 5 miles to the south. "Oh, it's just the northern outskirts of Hanyang City. Thank God. I'm back on my home turf." He let out a long breath, finally relaxing. The sun was at its peak. The noon sunlight felt warm on his skin, matching his pleasant mood. Although the trip to the mountain only took half a day, it felt like an eternity. To him, Martial God Mountain was like another world. It was a place of infinite treasures and opportunities, and he was returning with a full haul. But it was also a place where master martial artists with hidden agendas were everywhere. He felt no safety there. Home was better. The mountains were better. The water was better, and everyone was as cute as a little white rabbit. And I'm the big bad wolf. Hehehehe. Chie sat on a large rock and took a few sips of wine, silently reflecting on his gains and losses. Without a doubt, trading the human log Qin Wuyan for a taboo-grade art was a massive win. Combined with the vast amount of resources he'd bought, the trip was incredibly profitable. However, he had provoked Song Yinglong and several unknown enemies. A commoner carrying a jade attracts trouble. Those guys wouldn't let it go easily. Chie retraced his steps and felt he hadn't left many clues. The biggest loose end was Liang Chun. Only Liang Chun knew his true identity. But his gut told him Liang Chun was reliable, plus the man owed him a life. Besides, Liang Chun was currently playing cannonball in Dayu. He might not even come back. The only other loose end was Zhu Danyang. He didn't know if Zhu was alive or dead. Zhu was also a member of the Alliance. If he visited the mountain, it would be easy for him to connect the Spirit Pearl and the Dragon King's demonic scripture to Kie. Even if he wasn't certain, he would suspect. This risk had to be eliminated. Chie's eyes flashed with cold light. Zhu Danyang had to die. Even if Chie were merciful, Zhu would never let it go if he found out Chie had traded his treasure for a supreme art. One of them had to go. But first, the dragon statue. He was incredibly excited to see the inheritance within. With a flick of his wrist, the statue appeared in his hand. The material was rare, neither iron nor wood, yet strangely heavy at over 100 pounds. The craftsmanship was exquisite. It depicted a roaring dragon winding through the sky, so lifelike it seemed ready to come alive and swallow the world. Chie took a deep breath and squeezed out a drop of essence blood onto the dragon's head. The statue absorbed it, instantly forming a mysterious mental link. Kie gripped the statue and tried to probe it with his spiritual energy. Boom! His mind rattled as his consciousness was sucked into a foreign world. The sky was gray, and a fine, drizzling rain fell, feeling cool and slightly itchy on his skin. He found himself standing on a small hill surrounded by sparse tombs and overgrown weeds. Suddenly, a long black shadow lunged at him. Without panicking, he threw a palm strike, sent the shadow flying. It was a 10-foot black snake radiating demonic energy. The moment it hit the ground, its bones shattered. It writhed a few times and went still. Where am I? A phantom realm? It feels too real. Feeling uneasy, Kie remained alert and scanned the landscape. Distant mountains rolled on endlessly. In the rugged forests, he could see winding silhouettes. Looking closer, they were snakes. All snakes. Pitch-black snakes radiating demonic aura. They were on branches, in bushes, in the grass, under rocks, countless demonic snakes. Some were as thin as bamboo, others as thick as pillars. Some were wider than a man's waist. Most terrifyingly, a colossal demonic snake was coiled in a mountain valley like a small black mountain. It was a world of snakes. Chie's skin crawled and his expression soured. He hated slimy, disgusting things like snakes. He wouldn't even like them as soup. I'm here for an inheritance, not to be snake food. Just then, a withered, ancient voice echoed from the sky. Only a dragon slayer is worthy of becoming a demonic dragon. Find the dragon, kill the dragon, and you shall inherit everything. Be Huan, my disciple. This is the final chance I have secured for you. Pass this trial, and you will prove your emperor-level talent. The position of Holy Sun will be yours. Go, do not disappoint me. The voice vanished. Chie stood there, completely bewildered. What the hell? My name isn't Bi Huan, and this is a Holy Sun trial? To prove emperor-level talent? Chie's lip twitched. Li Chong had said these inheritances were one-time use. Since the statue still worked, It meant Bi Huan had failed. But with my talent, do I look like an emperor? Chie started to feel a twinge of regret. The most expensive and strongest wasn't necessarily the best fit. He wasn't being humble. He was self-aware. With his mediocre talent, without the cultivation pearl, he'd probably still be in jail, trying to figure out how to squeeze more value out of the prisoners. Now he understood why no one in the Dayu royal family had mastered it. With only a few tens of thousands of people, the odds of birthing an emperor-level genius were basically zero. But he was already here. 最贵的最强，的确也不一定是最适合自己的。不是他妄自菲薄，而是他一向很有自知之明。就自己这拉胯的天赋绝比的众人之子，若非优秀为发着他，这会说不定还在大牢里，想方设法的压榨犯人的声誉价值呢。到了此刻，他也终于明白为何大禹皇室无人练成龙什么竞马。大禹皇族顶多不过几千几万人想诞生一个大地之子的天才。那记录估计可以忽略古迹，但是亦至此 he had to give it a shot. If he truly couldn't pass, he would just sell the dragon statue back to the Immortal Slaying Alliance. He just hoped he wouldn't lose too much on the deal. With that thought, Jiang Qie felt less regretful. Bracing himself, he descended the small hill and headed in a relatively safe direction. With a piercing screech, a great snake as thick as a man's thigh lunged from the dense brush, its maw gaping to swallow Jiang Qie. He had sensed it long ago. Showing no mercy, he unleashed a mountain-pushing palm. Boom! The snake's head exploded, its massive body thudding to the ground. Plus 2 years cultivation. I can actually harvest cultivation energy within this phantom realm? The cultivation pearl truly defied the natural order. He wondered if this progress would carry over to the real world. Jiang Qie's eyes lit up with unexpected joy. A bold thought struck him. With the pearl and his own natural talent combined, could he match someone with the emperor-grade potential? It was worth a try. A flicker of hope ignited in his heart as he pressed forward. He fought as he walked. In a mere few hundred meters, he had slain over 30 great snakes. Along with countless smaller serpents, he harvested 14 years of Scientian cultivation. Added to the 94 years already stored in the pearl, his total reserves hit 108 years. Just as he decided to break through, a low, guttural roar echoed from the valley. The commotion of his slaughter had alerted the titanic serpent at the valley floor. The beast took to the air, its serpentine body, nearly 600 meters long and dozens of meters thick, coiling through the sky toward him. Each of its scales was as large as a millstone. Such a massive entity, flying overhead, blotted out the sun and tore through the clouds. Its terrifying pressure was earth-shattering, leaving Jiang Qie gasping for air. Before this behemoth, he felt like a mere ant. To hell with this, I can't touch that thing! His face paled, and he immediately deployed the 8 steps of the dragon to flee. But the giant serpent was faster, breaking the sound barrier with a thunderous crack. With a few undulating movements, it was directly above him. It opened its cavernous mouth and exhaled a vast cloud of icy blue mist. The terrifying cold covered the sky and the earth. Jiang Qie pushed the 8 steps of the dragon to its absolute limit, his body blurring into a faint shadow. But no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't escape the blue mist's reach. As the bone-chilling fog touched him, his body stiffened. In an instant, he was turned into a blue ice sculpture. Even the ancient forest for hundreds of meters around him was transformed into a world of crystal. The vision vanished. Jiang Qie snapped his eyes open, realizing he was back in reality, still sitting on the large stone. A wild wolf was currently gnawing on his arm, but with his toughened physique. The wolf couldn't even break his skin, no matter how hard it tried. With a casual palm strike, he sent the wolf to the afterlife. So I failed? He looked around, heart still pounding. That giant snake was too terrifying. It wasn't something he could fight yet. Once it targeted you, there was no escape. If a mere giant snake was that horrifying, how powerful was the demonic dragon? This trial was absurdly difficult. Jiang Qie felt a bit depressed. He checked the sun. He had been in the Phantom Realm for about half an hour. In reality, almost no time had passed. He checked the cultivation pearl. It still held 94 years, exactly as before the trial. This confirmed that time and cultivation gained within the Phantom Realm were illusory. The dragon statue remained in his hand, the mysterious link still intact. He could restart the trial whenever he wished. However, he didn't plan on going back in just yet. Obtaining the inheritance would be a long game. Besides, being out here in the wilderness wasn't safe. He stowed the statue and walked toward Hanyang City. Upon reaching the north gate, he noticed something was wrong. The guards weren't the usual alien races of the city guard. Instead, dozens of soldiers in dark red iron armor and white capes stood atop the walls. That looks like the Red Snow Army. What's going on? Did I take a wrong turn? He looked again. This was definitely Hanyang's north gate. A shadow of unease crossed his brow. Fortunately, the gates were open, allowing people to pass freely. Full of questions, he entered the city. The atmosphere was tense. Pedestrians hurried along, and martial artists looked around warily. Near the base of the gate tower, a small squad of city guards and dozens of alien spearmen were in a standoff with the Red Snow soldiers. Though blood hadn't been spilled yet, the shouting was fierce. One city guard captain roared, "This is Hanyang City! Since when does the Red Snow Army guard our gates? Get the hell down here before I make you!" A Red Snow leader sneered, "Demons have infiltrated Hanyang. The Red Snow Army bears the responsibility of purging demons within the passes. Until they are cleared, this gate remains under our jurisdiction." Nonsense! Hanyang is under our protection. No demon would dare show its face here. You Red Snow lot clearly have hidden agendas. We are acting on orders. Take one step closer and we'll kill you. As they argued, Zhang Qiye saw that the city guard was outnumbered and clearly lacked confidence. In these 3,000 miles of Northlands, anyone facing the Red Snow Army felt a heavy weight on their heart. Zhang Qiye let out a sharp iron whistle, instantly drawing everyone's eyes. The city guard captain spotted Zhang Qiye and looked overjoyed. He hurried down the steps and saluted. "Subordinate Wang Yi greets Lord Zhang," Qiye asked calmly. "Wang Yi, which unit are you from?" "3rd Division, 2nd Squad. What are your orders, sir?" That was a squad under Fu Qingxi. "What happened here? Why is the Red Snow Army in the city?" Wang Yi said indignantly, "Sir, this morning a unit of Red Snow soldiers entered under the pretext of hunting demons. They took advantage of our lack of preparation to seize the gate. It's outrageous!" "Hunting demons?" Qiye's brow furrowed, his face darkening. In decades, Hanyang had never recorded a demon intrusion. For the Red Snow Army to use such a pretext now, there was definitely a scheme afoot. Most likely they were here for him. After all, the Red Snow Army's surname was Song, and he had recently killed Song Yang King, ruined Guo Jie, and taken down Shu Feilong. How many of them came? 800 soldiers, Wang Yi replied. Qie's eyes grew cold. 800 soldiers was a formidable force. The entire city guard of Hanyang only had about 700 official soldiers. The Red Snow Army had likely chosen that number specifically to overshadow them and take control. Qie asked in a low voice, "The city guard handles Hanyang. Since when does Red Snow do the purging here? Who let them in?" His current strength and status lent him a natural authority. Even the unintentional leak of his aura made Wang Yi feel immense pressure. Wang Yi wiped sweat from his brow. "Sir, it was the former commander, Guo Ji, who ordered the gates opened. They originally tried the north gate, but our men held them off. Then Guo Ji led them around to the south gate. I heard they've already occupied the spring at Luoyao Lake and set up camp. They aren't leaving." Qie's expression turned peculiar. Occupying the Luoyao spring was a blatant slap in his face. And Guo Jie, that treacherous dog, really hadn't disappointed. It only took 2 days. And for him to invite the Song family wolves into the house. But did it have to be 800 of them? Qie didn't know whether to curse Guo Jie or his ancestors. "What does the director say?" Wang Yi asked carefully. The director hasn't shown his face today. I heard he isn't even at headquarters. Is he hiding? Chie wondered. Wang Yi spoke up again, full of resentment. Sir, these Northland savages took the gate by surprise. Without orders, I didn't know how to handle it. Please give us your instructions. Chie glanced at the 50 or 60 red snow soldiers atop the gate, bows drawn and ready. If they deployed 50 men just at the north gate out of a total of 800, it showed how much they valued this exit. The wall wasn't wide. 50 men holding it would make any frontal assault a bloodbath. Wang Yi's men would be wiped out before they took it. Not wanting to waste time, Kia said, Step back 10 paces and surround the stairs. I'll handle them. Sir, you... Wang Yi was stunned. Before he could process it, Zhang Chie vanished, reappearing on the wall like a ghost. Anyone trespassing on red snow territory will be executed. A red snow captain's eyes flashed with killing intent. Though he recognized Chie as a high official, he didn't hesitate to fire an arrow. Instantly, a dozen arrows whistled toward him. Zhang Chie stood firm, pressing his hands forward. The incoming arrows stopped mid-air, defying physics. With a casual flick of his wrist, swish, 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 all the arrows shot back, at a speed far greater than when they were fired. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the red snow elites were struck and blown off the wall. Kill him! The captain roared, dropping his bow and drawing his waist saber to charge fearlessly. Unfortunately, he was only a 6th-rank martial artist. Before a Xiantian master like Zhang Chie, he was as laughable as an infant before a giant. When he got within 10 meters, he hit an invisible wall. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move an inch forward. Then, that invisible wall surged back with crushing force. It sent him flying, coughing up blood, his eyes filled with absolute terror. Zhang Chie's gaze was cold as he stepped forward. He condensed a powerful repulsive force within his field, pushing everything before him off the wall. Bang, bang, bang! One by one, the fearless soldiers were sent flying. The eerie scene left them in shock, despair, and terror. In the blink of an eye, every red snow soldier was wounded, groaning on the ground or unconscious. They looked at Zhang Chie, as if they were looking at a demon from the great desolation. Chie didn't care what they thought. He waved his hand, creating a gale that swept the dozens of soldiers off the wall like trash. To him, the average red snow soldier was slightly stronger than the city guard, and not in cultivation, but in experience. They were battle-hardened, brave, and coordinated. But against him, none of that mattered. He floated down and ordered Wang Yi, "Close the gates." "Lock them down. No one opens these gates without a commander's seal, or they'll be executed for treason." "Understood." Wang Yi snapped to attention. Chie grabbed a nearby horse, mounted up, and galloped away. On his way, he passed several crowds where he heard cries of grief. He learned from the murmurs that red snow soldiers had been looting shops, kidnapping women, and assaulting pedestrians. Chie's blood boiled. While soldiers harassing civilians was common in remote villages, it was rare in a major city like Hanyang. Even the city guard didn't dare be so blatant, and Red Snow was supposed to be a disciplined elite force, the #1 army of the empire, disciplined my ass. He regretted not hitting them harder earlier. He had missed out on a good batch of cultivation energy. Yet, amidst his anger, he felt a strange sense of relief. Before, he had respected this army for their bloody battles at the Great Snow Pass. That's why he had held back. But now that he knew they were just a violent, undisciplined mob, he had no reason to be merciful. 800 soldiers, that was 800 cultivation batteries. Even if each only averaged 10 years, that was 8,000 years of Houtian energy. Chie's heart raced with excitement. They came to kill me. Killing them is only natural. They're all mine. Meanwhile, in the South City at the Prince of Xuan's residence. In an elegant classic tea room, a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and a slightly portly build sat by a window, drinking wine and admiring jade. He carried an innate air of nobility, yet his manner was relaxed and perhaps a bit eccentric. In fact, his features and behavior were a 70% match for Yu Xiaobai. He was essentially a large-size version of him. He leaned lazily against a low couch, feet on the table, occasionally tossing fish food into the pond outside. A swarm of fish competed for the food, but the man soon began to frown. "Wei Fu!" he shouted irritably. "Why are there fewer fish in the pond? Where is my golden flower carp?" A tall, thin eunuch at the door shrank back and bowed low. "Reporting to your highness, this servant does not know." "Bastard! If you don't know, who does?" Prince Xuan glared at him. Waifu the eunuch gave a bitter smile. "I don't know where the fish went, but I do know that the young master and the young mistress were here yesterday." Prince Xuan's eyebrows twitched, his face trembling with rage. "I knew it was those two brats. And Hong Yu must be the mastermind. She's been complaining I haven't given her enough treasures, so she takes it out on my fish. Unacceptable! Monstrous!" Waifu just smiled bitterly and didn't dare agree. He knew better than to get involved in a spat between the prince and his daughter. Just then, a guard arrived to report. "Your Highness, a representative from the Song family of Great Snow Pass seeks an audience." "The Song family? What do they want?" Prince Xuan's face clouded over, a sharp glint in his eyes. He turned to Waifu. "Waifu, has anything major happened lately?" Waifu replied, "Your Highness, the messengers from the capital are halfway here. They should arrive before your birthday. Last night there was a clash of masters at the city guard. It's suspected Zhu Danyang fought a foundation-building cultivator. Both have vanished. This morning, 800 red snow soldiers entered under the pretext of hunting demons. Their commander is the famous Wu Yingcheng, known as Wu Three Slaughters. He once led a massacre of 3,000-person tribes in the desolation. In my view, the Songs aren't here for demons or even just revenge for Song King. They want to seize control of Hanyang." Prince Xuan tossed a jade into the pond and snorted. "The Songs? Ambitious wolves. Back then, the Han family of the Iron Ridge Army was infinitely more powerful than the Songs. But once they lost favor and royal protection, they were wiped out in an instant. The Songs haven't learned a thing. If they keep expanding like this, they'll reach their end soon enough." Waifu added, "That may be so, but if the Red Snow Army takes Hanyang, it poses a danger to the mansion. If Zhu Danyang were here, they might not have it so easy." "But he is conveniently absent," Prince Xuan asked. "Besides Zhu Danyang, who is currently in charge at the city guard?" Waifu replied, "Below Zhu are 3 commanders, Xiao Yue, Fu Qingxi, and the 7th young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Qie." Prince Xuan's eyes twinkled. "I thought Hong Yu just picked a random shield. It seems I underestimated him. What is his exact cultivation?" Waifu replied, "I have observed him from a distance. To be honest, I cannot see through him, but he is certainly a Xiantian master." "Even you can't see through him?" Prince Xuan was genuinely surprised. This hunchbacked eunuch, Waifu, was actually a master of the great completion of the essence-gathering realm. If he couldn't see through him, Jiang Qie's strength was staggering. After a moment, Prince Xuan said gravely, "Whatever the Red Snow Army wants, they won't let Jiang Qie go. If he doesn't want to die, he will strike back. Waifu, take the snow-severing sword from my study to him. Tell him to go all out. I will take responsibility for whatever happens." Waifu bowed and turned to leave, but then paused, looking conflicted. There is one more thing." Prince Xuan frowned. "What?" Waifu gave a pained smile. "Your Highness, I just remembered. This morning, the young mistress entered the vault and took that ancient treasure bow from the ruins. She said she was giving it away. I suspect the recipient is Jiang Qie." Prince Xuan's face turned green with heartbreak. "What? That brat gave away the wind anchor bow? She's going to bankrupt this mansion. Go! Get it back! His faction had recently discovered a ruin. The best prize was a few ancient artifacts, of which the bow was the most powerful and well-preserved. It was a priceless treasure, unique even in the prince's collection. He had intended it as an heirloom. Wei Fu quickly tried to soothe him. "Your Highness, please, stay calm." "Listen to me. In 2 months, the young mistress will marry Jiang Qie. By then, he will be part of the family. The bow is just staying in the family, isn't it?" Prince Zhuan stroked his chin, then sighed helplessly. "Fine. If she wants to give it, let her. But tell that brat he better not lose it." Wei Fu asked carefully, "Your Highness, do I still send the snow-severing sword?" "Send my ass! Get out of here!" Prince Zhuan barked irritably. Wei Fu shrank back and hurried out. Prince Zhuan turned to the guard still waiting. "Tell the song representative I'm unwell. Tell them to come back another day." Galloping like a bolt of lightning, Jiang Qie made it back to City Guard headquarters in record time. Fully geared, he arrived at the 2nd Division camp. Lao Zhou, Han Ji, and 2 other captains were huddled in a room, looking grim and helpless. "This is a disgrace. We, the City Guard, were kicked out by a bunch of Northland savages. I can't stomach this." A burly man with a scruffy beard shouted, pacing the room. Lao Zhou snapped back, "What's the point of shouting now, old Hu? Where were you earlier? Your whole unit was on duty near Luoyao Lake. Why didn't you fight? Now our 2nd Division is the laughingstock of the whole City Guard." Old Hu's face turned red. "I wanted to fight. But their commander is an upper 3 rank master, and he brought 700 or 800 hardened veterans in heavy armor. That's 10 times my numbers. If I had fought, my men would have been slaughtered." Just say you're a coward," Lao Zhou scoffed. "I don't believe they would have actually dared to move." "Yuma Lianzhu, horse-faced Zhou. You want a piece of me?" Old Hu roared. "Try me!" Han Ji intervened. "Enough. We shouldn't be fighting amongst ourselves. Lord Zhang is missing, we're leaderless, and the other divisions are just watching from the sidelines. Even Director Zhu is nowhere to be found. We can't take back the base alone. We need to find Lord Zhang." "Lord Zhang is back! Lord Zhang, you're finally back!" As they spoke, Jiang Qie walked in. Their faces lit up with relief as they rose to salute. Qie scanned them coldly. "Why do you all look like wilted plants?" "Lost a battle and gave up?" "We are incompetent, sir. Please punish us." All 4 captains knelt. Qie spoke heavily. "As soldiers, if you lose something, you take it back with your blades. What good is bickering? Get up. Assemble all units at the training grounds." "Yes, sir!" The 4 captains shouted in unison and left, radiating killing intent. Watching them go, Jiang Qie's lips curled into a cold smile. "So the songs have made their move. Let's see how they handle mine." He was going to show them exactly whose territory Hanyang City was. 800 soldiers was a lot, but Qie was confident he could handle an army alone. To him, they were just walking piles of cultivation energy. Outside, he saw some familiar faces. "Come in." Pu Hun, Zhang Bahuang, and Zhao Kong entered. Old Man Liu gave a cheeky grin, made his presence known, then wandered off with his wine. "7th brother, are you okay?" Bahuang asked, looking him over. "What could happen to me?" Qie smiled. He turned to Pu Hun. "Our people didn't suffer too much, did they?" "Rest easy, sir. No one died. A few were injured, but nothing serious. I saw the odds were bad and ordered a retreat." Qie nodded. He didn't blame Pu Hun. Pu Hun and Zhao Kong were just his personal guards with a handful of men. Fighting 800 soldiers would have been suicide. Bawang whispered, "7th brother, Uncle Five says the Red Snow Army is likely here for revenge for Song Yanqing. He says be careful." Qie nodded. "I know. Tell the family to pause the business outside the passes for now so they don't get targeted. I'll make up for any losses." But Huang shook his head. You should tell them yourself. Prince Zhuan's people are coming this afternoon. Uncle Five wants you home. That'll have to wait, Key said. He was busy today, not just with a looming fight, but with tying up several loose ends. He asked Pu Hun, "Did you look into this unit?" Pu Hun looked grave. "Sir, there are 800 of them, led by a commander named Wu Yingcheng. He's a powerhouse with a thirst for blood, famous across the Northlands. He was once a high-ranking officer, but he was demoted and promoted repeatedly for his habit of massacring entire villages. He's a nightmare. Also with him is Song Yan King's third brother, Song Yanhui. He was a prodigy in his youth, but his meridians were ruined by a poisonous pill. He can't practice martial arts, but he's a strategic genius. These 800 are the elite of the Red Snow Army." Kia's eyes narrowed. While this army was nothing to him, to anyone else, they were a bone that would get stuck in your throat. But no matter how hard that bone was, it had to be chewed. Otherwise he, the Jiang family, and the million citizens of Hanyang would have no peace. He knew exactly how armies in this world operated. They could frame you and slaughter your whole family on a whim. Only the imperial court could restrain Red Snow, but they were too far away. By the time a resolution was reached, the Jiang family graves would be overgrown with grass. It was better to strike first. Pu Hun hesitated. "Sir, I don't want to discourage you, but in a fair fight, the city guard might struggle against them. We need a numerical advantage and heavy weaponry." Chie thought for a moment. "Pu Hun, take my token to the armory and requisition 100 ballistae. Then select 500 elite alien warriors and equip them with heavy crossbows and armor. Have them assemble at the training grounds." "Understood." Pu Hun took the token and left. Chie turned to the other two. "Any news on the director?" Ba Huang shook his head. Zhao Kang whispered, "Seventh brother, after last night's battle, Director Zhu hasn't appeared. Officially he's in seclusion, but no one knows where. Some say he's missing. Others say he's dead." Kie shook his head. He didn't believe Zhu Danyang was dead. With his skills, he might not beat Qing Yangzi, but he could escape. Most likely he was badly injured and hiding from the Hanyang sect reinforcements. Of course, Zhu Danyang didn't know that Qing Yangzi and Qin Wuyan could no longer speak. Only Jiang Qie knew the full extent of the betrayal. What about Xiao Yue and Fu Qingxi? Fu Qingxi is patrolling the West City. Xiao Yue didn't show up today. Those two are acting like nothing is happening, Chie thought with a sneer. The top brass of the city guard all had their own agendas. But the Red Snow Army entering the city wasn't just his problem. It was like a stranger sticking their hand into everyone's bowl. No one sitting at this table could stay out of it. After a moment, Jiang Qie made a bold decision. He walked out, mounted his horse, and rode to the edge of the training grounds in full view of everyone. He ascended the God-calling platform. In the corner of the platform hung a 2-meter-tall bronze bell, its surface carved with intricate cloud patterns. The bell was called the Cloud Bell. Usually it was just for show. Hitting it without cause was a capital offense. It was only meant to be rung when Hanyang City faced an existential threat. When it rang, every fighting man in Hanyang City under the city guard's command must assemble at the training grounds within 1 hour. Latecomers will be executed without mercy. As Captains Zhou, Zhang, and Han were rallying their troops, they spotted Jiang Qie ascending the divine martial platform. All eyes turned toward him in curiosity. The next moment, disbelief washed over the crowd. Jiang Qie strode toward the cloud bell, seized the ironwood mallet, and struck it with decisive force. A deep, melodious toll soared into the sky, its resonance scattering the distant clouds. The earth and heavens trembled at the sound. Dong! Dong! The cloud bell tolled 9 times, a world-shaking resonance that instantly sent shockwaves through all of Hanyang City. Under the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, squads of city guard patrols whipped their steeds into a frantic gallop through the streets. Whether on duty or on leave, Every soldier raced toward headquarters as if their lives depended on it. Even Commander Xiao Yue, caught in the middle of a private consultation at a brothel, cursed under his breath as he scrambled into his clothes, commandeered a horse, and rode headlong toward the guardhouse. In a dimly lit underground chamber within an inconspicuous manor in the West City, Commander Fu Qingxi stood respectfully in a corner. "Master," she reported softly, "Zhang Qiye has returned. He is back at the city guard." In the center of the room, a burly figure sitting in meditation snapped his eyes open, a golden glint flashing briefly in the dark. "Zhang Qiye is back?" he asked urgently. "Did he return alone? Did he bring Qin Wuyan? Is he injured?" Fu Qingxi replied, "Zhang Qiye returned alone. He did not have Qin Wuyan with him, nor does he appear to be injured." "That slippery dog. He must have just gone into hiding for a while," Zhu Danyang cursed, but the outburst agitated his injuries, causing him to cough up blood. He looked wretched. His left arm hung limp. Half his hair was gone, and he was drenched in blood, his face as pale as parchment. Clearly, his battle with Qing Yangzi last night had left him severely wounded. Hearing that Zhang Qiye had failed to bring back Qin Wuyan made him feel as though his heavy sacrifices had been in vain. To seize the Hanyang Pearl, he had betrayed his sect and turned against his former brother. He had even exposed his identity as a member of the Immortal Slaying Alliance and lost an arm. Yet he had still failed. This was a bitter pill to swallow. Zhu Danyang wiped the blood from his lips with his good hand, his eyes shimmering with a wolf-like ruthless coldness. His current malevolence was so intense, it felt alien to Fu Qingxi, making her heart tremble with unease. After a moment of fury, Zhu Danyang calmed down, looking desolate and worn. "The arrivals from the Hanyang sect, have we gathered intel on them yet?" he asked, raspy. Fu Qingxi replied, 11 in total. 10 are outer disciples at the Qi refinement stage. Their leader goes by the Taoist name Mu Yangzi. His cultivation is unfathomable. I cannot see through it. However, based on the deference shown by the disciples, he must be at the foundation building stage or higher. Zhu Danyang let out a helpless sigh. Now that the initial impulse had passed, the real trouble had arrived. He knew of Mu Yangzi, a senior master of the Hanyang sect's Hall of Souls who had cultivated for nearly a century. At the late foundation building stage, he was far beyond Qing Yangzi, and not someone Zhu could hope to oppose. Convinced that Mu Yangzi was there to kill him, Zhu Danyang grew restless. Fu Qingxi hesitated before suggesting, "Master, could we seek help from the Prince of Zhuan's mansion to mediate?" Zhu Danyang shook his head, cutting her off. "You overestimate the prince. Those royals are lucky if they can protect themselves from the immortal sects. Do you think the sects care for their feelings? Hanyang City hasn't been ravaged by sects or demons all these years, not because of a prince, but because of a demon suppressor. Unfortunately, despite years of searching, I haven't found a single trace of them." Fu Qingxi asked worriedly, "Master, what do you plan to do next?" Zhu Danyang sighed with a mix of helplessness and resentment. "The Hanyang sect won't let me go. Every moment I stay in this city increases the danger. I have no choice but to flee into the great desolation. When I first came here, I swore to make Hanyang a paradise free of bullying and oppression. Now it seems I must break that promise. My strength is too meager. I must focus on survival. In this world of martial arts, one is rarely the master of their own fate. Before I leave the pass, I need to visit the Immortal Slaying Alliance headquarters to exchange some items. However, my teleportation stone was shattered by Qing Yangzi. I can only go through Liang Chun's channel. Keep a close watch for him. As soon as Liang Chun returns, notify me immediately." "Yes, master," Fu Qingxi replied quickly. "Go then." Zhu Danyang nodded, closing his eyes wearily. Fu Qingxi hesitated. "Master, 800 red snow soldiers have entered the city to purge demons. How should we handle this?" Zhu Danyang frowned. He was about to abandon everything for the desolation. Why should he care about these mundane matters? However, he showed a bit more patience for his disciple. "The Red Snow Army has always been tyrannical," he mused. They've already seized control of several small cities within the pass. But for them to dare reach for a major city like Hanyang is crossing a line. Discuss this with Xiao Yue and Jiang Qie. Their entry might seem aimed at Jiang Qie, but in reality, they likely want to control the city and pressure the Prince of Xuan. But I doubt the Song family will succeed this time. They are looking for trouble, and the Prince of Xuan is no pushover. Qingxi, once I am gone, you should align yourself with the prince's mansion. Consult with Jiang Qie often, though that boy isn't exactly a saint. He is shrewd, capable, and possesses decent strength, all while having the prince's backing. He is going to be someone significant. It is better to have him as an ally than an enemy. Xiao Yue, however, is indecisive and wavering. His end likely won't be pretty. Keep your distance from him. As for you, your mind is sharp and your strategy brilliant. You're built for command, but your weakness is your heart. You are easily wounded by your emotions. Without me here, you must protect yourself. Yunwei has already settled in with the demon suppressors. She's seen the glamour of the capital and likely won't return. Let her go and forget her. Master, let me go with you beyond the pass, Fu Qingxi pleaded, kneeling with reddened eyes. Zhu Danyang sighed. Silly girl. The great desolation is no place for the faint of heart. It is a lawless, bloody land where the only rule is survival of the fittest. Even with my strength, I cannot guarantee my own safety there. Stay in Hanyang and live in peace. Once you reach the 3rd rank, you'll be eligible to join the Immortal Slaying Alliance. Then we shall meet again. As he spoke, the tolling of the cloud bell reached their ears, causing both of them to pale. Master, that's 9 tolls, Fu Qingxi said in disbelief. Zhu Danyang's expression darkened. I've barely left the office, and someone has the gall to ring the cloud bell? Xiao Yue doesn't have the spine for it. Could it be Jiang Qie? What is that fellow up to? Fu Qingxi looked anxious. Master, let me go and see. Take my command token just in case. Zhu Danyang tossed his token to her. The disciple takes her leave. She caught the token, bowed, and quickly mounted her horse to gallop away. Meanwhile, the spring by Luoyao Lake had become the red snow camp. By the pond, a young man in leisure robes sat holding a fishing rod, his expression serene as he watched the water. He had been like this for over an hour, looking as if he could stay forever if undisturbed. Even when a fish bit, he ignored it entirely. He wasn't fishing for fish. He was fishing for his own patience, testing how long he could hold out. Not far from him, a burly, middle-aged man in armor sprawled on a lounge chair, lazily drinking wine surrounded by empty jars. Young master, is this really fun? Wasting time competing with yourself? Wouldn't it be better to practice your forms or kill someone? Hell, even snatching a few women from the streets would be better than this, Wu Yingcheng scoffed with blatant disdain. Song Yanhui finally moved, giving the rod a casual flick. The hooked fish instantly exploded into a cloud of mist. Uncle Wu, you don't understand, he said calmly. This is training. It's a method of heart stilling taught to me by a Taoist, quite different from common techniques. Wu Yingcheng squinted skeptically. And does it work? The results aren't obvious yet, but I feel my lifespan lengthening, Song Yanhui said earnestly. Ha ha ha! Wu Yingcheng roared with laughter, his massive frame making the lounge chair creak under the strain. A soft cough came from behind. Wu Yingcheng stopped laughing and frowned at the newcomer. Guo Ji, what are you doing here? Any news? Guo Jai bowed obsequiously. General Wu, Master Yanhui, my men report that the little beast Jiang Qie has returned. He's currently gathering troops at the city guard, preparing to take back this location. Wu Yingcheng sneered. Let him come. I was worried he wouldn't. Today we'll show these pampered Hanyang lapdogs what real Northland men are made of. Guo Ji flattered him with a smile. With you here personally, General, It's like using a dragon-slaying saber to kill a chicken. If Jiang Qie knew of your fame, he wouldn't dare show his face. Wu Yingcheng laughed heartily. Good lad, Guo. Once we finish this, you're coming back under my command as a commander of 500. Guo Cai's smile froze. He was caught between a laugh and a cry. Being a Red Snow commander was better than being exiled to Jinghu City, but General Wu himself was only a commander of 500 right now. Song Yanhui's brow arched as he mused. I heard Jiang Qie has a group of Iron Ridge army remnants with him. They'll likely figure out our strength soon. If he gets cold feet and flees Hanyang, it won't be any fun. Guoji, spread the word. Tonight at midnight we will exterminate the Jiang family. He either comes to the meeting with his blade, or he kneels and begs for mercy. There is no third option. Guoji left in high spirits, sensing his chance for revenge. He could already see the Jiang family in ruins, but after a few steps, a thunderous tolling shook the very air. 9 tolls. Guo Cai's face paled, panic flickering in his eyes. At the sound, Wu Yingcheng and Song Yanhui also stood up, their expressions shifting. They exchanged a look of mutual gravity. Wu Yingcheng snorted heavily. Those bastards, they aren't following the script. How cursed! 2 arms. Let's hope this isn't aimed at us, or this is going to be a tough fight. Song Yanhui frowned. According to the usual pattern, they should have sent someone to negotiate, split power, and dicker over interests until we eventually hollowed them out from the inside. Local guards usually just become pigs on the Red Snow chopping block. Why isn't it working in Hanyang? To ring the cloud bell. They aren't leaving themselves a way out. If it comes to a real fight, our 800 men are fearless, but we lack the home field advantage. We might actually take a hit. For the first time, Wu Yingcheng and Song Yanhui felt a sense of looming frustration. Events were spiraling out of control. On the platform, Jiang Qie set down an hourglass to wait for the 1-hour deadline. He had traded his partial armor for a commander's full plate, his face hidden behind a visor, leaving only his deep, chilling eyes visible. He stood leaning on his sword, watching the surge of soldiers and alien auxiliaries. As time ticked away, the training grounds filled with nearly 4,000 men, though only 700 or 800 were official regulars. The Gale camp had their blades drawn, guarding the entrances, ready to enforce military law the moment the hourglass ran out. Suddenly, a graceful figure in female armor strode onto the platform. Jiang Qie looked up. He took a moment to appreciate Fu Qingxi. The city guard armor was both ornate and practical, and on her, it was particularly striking. Officer Fu, he asked, where is Director Zhu? If anyone knew Zhu Danyang's whereabouts, it was her. She was his prized disciple. Fu Qingxi snapped back. Jiang Qie, what the hell are you playing at? Qie ignored her and repeated, where is Director Zhu? She countered, what do you intend to do? Qie's eyes narrowed. Is the director alive or dead? Fu Qingxi, annoyed, replied coldly, no comment. Suddenly, Qie sent a secret voice transmission. If you won't say it, don't. But watch the northwest. Fu Qingxi blinked and looked toward the northwest. Her eyes widened. Above the trees surrounding the grounds, a figure in Taoist robes was hovering on a flying sword, watching the assembly from on high. It was Mu Yangzi of the Hanyang sect, a foundation-building master. She knew her master was hiding from them. Though she hadn't given Qie an answer, he was now certain Zhu Danyang was alive. Moreover, the sect hadn't found him yet. This gave Qie a window of time. If he could eliminate Zhu Danyang before the Hanyang sect did, the secrets of last night would remain buried, the Hanyang pearl and the dragon marrow essence. Could all be blamed on Zhu Danyang. After all, the dead don't argue. He just hoped Zhu wouldn't go to Wushan Mountain yet. For now, the hunt for Zhu Danyang had to be kept quiet. Given his status, any overt search would invite unwanted trouble. Fu Qingxi regained her composure. Jiang Qie, tell me, what is your goal? Starting a war with the Red Snow Army? Can you handle the consequences? Chie replied coldly, I have to. This isn't just about pride. It's about territory. If we do nothing, what if they stay? What if they bring more troops tomorrow? Can our few hundred regulars and auxiliaries stop a 60,000-strong army? This fight is inevitable. The sooner we hit them, while they're unsettled, the better. We need to hit them so hard they never dare reach for this city again. Fu Qingxi remained silent, processing his words. She knew this army was likely here for him, but what he said was a very real possibility. Red Snow was supposed to guard the Great Snow Pass, but they had already covertly taken over 4 or 5 cities, replacing local guards with their own men and monopolizing all business. After a moment, she looked him in the eye. I will help you drive them out, but from here on, you follow my command. On what grounds? Chie arched an eyebrow. On these. From her sleeve, she pulled out a shimmering gold token, Zhu Danyang's personal director's seal. Chie's eyes lit up. He reached out with a vacuum-like pull and snatched it. Perfect. With this, everything is official. Give it back! Fu Qingxi lunged for it. But Kie had already stowed it in his storage ring. He looked at her with a smirk. Lady Fu, let me be blunt. This is better in my hands. You're too weak to command respect from the masses. He released a tiny pulse of his field, freezing her in place. Fu Qingxi struggled but couldn't move, her heart racing in shock. Fortunately, the pressure vanished as quickly as it came. Flushed with anger, she huffed, Fine, keep it, but remember, you owe me one. Sure, no problem, Chie chuckled. Owing a woman a favor was a small price to pay. With the token, he had full control. Fu Qingxi glared at him, resentful but powerless. In this world, the fist made the rules. As much as she disliked him, his strength was undeniable. What happened? Who rang the bell? Commander Xiao Yue finally arrived, panting and exhausted. I did, Kie said. Glad you could make it, Commander Xiao. Xiao Yue frowned. Lord Jiang, why have you sounded the cloud bell? Chie replied, Take a breath, Commander. You'll find out soon enough. He turned to the edge of the platform and infused his voice with inner energy. The hour is up. Seal the entrances and begin the roll call. Xiao Yue watched Chie taking charge, his face darkening. Even with Zhu Danyang gone, it should be him leading, or perhaps Fu Qingxi, as the director's disciple. Jiang Chie had only been a commander for a few days. His official commission was still in the mail. What right did he have? But Chie's next words stunned him. Everyone, I am Jiang Chie, commander of the 2nd Division. By order of Director Zhu Danyang, I have been appointed acting director of the City Guard. Chie promoted himself without a second thought. Zhu wouldn't dare come out to argue. If he did, Kie would just silence him. He pulled out the gold token and hung it at his waist, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. It was I who rang the cloud bell. Bang. You all know what that means. Hanyang City has reached a moment of life and death. This is no exaggeration. Our former commander, Guoji, has turned traitor out of resentment. He has led a band of deserters and bandits into our city. They have looted shops, violated hundreds of women, and slaughtered innocent citizens. Their crimes are monstrous. Worse, they may be carrying a demonic source. If we don't wipe them out immediately, Hanyang will become a demon realm, and its million citizens will turn into monsters. We have nowhere to run. We fight for our families. Empowered by his chi, Chie's voice thundered like a hammer into the hearts of every soldier. Shock, disbelief, fear, and finally a tidal wave of fury and killing intent erupted from the crowd. They waved their blades, their roars filling the sky. Fight! 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 The sound echoed over all of Hanyang. Soldiers began donning heavy armor and barding their horses. The training grounds became a sea of steel and killing intent. Fu Qingxi and Xiao Yui looked at Zhang Qiye as if he were a monster. They had to admit, his talent for manipulation was top tier. If they hadn't known better, they might have believed him themselves. Fu Qingxi was fine with it. She just cared about the city guard's interests. But Xiao Yue was different. He was an outsider who just wanted to finish his term and transfer back to the capital. He had no desire to die in a war with the Red Snow Army. Zhang Qiye, you're leaving yourself no way out, he hissed. Do you really intend to start a bloodbath? Qiye pushed back his visor, looking righteous. Commander Xiao, they've cornered us. We have no choice. But that's the Red Snow Army, not a band of bandits, Xiao Yue argued. Qiye countered sharply. Only those guarding the Great Snow Pass are the Red Snow Army. Once they desert and invade Hanyang, they are bandits. Sophistry, Xiao Yue gritted his teeth. What if I refuse? Qiye smiled meaningfully. You're a veteran, Commander. It should be you leading. But do you know why the director chose me instead of you? Fu Qingxi rolled her eyes, thinking of how thick-skinned and devious Qiye was. Xiao Yue, however, was genuinely curious. Why? Qiye's smile turned icy. Because you are too weak, and the weak obey the strong. That is the law of heaven. Before Xiao Yue could snap, a terrifying pressure slammed into him, making him gasp for air. It felt as if a mountain were crushing him, forcing him to his knees. Xiao Yue felt a sudden surge of fear. He knew Qiye wouldn't kill him in public, but he also knew he wouldn't be in public forever. Cross him, and he wouldn't survive his term. Commander Xiao, Qiye's cold voice rang out. I don't want to make things hard for you. But we can't have two voices right now. Either cooperate or hand over your command. Choose. Xiao Yue gritted his teeth, fighting the pressure. I will follow your lead, Director, he managed to choke out. The pressure vanished instantly. Xiao Yue wobbled, swallowing back a surge of blood as he gasped for breath. Qiye helped him up with a friendly smile, patting his shoulder. Commander, don't say that. You're my senior. I've always respected you. We need to work together to get through this, right? Xiao Yue forced a strained smile. Yes, Lord Jiang is young but far-sighted. I am ashamed in comparison. Too kind, Commander. I still have much to learn from you. Fu Qingxi watched their sudden shift from enemies to brothers with blatant disgust. Regardless, Zhang Qiye had cemented his control over the city guard. Lord Jiang! Someone from the prince's mansion is here to see you, a Gale Camp soldier reported. Qiye blinked. Aren't they supposed to be at the Jiang house? Bring them here. Moments later, the tall eunuch waifu and a beautiful young maid were led onto the platform. Qiye recognized them immediately. The prince's head eunuch and Xiao Hongyu's maid, Yun Wei. Eunuch Wei, Lady Yun Wei, to what do I owe the pleasure? He asked directly. Waifu smiled and looked at Yun Wei. The girl beamed. Master Qiye. I am here on the young mistress's orders to bring you a treasure. What treasure? Qiye asked. Yun Wei pulled a massive chest-sized box from her storage ring. Thud! The platform shook under its weight. She opened the lid, and a brilliant 7-colored light burst forth, painting the sky with iridescent hues. Not only was Qiye stunned, but the commanders and soldiers behind him were rooted to the spot. It was a spectacular sight. Yun Wei giggled. Master Qiye, this is the wind anchor bow, a supreme artifact of the ancient Lingyun sect. The young mistress picked it out from the vault specifically for you. Qiye's eyes lit up. He reached out with a pull, and with a heavy thrum the magnificent bow flew into his hand. He nearly stumbled. The bow was incredibly heavy, over 3,000 pounds. He barely caught it. His casual handling of such weight left Wei Fu and Yun Wei in awe. Even a third-rank master would struggle to lift 3,000 pounds, yet Qiye had snatched it from dozens of meters away. The bow was a gorgeous dark gold carved with dragon patterns. It felt cold and ancient. Most remarkably, the bowstring was a shimmering rainbow of colors. "If I'm not mistaken," Fu Qingxi whispered in awe, "that string is woven from 7 different essence jiao, dragonkin tendons." "The main strand is the essence of a 5th-grade wind dragon. What a massive gift!" Qiye was thrilled. He loved it. He pulled the string back with a surge of power, and a bolt of white qi manifested on the string. He released. Whir! The bolt tore through the air. Half a kilometer away, a grove of trees exploded into splinters as if hit by a storm. The dust blotted out the sun. Above the trees, Mu Yangzi, the Hanyang sect master, was nearly scared out of his wits by the sudden blast and fled using an invisibility talisman. "A fine bow! Yunwei, thank the young mistress for me. I love it." Zheng Qi smiled. "That was just a fraction of my power. If I go all out, the results will be far more devastating." Yunwei beamed, her task complete. "I'm glad you like it, Master Qiye. My trip wasn't in vain. Now that the gift is delivered, I shall take my leave." She offered a playful bow. Zhang Qiye's mind raced. "Wait, Yunwei. It's only polite to return a favor. I have something for your young mistress." Yunwei giggled, winking mischievously. "Master Qiye, my young mistress has seen countless treasures. Ordinary things won't catch her eye." Zhang Qiye replied, "A gift's value isn't just in the object itself, but in who gives it." The onlookers shared bewildered glances. This man's audacity was truly boundless. Ignoring them, he put away the bow and produced a palm-sized, snow-white bone. This was a 5th-grade wind spirit bone he had exchanged from the Immortal Slaying Alliance for 200 merit points, coincidentally the bounty for the bride's life. Its danger-sensing abilities were 10 times stronger than the 3rd-grade wind spirit pearl Jiang Liu Dao had given him, though still less valuable than the bow. He didn't use a chisel. Instead, he condensed his primordial energy into a blade, his fingers moving in a blur across the bone. He paused, realizing his carving skills were lackluster. However, he wasn't worried. What he lacked in technique, he could make up for with raw cultivation power. If the cultivation beads could boost his martial arts, surely they could improve his craftsmanship. He spent a year's worth of cultivation essence. In seconds, Zhang Qiye transformed from a novice into a master sculptor. Despite the hardness of the bone, it yielded like soft wood under his qi. Bone dust sprayed like snow as a delicate, exquisite comb began to take shape in his hands. He polished it briefly. The snow-white surface soon took on a lustrous, jade-like sheen, emitting a faint, ethereal white glow. Zhang Qi studied it, feeling it needed one final touch. With a mischievous grin, he carved 4 small characters into the spine. Great mighty heavenly dragon, invincible guard. "Perfect," he muttered, finally satisfied. He placed the comb into a small box and used his energy to slide it gently toward Yunwei. "Take this back to the young mistress. It may not be worth much in gold, but my sentiment is priceless." He wondered how she would feel, trading a massive crate for a tiny box. Yunwei gave him a charming, sideways glance, tucked the box away with a smile, and departed with a graceful gait. Zhang Qiye watched her go, nodding to himself. Not a bad girl, maybe a buy-one, get-one deal in the making. 2 months left. I'm looking forward to it. He then turned to Eunuch Weifu. "Eunuch Wei, do you have a gift for me as well?" Weifu gave a wry smile. "No gifts, Master Jiang, only a message from the prince." "What is it?" Qiye asked. The eunuch's expression turned solemn. He whispered, "The prince says, do what you must. Whatever happens, I will bear the consequences." Qiye's eyes flickered. He nodded thoughtfully. "Tell the prince I have received his word." "I shall take my leave." Weifu left immediately. His message was clear not only to Zhang Qiye, but also to Fu Qingxi and Xiao Yue. Any lingering doubts about clashing with the Red Snow Army vanished. They now had the absolute backing of the Prince of Xuan. The focus shifted from "should we fight" to "how do we win?" Xiao Yue, a distant royal branch, had been planning to slack off. But seeing the prince's blatant support for Zhang Jie, he buried his schemes. Crossing the prince would be social and professional suicide. The three finalized their battle plans. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, a massive army of thousands marched out from the city guard, splitting into 3 routes to converge on Luoyao Lake. The streets thundered with the sound of hooves and the clatter of steel. The scent of impending war permeated the air, turning Hanyang into a city of iron and blood. Inside the Guo Manor, the once beautiful gardens had been turned into a chaotic military encampment. Tripwires and obstacles were set across the courtyards. Squads of soldiers in dark red iron plate and white capes stood ready, swords drawn and crossbows loaded. Wu Yingcheng, Song Yanhui, and Guo Jie watched from the roof of a 3-story building. "General, the city guard has sealed off a 5-mile radius. They have 800 cavalry and nearly 3,000 infantry. General, they are evacuating civilians and leveling nearby structures to clear a path for their charge. General, large numbers of ballistae and fire dragon siege wagons have been spotted." Wu Yingcheng sat with his legs splayed, listening to the reports. He sneered. "These Hanyang mongrels put on a good show, but let's see if they have the teeth to back it up," Guji mused. Based on their movements, Fu Qingxi must be commanding. She's young but a brilliant strategist. Of course, compared to a veteran like you, General, she's a mere firefly against the moon. Wu Yingqing laughed arrogantly. "Gimmicks mean nothing in the face of absolute power. I'll sit right here and let them come. We'll see if Hanyang has enough bodies to fill the pit I'm digging. Report! An arrow-borne letter from the enemy." "Let me see." Wu Yingcheng took the letter nonchalantly. As he read, his face turned livid, his body trembling with rage. His eyes burned with fury as he stared at the paper. The letter exposed several of his past scandals, vile deeds no one in the Northland dared mention. To do so was to court death. Yet today, someone had mocked him openly, calling him subhuman. "I've fought for decades and cut off 10,000 heads. No one mocks me like this. That whelp Zhang Jie, I'll skin him alive and dig up his ancestors." Wu Yingcheng crushed the letter, his qi erupting. He prepared to lead a charge immediately, but Song Yanhui, still in his meditative state, stood to intervene. "Uncle Wu, this is a provocation. Don't fall for it," Guoji added frantically. "The general is right. Our men are heavy infantry, the city guard's elite are cavalry. If we charge out, we play right into their hands. Even if we win, the losses will be staggering," Wu Yingcheng roared. "You know nothing. This area is too cramped for horses to gallop. Even in a head-on clash, my men won't flinch. Besides, waiting to be hit isn't my style. Today I'll show these Hanyang lapdogs why I'm called Wu the Butcher." He leapt from the roof, his massive frame hitting the ground with a bone-shaking thud that made the earth tremble. Guo Jie looked on with a pained expression. Having served in the city guard for years, he knew their strength. Under Zhu Danyang's strict regime, they had become a formidable force. While the Red Snow Army was impressive, they didn't hold a decisive advantage here. But Wu Yingcheng wouldn't listen. Song Yanhui's expression was equally dark. Though a member of the Song family, his inability to practice martial arts made him an object of scorn. In the army, he was merely a strategist. Seeing Wu's mind was made up, Song decided to hedge their bets. He handed a token to a hooded figure. "Tell the Snowhawk Guard to circle nearby. Be ready to support the general at a moment's notice." The figure vanished silently. Hundreds of meters south of the manor, Zhang Jie sat casually on a rooftop in light silver armor, sipping wine from a flask. He didn't know much about large-scale tactics, but he knew one thing: leave professional work to the professionals. Commander Fu Qingxi was a renowned leader whose suppression of mountain bandits was legendary. Zhang Jie hadn't let ego get in the way, and had handed her full tactical command while he acted as a roving threat. The three commanders had clear roles. Fu Qingxi commanded the center, Xiao Yue held the city gates with the auxiliaries to cut off reinforcements and retreats, and Zhang Jie was responsible for breaking enemy formations and assassinating their high-level martial artists. Compared to the others, Xiao Yue was essentially just along for the ride. Zhang Jie watched as Fu Qingxi evacuated civilians and moved her troops with surgical precision, slowly turning the Guo Manor into an isolated island. It was orderly and possessed a certain grim beauty that earned his silent respect. The Yu family had cleared out their servants long ago. Their butler even approached Fu Qingxi, offering their estate as a base for the operation and waiving any damages. Fu Qingxi accepted without hesitation, moving the fire dragon wagons and ballistae into the prince's villa. They tore down the garden walls, using the high ground to exert crushing pressure on the Red Snow army below. Just as they prepared to breach the perimeter, the manor's walls collapsed outward. A mass of Red Snow soldiers charged out with a deafening roar. "Where is Zhang Jie? Come out and face me! I'll tear you into 8 pieces!" Wu Yingcheng led the charge, looking like a demonic bear in his heavy plate. He swung a massive blade, a 7-meter arc of energy cleaving a dozen auxiliaries in two. Behind him, the Red Snow army poured out like a crimson flood, their killing intent sky-high. Crossbow bolts filled the air, dropping frontline soldiers in rows. The two forces slammed together. The first line against the Red Snow elite wasn't the city guard regulars, but 1,000 armored auxiliaries. It was a slaughter. The auxiliary line shattered almost instantly, men screaming as they scattered. However, this revealed the heavy ballistae positioned behind them. The machines roared like great beasts. Giant, spear-like bolts tore through the Red Snow ranks, causing massive casualties and stalling their momentum. Forced into a defensive posture, the Red Snow soldiers hunkered down to wait out the barrage. In an instant, the raw cruelty of war was laid bare. Bodies piled up on the blood-soaked earth. Although Zhang Jie was receiving constant notifications of gained cultivation, he felt no joy, only a cold, focused resolve. Battlefields were devoid of grace. There was only offense and blood. Since most were martial artists with high vitality and heavy armor, many survived initial wounds only to be trampled or finished off in the chaos. The notifications were a constant hum in his mind. "Zhang Jie, show yourself!" Wu Yingcheng roared while parrying bolts. Jie watched him from afar, wondering why the man sounded so personally offended. Did I sleep with his concubine? His subordinate, Pu Hun, whispered, "Sir, earlier Lady Fu had me send a very descriptive letter to Wu Yingcheng mocking his weaknesses. She signed your name." Kie's mouth twitched. "That woman is a menace." Just then, Fu Qingxi's voice boomed from the command wagon. "Zhang Jie, lead the right-wing cavalry. Break their formation and stop Wu Yingcheng. He's likely a second-rank master." Understood. Chie's blood began to boil. He kicked off the roof, soaring through the air like a great bird, covering hundreds of meters in a few bounds. He landed at the head of the Eastern Cavalry. Mounted on a black stallion, he drew his shimmering starstone spirit sword. "Follow me. Wipe out these deserters. Kill! Kill! Kill!" Under the blood-red sunset, 400 riders thundered after him. Their speed intensified until Kie and his mount seemed to move as one. His sword emitted a 5-foot blade of light, whistling through the air with a piercing shriek. By the time they reached the manor gates, the unit had become a serrated wedge of steel, driving deep into the Red Snow formation. The collision was a chaos of screaming horses and shattered bone. Zhang Kie was the tip of the spear. His horse slammed through a barricade and sent 3 heavy infantrymen flying, their bodies mangled by the impact. Even martial artists couldn't withstand the kinetic energy of heavy cavalry at full gallop. Kie's horse eventually went down with a pained whinny, throwing him forward. As he hit the ground, 3 blades, 2 spears, and a crossbow bolt converged on him. An ordinary soldier would have died instantly. But Key was no ordinary soldier. He expanded his Iron Mountain field. The incoming weapons were diverted, flying back with increased force to slaughter the attackers. Without a moment's pause, he surged forward on foot, moving as fast as any horse. His sword pulsed with white light, a blade of pure destruction. He was an unstoppable force of nature. In his silver-white armor, he carved a path through the enemy, leaving a trail of severed limbs and shattered shields. He had become a whirlwind of gore. The Red Snow Army's armor was superior, reinforced with great desolation python skin that could stop most bolts. But against Jiang Qie, their defense was like wet paper. In minutes, he had cut the enemy force in half. He had already personally killed nearly 80 soldiers, and the number was climbing. The surrounding soldiers looked at him with sheer terror, as if facing a demon from the wastes. He didn't have time to check his cultivation beads, but the notifications were relentless. With his battle spirit soaring, he locked onto Wu Yingcheng. "Weren't you looking for me?" His voice boomed over the battlefield. Wu Yingcheng had been nearing Fu Qingxi's command wagon, putting her in a precarious position. Hearing Qie's voice, he spun around, his eyes flashing like a wild beast's. "Jiang Qie, die!" He kicked off the ground, covering 50 meters in a single leap. A second-rank peak master, his presence was like an ocean, crushing and immense. In midair, he swung his blade in a massive arc. A 5-foot dark red blade of energy screamed toward Qie's head, the pinnacle of Wu's lifetime of combat. He could have split a small mountain. But his target was harder than any mountain. Qie looked up, his face cold as iron. He expanded his 13-meter Iron Mountain field. A localized vortex of force formed above him. As Wu fell into the vortex, he froze in midair, his 10,000-pound strike grinding to a halt. He hung there like an insect in a web, unable to move, the internal pressure making him want to vomit blood. "What? What is this? What is your cultivation?" he screamed in disbelief. Qie didn't answer. His sword traced a brilliant white line through the air, cleaving the world, and Wu Yingcheng in two. The burly general was severed at the waist, blood spraying across the sky. A curdling scream rang out. Both sides froze in momentary shock. The city guard, who had seen Wu as an unstoppable god of war, erupted in cheers as their morale skyrocketed. The Red Snow Army was in total shock. The butcher was dead, and he had died like a dog. On the rooftop of the manor, Song Yanhui watched with a darkening expression. That waste Wu, all that fame for nothing. This Jiang Qie is strong. If the Snowhawks can't handle him, I'll have to step in. A flash of killing intent and hesitation crossed his eyes. He had a secret mission in Hanyang and didn't want to expose his strength too early. He had spent years hiding in plain sight, looking down on the world as a silent observer. Remarkably, Wu Yingcheng wasn't dead yet. His severed torso hung in the air for a moment. Suddenly, a screeching cry pierced the air. A massive white shadow streaked down, snatched Wu's upper body and soared back into the sky. Qie looked up. A dozen massive white eagles were circling above, snowhawks with wingspans of over 10 meters. Their wings kicked up storms of wind. On their backs stood powerful figures. The weakest were third-rank masters, and their leader was a first-rank expert. This was the true ace of the Red Snow Army, the Snowhawk Guard. Qie sneered. They were the elite of the elite, far beyond his own Gale camp. "Lay down your arms or be slaughtered!" the leader thundered from his mount. Arrows began raining down from the sky with surgical precision, pinning men and horses to the earth. The city guard tried to fire back, but their arrows couldn't reach that height. Qie wasn't most people. He drew a heavy bow, notched 9 arrows wrapped in primordial energy, and drew it into a full moon. Frontier 9-shot. The arrows vanished into the air, seeking 9 targets. They moved like ghosts, silent and deadly. With a range exceeding 1,000 meters, the giant eagles screeched as feathers flew. However, these eagles were first-stage wasteland beasts with hides like steel. Ordinary arrows, even chi-infused ones, couldn't drop them. The Snowhawk Guard took the attack as a personal insult. They dove lower, their attacks becoming more frequent and lethal. "Fine, you had your chance," Chie muttered. He reached into his storage and pulled out a different bow. The wind anchor bow erupted in 7-colored light, drawing every eye on the battlefield. The Snowhawk Guard grew wary, but Kie had no intention of showing mercy. He drew the bow to a full moon. As he poured his energy into it, 9 white arrows of pure light appeared on the string, radiating a terrifying aura of destruction. Twang! The light arrows tore through the sky. Boom! 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 9 explosions rocked the heavens. Feathers and gore rained down like a crimson storm. The 9 riders, though skilled, were forced to leap from their falling mounts hundreds of feet in the air. But before they could land, Kie's fingers moved again. Sharp beams of light, his finger chi, pierced the falling warriors. The beams left clean holes through their bodies. Starting from those holes, their flesh began to petrify, turning them into stone statues before they even hit the ground. Wu Yingcheng's upper half also fell, finally lifeless. The 3 surviving eagles fled into the clouds, terrified. "Whoever you are, you will pay for this," the leader roared from the safety of the heights. His eyes burned with hatred. In seconds, he had lost 9 of his best men, including a first-rank master. It was an unprecedented loss for the Snowhawk Guard. He wanted to dive down and rip Kie apart, but logic stayed his hand. He couldn't see through Kie's cultivation, and that rainbow bow filled him with a primal, bone-deep fear. Even at 1,000 meters, he didn't feel safe. Chie's voice rose to meet him, cold and clear. "If you were fighting at the Great Snow Pass, I would honor you as heroes of the Empire. But today you turned your blades on your own people. You used your power to loot and violate this city. You are no different from bandits or demons. You have forfeited your honor. From this day forward, any Northland soldier who steps within 300 miles of Hanyang without leave shall be executed. Consider this your only warning." "Bastard! Who do you think you are?" the leader screamed. "I am Xiao Yue of the Hanyang City Guard. Remember that name?" Chia shouted back. "Xiao Yue, I will personally take your head," the leader vowed, before turning his remaining eagles toward the horizon. Kie watched them vanish, a cold smirk on his lips. He prepared to finish off the remaining infantry, but a sudden, faint sense of dread washed over him. What is this? His muscles tensed as he scanned the area. He felt as though he had been locked onto by a terrifying, unseen force. Around him, the red snow infantry were too terrified to approach within 30 meters. On the surface, there was no one left who could pose a threat to him. But the feeling intensified. Chi's gaze shifted across the battlefield, locking onto the 3-story building in the center of the manor. His eyes met a pair of cold, deep pupils. The owner looked like a frail, handsome scholar who might blow away in a light breeze, but those eyes were ancient and chilling, looking down on the world like a god. A ruler of destiny who held the lives of all in his hands. Zhang Chie's eyes narrowed as his grip tightened around the wind anchor bow. The young man was a stranger, yet Zhang Chie guessed his identity in an instant. Song Yanhui, the 3rd son of the Song clan from Snowgate City. Rumor had it the 3rd young master was a talentless weakling who couldn't practice martial arts. It turned out, he was just another tiger playing the part of a pig. "Hey, interesting," Zhang Chie sneered in mockery. Song Yanhui remained composed, letting out a soft sigh that carried a hint of weary resignation. "Zhang Chie, I truly had no wish to reveal myself. After all, over these years, I have grown quite fond of watching the clowns dance around me. Unfortunately, this battle is of great consequence, and I cannot afford to lose. Therefore, you must die." His voice was not loud, yet it cut through the cacophony of the battlefield with needle-like precision. As he spoke, a terrifying spiritual pressure unique to cultivators erupted. The aura surged from his slender frame, spreading across the battlefield and drawing the stunned gazes of thousands. "Heavens, a cultivator! That man is a cultivator! Young Master Yanhui isn't a waste, he's an immortal." "Ha ha! The heavens are on our side! The Red Snow Army shall prevail! Kill!" Both the city guard and the Red Snow soldiers were struck dumb. Every eye turned toward Song Yanhui in disbelief. Once the shock passed, the faces of the Red Snow soldiers were lit with fanatical joy. Their morale surged instantly, sweeping away their previous gloom. Conversely, the city guard fell into a state of panic. To them, a cultivator meant invincibility. No one doubted that this single man possessed the power to slaughter every last soul in the city guard. After a momentary start, Jiang Qie actually felt a slight sense of relief. Song Yanhui was indeed a cultivator, and not a low-level one at that. He was in the early foundation building stage, placing him on par with Qing Yangzi of the Hanyang sect. Yet he was only in his early 20s. This was the definition of a genius. Early foundation building. That's manageable, Qie thought. If his cultivation were any higher, I'd have to consider a strategic withdrawal. As a man whose life goal was to dominate the Bronze League, he had zero interest in fighting uphill battles. He only enjoyed it when others tried to challenge him from below. An early foundation building stage was roughly equivalent to his own rank as a true UN first-stage martial artist. It wasn't too outrageous. Watching Song Yanhui's transformation, Jiang Qie's gaze grew playful, mixed with a shred of genuine admiration. Others thought Qie had been biding his time for years, but he knew the truth. He hadn't been hiding his talent. He simply hadn't had any until the cultivation beads arrived. Without those beads, he would have lived a mundane life. Song Yanhui was different. This man was a genuine immortal talent, yet he had willingly endured 20 years of ridicule and dismissal, wearing the mantle of the Song family failure with perfect patience. What kind of iron-willed resolve or sheer madness did that require? Under different circumstances, Jiang Qie might have invited him for a drink to discuss the joys of staying low-key, but here and now the stakes were too high. Song Yanhui couldn't lose, and neither could Jiang Qie. If Song Yanhui lost, he could retreat to the Snowgate Pass where his family still ruled. If Jiang Qie lost, he would become a stray dog at best, or take the entire Jiang family down with him at worst. That was unacceptable. "Come then, Song Yanhui. Let me see what the third master of the Song family is truly made of. Show the world what you've been hiding all these years." Jiang Qie's eyes turned cold as killing intent flared. He raised the wind anchor bow once more, the seven-colored light intensifying as 9 arrows of pure qi began to condense on the string. A suffocating aura of death spread across the field, silencing the crowd. With a resonant thrum that vibrated through the air, 9 streaks of white light pierced the sky, screaming toward Song Yanhui on the rooftop like bolts of lightning. "I have nothing to prove to you. The methods of the immortals are beyond the comprehension of a mere mortal like you." Song Yanhui spoke with an arrogance that was baked into his very marrow, looking down like a deity upon ants. He didn't even flinch at the incoming arrows. He simply crushed a jade talisman. In the next heartbeat, the 9 arrows struck his body. The explosion was deafening, reducing the 3-story building to a heap of rubble. But he wasn't dead. The figure struck was merely a shadow. He had used an instant shadow talisman to teleport. He reappeared 100 meters away, standing atop a rock garden. He looked down at Jiang Qie, his eyes flashing like lightning, his black hair flowing like a waterfall over his snow-white robes. Bathed in a faint golden light, he looked like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. The battle raged on around them, but the duel between Jiang Qie and Song Yanhui had become the focal point of every soul present. Everyone knew that the outcome of this fight would decide the fate of Hanyang. If Jiang Qiye couldn't stop this powerful cultivator, this man alone could wipe out the entire city guard. Can Jiang Qiye win? In the distance, Fu Qingxi, Han Ji, Zhou Jiang, and the others watched with heavy hearts, their brows furrowed in worry. Jiang Qiye, however, just felt a massive headache coming on. Looking at the high and mighty Song Yanhui, Qiye felt like his eyes were rolling back into his head. I give that pose a 10 out of 10. Now let's see how many of those lucky charms you've got left. Just as he prepared to fire again, Song Yanhui beat him to the draw. With a graceful flick of his hands, he formed a seal. A spark of golden light shot across the sky. The light curved through the air and vanished into the top of Jiang Qiye's head. Sea of Hades' soul hook. Song Yanhui led with a killing blow. This was his debut after his transformation, and he intended to use it to redefine himself in the eyes of the world. Jiang Qiye, the man who had slain Wu the Butcher and the Snowhawks, was a worthy sacrifice. The golden spark was too fast for Qiye to react. Before he could even draw his bowstring, his body jerked and froze. A dazed expression clouded his eyes. In that moment, he saw a golden hook descend into the sea of his consciousness, snagging his very soul. It began to wrench his spirit from his body. Pain, an explosive, agonizing pressure racked his skull. What kind of sorcery is this? Qiye thought in a panic. His soul was still in its early stages of refinement. If it were ripped from his body, it would dissipate in moments, leaving him a hollow corpse. In this moment of crisis, Qiye remained unnervingly calm. As his soul was dragged upward, he fought through the blinding pain to find a solution. This was his first encounter with a spiritual attack, and he had zero experience. But he knew his own arsenal perfectly. In a split second, he found his only answer. Stone King Body, activate! Jiang Qiye's body erupted in a blinding white light. He unleashed a terrifying aura that rivaled Song Yanhui's. He no longer cared about hiding his first-stage true Yuan strength. From the inside out, his flesh and bone solidified into something absolute. Both his defense and strength surged ninefold in an instant. The Stone King body provided a perfect seal between his internal and external worlds, shielding him from spiritual intrusion. The moment the transformation completed, the golden fishing line snapped. The hook in his consciousness shattered into dust. Damned cultivators. Every last one of them. Jiang Qiye's eyes snapped open, blazing with murderous intent. Without hesitation, he dropped the Stone King transformation to regain his speed. He sprinted toward Song Yanhui while simultaneously pulling his bow to the limit, firing arrows in a frenzied barrage. Voom! 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 A series of terrifying chi arrows tore through the air, all locked onto Song Yanhui. What? How is this possible? Song Yanhui was still in the middle of his hand seals, trying to reel in the soul, when he felt his secret technique shatter. He coughed up a spray of blood, his face turning ghostly pale. The Sea of Hades. Soul Hook was a soul path secret technique. It used the caster's own spirit as a base and mental energy as the line. It was known as the heart fishing technique. It was a formidable art, usually invincible against martial artists. Martial artists rarely had defenses against spiritual attacks. However, the technique was a double-edged sword. If interrupted, the caster suffered a catastrophic backlash. Song Yanhui's soul was severely wounded the moment the connection broke. The pain was excruciating, the kind of injury that could take years to heal. Before he could even process the shock, Jiang Qiye's counterattack arrived. He looked at the incoming light arrows from the wind anchor bow with sheer dread. "Curse you!" he hissed. He crushed his final instant shadow talisman. His body vanished just as the rock garden beneath him was pulverized into pebbles. He reappeared 300 meters away atop a tree, but a split second later, the tree itself exploded under the force of an arrow. He crushed another spiritual charm to dodge, but panic was setting in. His composure and arrogance were gone. He had used all three of his teleportation talismans. Song Yanhui felt a suffocating sense of frustration. He had hidden for years, looking down on others as mere ants. He had laughed at the world from his high perch, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal his brilliance. He had finally decided to emerge today, expecting to stun the world and shed his reputation as a failure. Instead, he had kicked a slab of solid iron. This Jiang Qie was clearly just a martial artist, yet his power was incomprehensible. He had pushed an immortal into a pathetic corner. Song Yanhui still had several powerful spells up his sleeve, but he couldn't use them. His soul was wounded, and his head throbbed with a splitting ache. Even if he forced a spell, it would be weak. Without his shadow steps and with a damaged spirit, he was defenseless against Qie's devastating archery. Fear began to take root. He even considered surrendering. As he reappeared near a pavilion deep within the manor, he hurriedly threw up a spiritual shield and crushed a Vajra strength talisman, bathing himself in gold. Another terrifying Qi arrow screamed toward him, its killing intent so thick it made his pupils shrink. Sensing it wasn't enough, he frantically summoned a small, glowing golden tripod, a defensive artifact. "Jiang Jie, I want to talk!" Boom! The golden tripod shattered under the impact. The residual force of the arrow slammed into Song Yanhui, instantly shredding his spiritual shield. If not for the Vajra talisman, he would have been reduced to mincemeat. Even so, he was a pathetic sight, hair disheveled, robes in tatters as he tumbled into the lotus pond. Jiang Qie arrived at the water's edge in a blur of motion. "Talk to the ghosts in hell, you bastard! Strike while the enemy is down." Jiang Qie wasn't about to take chances with a cultivator who could target his soul. His eyes were cold as iron as his right hand glowed with brilliant gold, unleashing hundreds of thousands of pounds of force. He struck the air toward the sinking Song Yanhui with the force of a collapsing mountain. Boom! A massive explosion of water and flesh followed. The entire pond was nearly blasted dry. Song Yanhui's body disintegrated, turning into a bloody mist that stained the remaining water. Jiang Qie stood on the bank, using a vacuum pull to snatch Song's storage bag from the air. He frowned, watching the red-tinted water. Song Yanhui's body was gone, so logically he should be dead. But Qie hadn't received any notification of gained cultivation for a foundation-building stage kill. A cultivator's soul is powerful. It can survive for days outside the body. Qie suspected Song Yanhui's spirit had escaped. He expanded his spiritual sense and searched the area several times, but found nothing. Forget it. Even if he manages to possess a new body, it'll take years to recover his strength. He's no longer a threat. Qie smiled coldly. He turned and walked away. The battle was still raging, and he needed to return to stabilize his troops. There was also a mountain of cultivation waiting to be harvested. There was no point wasting time for the sake of a few decades of essence. "Look, Lord Zhang is back. He must have won. He killed the Immortal. Ha ha! Slaughter these northern barbarians!" "Impossible. Young Master Yanhui is a cultivator. How could he lose?" Seeing Jiang Qie return, the city guard let out a collective sigh of relief. They looked at him with awe and adoration as their morale reached a fever pitch. Conversely, the Red Snow Army crumbled. With Wu the Butcher dead, the Snowhawks fled, and Song Yanhui fallen, their spirit was broken. They were lost and terrified. Song Yanhui's death had been an emotional roller coaster for them, moving from shock to hope and finally to absolute despair. The failure young master had transformed into a genius only to be snuffed out in a heartbeat. He was like a blooming cactus flower, gone as soon as he appeared. It was a tragic waste, yet at the same time, his entire existence seemed to serve only as a stepping stone for another man's fame. The battle took a sharp turn for the worse. A second unit of city guard cavalry slammed into the Red Snow's left flank, cutting them into isolated pockets. Surrounded by enemies several times their number, the Red Snow Army lost all semblance of order. Even the armored auxiliaries who had been routed earlier found the courage to charge back, hunting down the soldiers who had previously terrified them. Pu Hun, Hanji, Jiang, Bahuang, Zhao Kang, and Zhou Jiang were all deep in the fray. Even Fu Qingxi joined the front lines, leading her guards in a chariot to smash through every point where the enemy tried to regroup. They systematically dismantled the Red Snow defense, making it easier for the main force to finish them off. Amidst the chaos, the Iron Ridge veterans led by Han Ji were particularly terrifying. Their performance was almost bone-chilling. Though they wore city guard gear, their tactics were entirely different. They fought in tight-knit cells of 3 and 7, moving with lethal efficiency. Their eyes were bloodshot and their strikes frenzied, as if they were settling a blood feud. They left no survivors, stabbing every fallen enemy to ensure they stayed down. They ignored their own wounds. When their swords broke, they used knives. When knives broke, they used bows as clubs. When bows broke, they used their fists. When their fists were raw, they used their teeth, their knees, and their heads until they physically couldn't stand. This suicidal ferocity inflicted massive casualties, driving the Red Snow soldiers in front of them to the brink of collapse. The air was filled with the sounds of slaughter, screams, clashing steel, and dying gasps. Yet the Red Snow army lived up to their reputation as northern elites. Even with their leaders dead and the battle lost, they fought like cornered rats, trying to regroup and inflicting significant casualties on the city guard. But then they saw the god of war, the man who had slain Wu, driven off the Snowhawks, and crushed Song Yanhui, raising his blade once more. That was the final straw. Someone shouted, "I surrender!" The first cry led to a second, then a flood. Within minutes, every surviving Red Snow soldier was on their knees. The battle was over. Surprisingly, every prisoner knelt facing Jiang Qie. It was as if surrendering to anyone else was a disgrace, but surrendering to him was acceptable. The city guard looked on with pride and envy. This was the ultimate recognition of a warrior's might. This kind of glory couldn't be faked. Jiang Qie's performance had solidified his absolute authority in the city guard. Everyone looked at him with profound reverence and awe. But Jiang Qie was actually a little annoyed. He looked around with his sword in hand, surveying the field of kneeling soldiers. To kill or not to kill? If I kill them all now, people will say I'm a butcher. But if I don't, that's a mountain of cultivation points going to waste. Come on, guys. Can't you be a bit more stubborn and die like men? Ultimately, he sighed and sheathed his sword. Out of the 800 Red Snow soldiers, only the 50 he had thrown out of the city earlier escaped. The rest were dead or captured. Over 250 had died on the spot, more than half of them by Qie's hand. Nearly everyone else was wounded, but as martial artists, they would likely survive if they weren't finished off. The city guard hadn't escaped unscathed. They lost over 100 regulars. The auxiliary casualties were over 300. But the heaviest toll was among the Iron Ridge veterans. Out of fewer than 50 men, 16 were dead. The survivors were drenched in blood, looking like demons. Their expressions were haunting, yet they had earned the absolute respect of their comrades. Overall, it was a massive victory, one that had broken the Red Snow Army's grasp on the city. This victory ensured Hanyang wouldn't fall under the thumb of the Snowgate warlords. For Jiang Qie, the benefits were even more tangible. The cultivation beads, which previously held 94 years of essence, now showed 506. This single battle had yielded over 400 years of cultivation. Qie almost laughed out loud. This wasn't just postnatal essence, it was first-stage true Yuan essence. Once he processed this, he would be a powerhouse even within the elite ranks of the Immortal Slaying Alliance. Qie visited the wounded, personally setting the rewards and compensation, further cementing his legend among the troops. As for the tedious paperwork, he dumped it all on Fu Qingxi. He had made enough of a splash today, slaying Wu the Butcher, routing the Red Snow Army, driving off the Snowhawks, and killing Song Yanhui. Any one of these was a lifetime's worth of bragging rights. By tomorrow, his name would be known across Hanyang, and likely all the way to Snowgate Pass, the capital of Hongjing, and the Great Desolation. But fame was a double-edged sword. Being noticed by many meant opportunities, but it also meant trouble. With the cultivation beads, Qie just needed to harvest essence to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. His rank had already reached its limit for his age. He didn't care about the fame. In fact, he worried it would attract the hostile attention of the Immortal sects. He planned to lay low and consolidate his gains. He gathered Pu Hun, Han Ji, and the others, whispered a few instructions, and returned to the city guard headquarters alone. Back in his courtyard, he enjoyed a massive feast served by Li Qingji before entering seclusion. Meanwhile, by a pond in the prince's mansion, the Prince of Xuan was leisurely painting. Though he was looking at live fish, his brush produced only images of fish skeletons. "Your Highness, the city guard has won a crushing victory," Eunuch Wei Fu reported softly. "A victory? That's expected," the prince said nonchalantly. "What were the casualties for my Iron Wall Guard?" The Iron Wall Guard was the prince's private elite force. Though only 200 strong, they were the most powerful armed force in the mansion, all 7th-rank martial artists or higher, equipped with the best gear. The prince hadn't staked everything on the city guard. He had sent his elites to wait in the wings and strike the Red Snow Army at the critical moment. Wei Fu's expression turned odd. "Your Highness, the Iron Wall Guard never entered the fight." "What?" The prince paused, surprised. "You're saying the city guard won this on their own?" Wei Fu smiled wryly. "Indeed. By the time the Iron Wall Guard reached Luoyao Lake, it was over. The city guard had total victory. Over 300 were killed and the rest captured. Only 3 Snowhawks escaped." "Even the Snowhawks were there?" The prince was genuinely shocked. Wei Fu continued. "Yes. 12 Snowhawks came. Jiang Qie shot down 9 of them with the wind anchor bow. He also killed Wu the Butcher. He personally took down over 100 men. Furthermore, Song Yanhui, the son everyone thought was a failure, revealed himself to be an early foundation-building cultivator. Yet even with that terrifying power, Jiang Qie slew him with ease. He can kill a foundation-building cultivator? The prince took a deep breath, stroking his chin as his eyes gleamed. After a long silence, he smiled. "It seems my daughter has excellent taste. This son-in-law of mine is truly something." He set down his brush. "In that case, I cannot remain idle. Wei Fu, draft a memorial to the emperor for me. First, I am impeaching the Red Snow Army for lawlessness and acting like bandits in a major city. I want a full investigation into the Song family. Second, Jiang Qie and the city guard have shown great merit in protecting the people. I am requesting imperial rewards for their bravery." Wei Fu looked shocked. "Your Highness, if we do this, won't we be declaring war on the Song family and the Red Snow Army?" The prince laughed dismissively. "Don't worry about that, just write. The Songs actually had the gall to ask for my support in expanding their army to 200,000 men in exchange for their loyalty. Ridiculous. Even if they offered their unconditional surrender, I wouldn't care. No one knows my sister's temperament better than I do." Mentioning the Empress made Wei Fu immediately lose his desire to speak and shut his mouth. 10 miles north of Hanyang City, several massive snow eagles circled in the boundless sky, appearing as tiny white specks. Below them, in a forest untouched by human footsteps, Song Fengjian, commander of the Snowhawk Guard, was eating dried meat with 2 subordinates to recover their strength. One middle-aged guard suddenly slammed his meat onto the ground, unable to suppress his resentment. "It's too hateful, it's humiliating. Wang Yong, Zhao Ku, all 9 of them are dead, and not even their mounts escaped. Commander Song, what do we do? How can we possibly face the Lord when we return?" The other sighed bitterly. "Exactly. We've suffered catastrophic losses and were utterly routed. Barely any of the 800 Red Snow soldiers escaped, and only 3 of our entire Snowhawk squadron survived. Even if we return, we won't escape a military tribunal." Song Fengjian's expression was grim, but he wasn't yet in despair. "I never expected that Hanyang's city guard would hide a master like Xiao Yue, in addition to Zhu Danyang." He narrowed his eyes, musing. "We took a heavy blow, but it might not be a total failure yet." "What do you mean?" the 2 guards asked, startled, looking at him in unison. Song Fengjian met their gazes and said in a low voice, "Before we left, I tried to take Song Yanhui with us, but he refused my rescue and signaled for us to wait for news. I suspect he has other plans. Let's wait for word from him." "Song Yanhui? What can that waste do?" One guard couldn't help but curse with disdain. In the eyes of many, Song Yanhui was just a frail, useless scholar. He was said to be good at strategy, but he had never achieved anything of note. Song Fengjian smiled deeply and meaningfully. The Song lineage has 5 young masters. If Song Yanhui were truly a waste, how could he have held the position of young lord for so long? Think about it carefully. The 2 guards looked at each other in confusion. Song Fengjian sighed. Anyway, complaining is useless now. We wait. If things truly fall apart, I will have my son, Yinglong, step in. Commander, has Master Yinglong returned? The eyes of the other 2 lit up. Song Fengjian stroked his short beard, nodding with pride and relief. Indeed. Yinglong sent word that he will return within 2 days. My brother intends for Yinglong to represent the Song family at the Prince of Xuan's birthday banquet. Wonderful. Master Yinglong's talent is peerless and his combat power unrivaled. If he steps in, he can easily sweep through every master in Hanyang. Then the situation will be settled. Correct. With Master Yinglong, people like Zhu Danyang and Xiao Yue are as good as dead. Our fallen brothers will finally be avenged. Chapter 1. 111. Sea of Hades. Soul Hook. Entering the Illusion. In a subterranean practice room deep within the city guard, Jiang Qiye pulled out a storage bag, Song Yanhui's bag. By now, he had little interest in worldly possessions. After all, simply harvesting cultivation essence was enough to reach the peak of martial arts. Only top-tier treasures like the wind anchor bow were of real use to him. However, the bag of an early foundation-building cultivator was still worth a look. He found 300 spirit pills, nearly 10,000 silver ingots, and 2 jade slips, one containing the heart-fishing treasure records, and the other the Sea of Hades soul hook technique, plus 5 spirit talismans. Those were the real prizes. The rest was miscellaneous clutter. Among the junk, a parchment roll resembling a map caught Qiye's eye. The drawing was rough and hard to decipher, but it clearly depicted Hanyang City. One spot in the southern district was marked with a particularly conspicuous red dot. Jiang Qiye thought it over and realized the dot was likely located near the martial arts hall. Could it be a treasure map? Doesn't quite look like it. Well, I'll keep it for now. He sorted through everything. Aside from the wealth and pills, what interested him most was the jade slip containing the Sea of Hades soul hook technique. After careful observation, he realized it wasn't a standard spell, but a soul path secret technique. It didn't consume an immortal spiritual power. Instead, it required mental energy to manifest, allowing one to kill invisibly and catch enemies off guard. It was eerie, powerful, and possessed an incredible range. As long as his spiritual sense could reach it, he could strike. The only drawback was that if the cast failed, the backlash was severe. Back on the battlefield, Jiang Qiye had almost fallen for it. If not for his Stone King body, he might have been finished. A secret technique that can extinguish the soul must be a top-tier killing move. Qiye decided that once his soul was strong enough, he would try to master it. If your soul isn't strong enough, the agony of a backlash is unbearable. Song Yanhui was a living example. One failed strike, a shattered soul, and then a quick death. Next came the main course, and his face lit up with anticipation. The biggest harvest of the battle was the cultivation essence, 506 years of essence. If converted to postnatal cultivation, that was roughly 5,000 years. Absolutely insane. Once I process this wave, let's see who dares mess with me. I'll crush them in seconds. However, how to allocate this essence required thought. The 12-layer Iron Mountain wall was at layer 11, with his cultivation at the early True Yuan stage. The Stone King scripture was at layer 10, placing him at the great circle of the Qi-gathering stage. He had high hopes for the dragon-taming demon scripture, though he hadn't fully inherited it yet. After all, the dragon-taming demon scripture was a legendary martial art, far superior to the strongest techniques found in the Immortal Slaying Alliance. If he mastered it, he'd be unstoppable. Suddenly, a stroke of genius hit him. In the inheritance illusion of the dragon-taming demon scripture, both the cultivation gained and spent were illusory. But one thing might be real. I can try to deduce the subsequent techniques of the Stone King scripture within the illusion. The cultivation points won't come out, but the memories of the techniques might. Exited by the thought, he pulled out the evil dragon statue, projected his consciousness into it, and restarted the inheritance. The familiar voice of the illusion echoed, "Only a dragon slayer is worthy of becoming the demon dragon. Find the dragon, kill the dragon, and you shall have everything. Master has specifically traded for this opportunity for you. If you pass this demon dragon trial, it will prove you have the potential of an ancient great emperor, and the position of sect son will be yours." Jiang Qie found himself standing on a sparse, small hill. Corrosive, drizzling rain fell from a gloomy sky. Looking out across the undulating ridges, he saw demonic snakes of all shapes and sizes, thick, thin, large, and small. A large black snake lunged from the side. Without even looking, Key crushed it with a casual slap. He released his mental energy, clearing every black snake within a 50-meter radius. Then, he found a hidden spot, sat cross-legged, and got to work. Cultivation Merge, Stone King Scripture. Endless martial insights flooded his mind. They collided with his core truths of the scripture, sparking flashes of martial wisdom as he slowly deduced the subsequent stages. Year 148, Layer 11 completed. Year 406, Layer 12 completed. The remaining essence was insufficient for the next layer. Jiang Qie opened his eyes overjoyed. He had successfully deduced the 11th and 12th layers of the Stone King scripture. It had cost him 406 years of essence. If he could carry these techniques back to reality, it was like getting 406 years of progress for free. However, this also highlighted his severe lack of martial foundation. Deducing subsequent techniques cost far too much. In postnatal terms, that was 4,000 years of work. Anyone else would be considered insane for spending that much time on a single art. Only a tycoon like Jiang Qie, who had zero talent but a literal cultivation factory, could force the creation of the next stages of a technique through sheer volume. Since he was already in the trial, he didn't want to leave yet. He used his remaining essence to push his Iron Mountain wall to the late True Yuan stage, then stood up and picked a direction. On his second visit to this illusion, Key observed more closely. He began to notice how bizarre this world was, though everything looked like a demonic snake. Closer inspection revealed they had vastly different habits. For example, one snake loved to curl up in tree hollows and gnaw on nuts with practiced ease. It made Key wonder if it was actually a squirrel wearing a snake's skin. Another snake, when startled, began digging a tunnel into the earth like a frantic mole. "Come on, you're a snake, not a badger." The absurdity only grew. A 6-meter-long black snake was currently giving birth, but not to eggs. It produced 3 white wolf cubs. The sight nearly shattered Key's perception of reality. However, he quickly regained his composure. It wasn't that the snake's behavior was weird, it was that these creatures weren't originally snakes. Some mysterious power had transformed them into snakes, while their original souls remained intact. Another drop of rain hit his face, giving him a strange, itchy sensation. He touched his cheek and froze. The skin was no longer smooth, it felt hard and textured. Scales. Damn it, even I'm starting to mutate. This inheritance world is twisted. If I'm not mistaken, this is the demon dragon's ultimate power, myriad transmutation. Chapter 1. 112. Free trial fails, frenzied leveling. Over the following hours, Key confirmed his suspicions. He was slowly turning into a demonic snake. He steered clear of the terrifying giant serpent in the valley and stealthily killed smaller snakes along the way. He pushed deeper into the illusion. After 1 hour, the scales on his face turned black. After 3 hours, his entire body was covered in scales. After 6 hours, his arms and legs began to fail, and his body started to stretch and thin. After 12 hours, his limbs had regressed into mere bumps. His torso had become a thick black snake. Furthermore, his martial arts were failing him. Aside from a tough physique, he had little advantage over the other snakes. 20 hours in, daylight seemed to last longer in this world. The sky hadn't yet gone completely dark. By now, Key had fully transformed into a massive demonic snake, 36 meters long and as thick as a millstone. With savage fangs and shimmering black scales, he had killed countless snakes, gathering thousands of years of illusory essence into this snake body. His power was skyrocketing. His mind remained clear and his confidence was high. He believed that if he kept growing, he would eventually become the strongest being in the illusion, kill the dragon, and successfully claim the inheritance. However, after 70 hours, the sky finally went dark. Everything changed. The moment night fell, the once calm sky swirled with dark clouds and violent lightning. A massive vortex appeared in the heavens. It rotated slowly, generating a titanic suction force that engulfed the entire world. Zhang Qiye watched in awe, his giant reptilian eyes nearly bulging out of his head. He could vaguely see a blurry, winding dragon shadow behind the vortex, letting out a roar of primal satisfaction. Then, an irresistible force enveloped him. It dragged him toward the vortex. Joining him were countless other snakes, a literal sea of serpents of all sizes. Even the colossal valley dweller couldn't escape, struggling as it was sucked into the maw. As a tearing pain intensified, Kie's world went black, and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, his mind had returned to the real world. He was back in the subterranean room, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat. The final scene was haunting. He had died yet again. The process was miserable, and he really didn't want to experience it a third time. Well, I failed again, but I made progress. I saw the dragon and even became one. But is this trial really designed for humans? I'm not so sure. Chie stroked his chin, lost in thought. He had the help of his cultivation beads. He was essentially a cheater blessed by fate, and he still couldn't pass. Could geniuses with ancient emperor potential really do this on their own? He lacked proof, but Chie felt this trial was a trap. Perhaps that mysterious old man used it to discourage his students from competing for the position of sect son. Of course, it was possible there was a trick to it. Regardless, he had to keep trying. Before starting again, he decided to actually level up his real-world cultivation. But then he froze, a bitter smile spreading across his face. The 11th and 12th layers of the Stone King scripture he had deduced in the illusion were gone. He couldn't remember a single word. Damn. I thought I could get a freebie, but I guess fake is fake. What's not meant to be, isn't meant to be. Chie shook his head and quickly regained his composure. If he couldn't cheat, he'd do it the hard way. He spent another 148 years of real essence to deduce the 11th layer of the Stone King scripture. He didn't go further. In the real world, he couldn't afford to be that extravagant. He intended to use the remaining essence to boost his actual strength. Cultivation, merge. Stone King scripture. Boom. Visions of training flooded his mind. He immersed himself entirely, practicing day and night. Stone King scripture year 30. Broke through the layer 10 bottleneck. Entered layer 11, early true Yuan stage. His internal fossil energy transformed into fossil true Yuan, becoming purer and 10 times more powerful. Year 74. Reached mid-true Yuan stage. His true Yuan doubled. Year 122. Reached late true Yuan stage. His true Yuan doubled again. Year 190. Great circle of the true Yuan stage. His energy exploded. Simultaneously, every level up came with physical and mental reinforcement. His spiritual sense expanded to a 900-meter radius. Next, he turned his attention to his physical body. Cultivation. Merge. 12-layer Iron Mountain Wall. Year 52. Physical cultivation rose from early to mid-true Yuan stage. Strength doubled. Year 88. Late true Yuan stage. Defense and strength doubled again. Year 162. Great circle of the true UN stage. While his body was massively reinforced, his Iron Mountain intent also reached the state of great mastery. The range of his Iron Mountain field reached 36 mu, approximately 6 acres. Simultaneously, a subtle new power appeared within the field: magnetism. By now, only 6 years of essence remained in the beads. Both his internal energy and physical strength had reached the great circle of the true UN stage. His energy quality, soul, physique, and field were all vastly enhanced. He was more than 10 times stronger than before. He stood and threw a casual punch. The shockwave shattered 3 iron training dummies 30 meters away. He flicked a finger, and a hole appeared in the distant wall, which immediately began to petrify and spread. A 2-meter diameter of the wall turned to solid stone. It was terrifying. Simultaneously, Key felt his mind become clearer and sharper than ever before. Complex problems that used to baffle him were now easily solved with a moment's thought. He had a deeper understanding of himself and the situation surrounding Hanyang. Even his future plans became crystal clear. He knew exactly what he wanted and what he could achieve. I'm too damn strong. I wonder what the Stone King scripture looks like at its peak. Deducing the technique had been expensive, but it was worth every point. Zhang Qiye felt omnipotent, as if he had no weaknesses and everything was under his control. However, he couldn't help but mock his own terrible talent. To push both techniques to the great circle of the true UN stage had cost him over 350 years. That was insane. Without the beads, he would have died of old age long before achieving this. Thanks to his soul's growth, his essence harvesting range had expanded to 500 meters. He was closer than ever to the idle win lifestyle. He released his spiritual sense, covering half of the city guard headquarters in an instant. It had been a day and a night since the battle at the manor. It was currently afternoon. While busy, the headquarters was returning to normal. People were a bit restless after the major events, but there was no chaos. The Red Snow prisoners were locked in the dungeon. Fu Qingxi was arguing about something with Xiao Yue. It looked like she was ready to throw a punch. Li Qingji was meditating on immortal spells. Zhang Bahuang had his arm in a sling and was hiding behind the latrines with some guys drinking. The Li brothers were sparring. Old Man Liu was in the kitchen, eating chicken and flirting with the plump cook. Old Man Liu looked up. Chia felt as if his spiritual sense had been pricked by the old man's gaze, but then everything went back to normal. He wondered if he had imagined it. Chapter 1. 113. Found You. Zhu Danyang's spiritual sense. This thing is incredible. It's like a god view. It's addictive. Too bad it's only 900 meters. If it were 9,000 meters, I could probably watch Xiao Hongyu bathe. If it were 90,000 meters, Hanyang would have no secrets from me. Long way to go. Chie shook off the daydream and regained his focus. He saw Pu Hun hurrying toward the practice room. Pu Hun sighed at the closed door and prepared to leave. Pu Hun looked like a big, dumb brute, but he was actually sharp and reliable. His strength was decent, and he currently served as Chie's head guard and top intelligence agent. He was a vital asset. No rush on the dragon trial. I'll handle things outside first. Chie still had a bit of a psychological shadow from dying in the illusion. He stepped out and returned to the surface. Pu Hun, who was just about to walk away, brightened when he heard the door. He turned and cupped his fists. My lord, you've finally finished your seclusion. Zhang Chie asked. Have you found Zhu Danyang? Pu Han lowered his voice. My lord, I've been personally tailing Commander Fu. She visited the martial arts hall and an unnamed alley in the West District. I suspect Zhu Danyang is in one of those 2 locations. However, because Commander Fu is extremely cautious, I didn't dare get too close. You did well, Chie said, his eyes lighting up. A general area was enough. With his current spiritual sense, even if Zhu Danyang were hidden 100 meters underground, I could find him. My lord, Pu Hun whispered. While I was tailing Commander Fu,
I noticed a group of cultivators monitoring her as well. From their attire, they appear to be from the Hanyang sect. Jiang Qie's brow twitched.
It made sense that the Hanyang sect was secretly searching for Zhu Danyang, but it wasn't a development Jiang Qie welcomed. "Anything else?" he asked. Pu Hun replied, "The lady Qing Luan from the martial arts hall asked me to pass a message. She wishes to see you." "When?" Qie inquired. "Anytime tonight," Pu Hun said, his gaze turning slightly peculiar. He wondered if Lord Zhang had secretly stolen Liang Chun's woman. As expected of the Lord, he certainly has an eye for talent. That Qing Luan is the jewel of Hanyang's underworld. Jiang Qie was oblivious to Pu Hun's internal monologue. He guessed that Qing Luan's invitation likely concerned the tasks Liang Chun had been entrusted with. He looked up at the sky. The sun was dipping toward the west, with less than an hour of daylight remaining. "Let's go. We're heading out. Have Old Man Liu prepare the carriage." Moments later, they set off, with Pu Hun and Li Sandao's crew providing a guarded escort. As the group moved slowly through the streets, Jiang Qie pulled back the carriage curtain, a faint golden light flickering in his eyes as he observed Old Man Liu, trying to discern something unusual. However, Old Man Liu was merely humming to himself. He swayed his head, scratched his back, and even reached into his trousers to adjust himself before sniffing his fingers. No matter how one looked at it, he didn't resemble a hidden grandmaster. Jiang Qie shook his head with a smile. He withdrew his gaze. If a grandmaster actually acted like that, it would be an insult to the very title. As the carriage reached the main gate, it was intercepted by a woman on a white horse. "Jiang Qie, you certainly know how to avoid work. Most of this mess was caused by you. And now you're playing the part of the hands-off boss. Do you think that's appropriate?" Qie looked up. It was Fu Qingxi. She was clad in silver tiger head armor that accentuated her graceful silhouette. Her pale, exquisite face was striking, though currently frozen in a mask of frost. Her eyes blazed as if someone owed her a fortune. Her frustration was palpable. Jiang Qie offered a slight smile. "Commander, didn't you tell me to follow your lead? I'm staying out of military affairs now. Shouldn't you be happy?" Fu Qingxi's jaw tightened. She had been working herself to the bone for the city guard, barely finding time to eat or sleep, and was on the verge of developing dark circles under her eyes. Meanwhile, this man claimed to be the commandant, but hadn't lifted a finger for days. What incensed her more was that Xiao Yue was not only useless, but actively obstructed her. She snorted coldly. "You can ignore other matters, but you must help me handle Xiao Yue. He actually wants to release the Red Snow prisoners unconditionally and sue the Song family for peace. The Song family has already severed our transport lines to the Great Desolation. If we release the hostages now, we'll be at their mercy. If they don't restore our trade, who do we turn to? Where will our resources come from?" The imperial court only provided half of the necessary resources for local city guards. The rest had to be self-funded. Half of Hanyang's resources, beast meat and medicinal herbs, came from the Great Desolation, and that trade route ran through Snowgate Pass. Without leverage, the Song family would inevitably swallow them whole. Jiang Qie's gaze darkened. "Commander, pass a message to Xiao Yue. He can either return to the brothels to hide, or he can start doing some real work. Tell him to drop the fence-sitter act. The city guard doesn't need a traitor. If he doesn't listen, I'll deal with him personally. Drive on." The carriage brushed past Fu Qingxi. She frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Will Xiao Yue even listen to a message? Still, Jiang Qie seems to have grown even stronger. His eyes were terrifying. Fu Qingxi decided to deliver the message anyway. To her surprise, Lord Xiao didn't utter a single word of protest. He quietly steered his own carriage out of the headquarters and headed straight for the Lixiang brothel. In a remote alley in the West District, the road was pitted and pedestrians were few. It was home to a dozen ordinary craftsmen and rarely saw strangers. Now, a iron-clad carriage stopped at the alley entrance, followed by a formidable squad of city guard soldiers. "My lord, this is the alley," Pu Hun whispered. "We've looked into it. Except for the 6th house, whose owner is away on business, everyone here is a long-term resident." Inside the carriage, Zhang Qiye closed his eyes and silently released his spiritual sense, enveloping the entire alley. He searched meticulously. As Pu Hun said, every house was occupied except the sixth. Everything seemed normal. But just because the ground level was empty didn't mean the basement was. Qiye's spiritual sense delved beneath the surface. He quickly discovered a spacious cellar. The entrance was in the sixth courtyard, but the basement itself extended 30 meters deep, directly beneath the seventh and eighth houses. It was nearly 300 square meters and sophisticated in design. It clearly wasn't a temporary hideout. Inside, a burly figure was slowly practicing a sword technique, likely performing recovery exercises. Zhu Danyang found you. Qiye's heart settled. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. You guys head back. I'll take a walk on my own. Chapter 1. 114. Disciples of the Hanyang Sect. The carriage and guards continued forward, disappearing around the corner. Zhang Qiye, dressed in silver-white robes, stepped out and entered the potholed alley. He stood tall and poised. His pristine robes seemed out of place in the dilapidated alley, yet he appeared perfectly in harmony with the environment, possessing an air of unity with heaven and earth. As he moved deeper into the alley, a sense of irony touched his heart. Zhu Danyang had promoted him rapidly within a few days, elevating him from a lowly jailer to a powerful figure in Hanyang. Perhaps it was just to please the prince's mansion, but the debt of promotion remained. Zhang Qiye was grateful for that, but he also remembered how Zhu Danyang tried to use him to kill Qin Wuyan, intending to make Qiye the scapegoat and have him die so the governor could claim the Hanyang bead. Had Zhu Danyang not failed so spectacularly against Qing Yangzi, the scheme might have succeeded. Between them, there was both gratitude and a blood feud. Today, it had to end. The debt was too tangled to settle any other way. He had to look forward. And looking forward meant Zhu Danyang had to die. Qiye knew that with his current strength, he couldn't face the entire Hanyang Immortal sect. Nor could he afford to be hunted by the countless factions of the Immortal Slaying Alliance. Furthermore, he wasn't alone. He had family, his sister Zhu Zhen, his brothers, and his uncles. He also had a celestial beauty of a fiancée. Zhu Danyang had to die. His resolve hardened, and he picked up his pace. But a moment later, he froze, looking coldly at the sky. From the south, 7 figures streaked across the heavens like falling stars. They descended into the courtyard of the 6th house. Hanyang sect. This is trouble. Qiye's brow furrowed. The 7 cultivators wore the sect's robes. It was Mu Yangzi and his group. Qiye hadn't been able to gauge Mu Yangzi's level before. Now, he could see the man was at the late foundation building stage. In terms of pure realm, Zhang Qiye was now slightly superior, but cultivators had many tricks, and their true strength didn't always match their rank. This man was not to be underestimated. As for the 6 youths with him, though they were arrogant and sharp-edged, they were only at the mid to late qi refining stage, no threat at all. I might not be able to do this quietly. If forced, I'll just have to send all of you to the afterlife. He continued walking. Inside the modest courtyard, a tall, handsome youth spoke excitedly. Uncle Mu Yangzi, I followed that Fu Qingxi and found this place. There's a hidden entrance here, but to avoid alerting the target, I haven't gone inside yet. Before Mu Yangzi could speak, another youth with a hooked nose sneered, Junior brother Shu Chen, you're too reckless. You aren't even sure if he's down there, yet you called Uncle Mu Yangzi over. If it's just an empty cellar, you've wasted his time. Shu Chen flushed with anger. Zhu Guang, what's that supposed to mean? Uncle Mu Yangzi said to report any suspicious discovery immediately. If I went down and ran into Zhu Danyang, I'd be no match for him. That would have ruined everything. Zhu Guang mocked. In the end, you're just a coward. Zhu Danyang was strong back at the sect, but he's essentially a cripple now. What's there to fear? Shu Chen's face turned livid. There are rumors that the other night Zhu Danyang fought Uncle Qing Yangzi for an hour to a stalemate. How can you be so arrogant? Rumors. Zhu Danyang was never a match for Uncle Qing Yangzi. Did becoming a cripple make him stronger? Shu Guang countered.
Quiet, both of you,
Mu Yangzi said calmly, stopping the bickering. A flicker of impatience crossed his face. These disciples were no longer young in years. They were from the same generation as Zhu Danyang. But while Zhu Danyang had aged like a mortal, these disciples had entered the immortal path early. Their cultivation slowed their aging, and they would likely look the same for decades. If they advanced fast enough, they could remain forever young. That was the allure of the path. However, they had spent too much time in the mountains. Their temperaments were mediocre, petty, prone to infighting, and incapable of great tasks. Mu Yangzi didn't waste words. He waved a hand, unleashing a blast of green palm energy. With a loud crash, the cellar entrance was blown open, revealing a tunnel leading down. "Shu Guang, go down and check. Be careful." "Yes, Uncle!" Shu Guang gave Shu Chen a smug look and entered the tunnel with his fingers formed in a sword seal. Mu Yangzi followed slowly. With his spiritual sense, he had already detected Zhu Danyang below, along with the traps. He let Shu Guang go first to teach the arrogant boy a lesson about humility. The commotion at the entrance naturally alerted Zhu Danyang. His face darkened, but he didn't panic. He quickly donned a python skin inner armor, tucked his essentials into a bronze token space, and vanished into the shadows with a 3-foot black sword. Moments later, a figure descended the stairs. It was Shu Guang. Despite his earlier bravado, he was now on high alert, his magic and flying sword ready to be unleashed. The moment his feet touched the floor at the bottom of the stairs, a sense of mortal danger surged. "Not good!" Shu Guang's face paled, and he tried to retreat, but the ground beneath him suddenly shifted. His feet sank into a pool of black sludge, trapping him. His body began to sink rapidly. He quickly cast 2 minor spells to free himself from the filth. He succeeded, but then something even more horrifying happened. The skin and flesh on his legs where the sludge had touched began to blister and rot away at an impossible speed. "What is this? Help! Uncle Mu Yangzi, save me!" Shu Guang screamed in terror. Mu Yangzi rushed down and shoved a pill into Shu Guang's mouth. But by then, the flesh on Shu Guang's lower body was entirely gone, leaving only white bone. It was a gruesome sight. The boy wailed in agony, all his previous poise as an elite disciple shattered. "Sigh, nephew Shu.
How could you be so careless?
Mu Yangzi looked at Shu Guang with pity, though his eyes remained cold. He had seen the trap. The lesson was harsh, but pain was the best teacher for the young. He ordered Shu Chen and the others to take the crippled Shu Guang back to the surface, leaving him alone in the basement. He knelt and pinched a bit of the black mud. "Rotten Sunyang sludge from the dark marshes. Danyangzi."
How could you be so cruel, junior brother? Danyangzi. It's been years since I heard that name.
Zhu Danyang's voice echoed from the darkness.
Mu Yangzi, I know I'm no match for you, but I can certainly take you down with me. Don't push me.
Mu Yangzi's pupils constricted. He immediately raised a spiritual shield and stood on guard. He looked toward the darkness with a pained expression.
Junior brother Danyangzi, why has it come to this?
When you entered the sect at age 7 and got lost, I was the one who held your hand and led you home.
You were such an innocent child then.
Who would have thought you'd soon reveal such talent and catch the sect leader's eye? Decades have passed in the blink of an eye.
How cruel fate is.
Mu Yangzi was a man who valued his life above all else. He was over 150 years old and had rarely fought. He was only interested in seeking immortality. If the sect weren't so short-staffed, he would never have come down the mountain. Hearing that Zhu Danyang was willing to go to the grave with him, he immediately switched to playing the emotional card. If Zhu Danyang could even scratch him, he'd rather run away. In the dark, Zhu Danyang laughed bitterly. Fate is indeed cruel. Had the sect not cast me out, stripped me of the Hanyang bead, and cut off my path to immortality, I would likely be at the mid-foundation stage by now. Mu Yangzi shook his head. The past is the past. The sect leader sent me to investigate the events of 2 nights ago. You must know the details. Will you tell me? What's there to say? Didn't Qing Yangzi and Qin Wuyan tell you? Zhu Danyang interrupted. Mu Yangzi's gaze shifted. Danyangzi, Qing Yangzi is dead, and Qin Wuyan is missing. You didn't know? What? 1 dead and 1 missing? When? Zhu Danyang was stunned. Mu Yangzi stared at him intently, trying to catch a lie. But instinct told them both that the other wasn't faking. For a moment, they were both perplexed. Zhu Danyang wondered if someone had intercepted Qing Yangzi. Was it Jiang Qie? No, impossible. Jiang Qie was not yet 20, and at most a second-rank martial artist. Even if Qing Yangzi were exhausted, killing Qie would be effortless. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that if they were both gone, no one knew of the treacherous things Zhu Danyang had done. He could rewrite the story however he liked. Zheng Qi might know something, but he could be dealt with. Zhu Danyang felt a surge of hope. This was his chance to clear his name. If he could do that, he wouldn't have to flee to the Great Desolation. Before Mu Yangzi could question him again, Zhu Danyang stepped forward with a look of feigned shock. Brother Mu Yangzi, please tell me, how did Qing Yangzi die? How did Qin Wuyan go missing? Mu Yangzi shook his head. I don't know the specifics. They never returned to the sect. But frankly, you are the prime suspect. I heard you had a heated argument and a fight with him that night. Zhu Danyang hurried to explain. Brother, I may harbor some resentment over the past, but I would never murder a fellow disciple. Qing Yangzi and I were close. He taught me many spells. He was like a mentor to me. If I killed him, I wouldn't be human. Besides, I am simply no match for him. Please. Mu Yangzi narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe Zhu Danyang had the skill to kill Qing Yangzi, but that didn't clear him. Why else was he hiding here and ready to fight to the death? If you didn't do it, then tell me exactly what happened that night, he said. The innocent have nothing to hide. Please listen, Zhu Danyang replied with an air of sincerity. He was prepared to spin a tale to clear himself. He was intelligent enough to lie convincingly, especially since he truly didn't know what happened to the pair. Suddenly, a chorus of angry shouts came from above, followed by an eerie silence. Not good! Mu Yangzi's face changed. He turned into a gust of wind and rushed toward the surface. Through his spiritual sense, he saw a stranger, a young man of terrifying power. The man had just obliterated the 6 Hanyang disciples. The stranger was Jiang Qie, now disguised as a cold, ruthless, demonic martial artist. He radiated an aura so oppressive it felt as if he might swallow anyone who looked at him. This was the first time he had fully unleashed his presence. Usually he restrained it, but today he wasn't Jiang Qie, so there was no need for concealment. This was the best disguise. He walked into the courtyard. When Shu Chen and the others challenged him, he simply unleashed a mountain-pushing palm. A massive shockwave pulverized the disciples instantly, netting him 92 years of cultivation. The chi-refining disciples didn't even have time to react. Their spells and weapons were like toys before him. Jiang Qie didn't look at the remains. He stood at the cellar entrance. His right hand glowed with golden light as he struck downward. Just then, Mu Yangzi burst out of the tunnel, only to be hit square by the palm strike. With a thunderous boom, the ground shook. Mu Yangzi was sent flying back down the tunnel even faster than he had come up. He tumbled into the basement and coughed up blood. "Who are you? Why attack the Hanyang sect?" He raised his shield and prepared his flying sword. Invincible body, immune to all laws. I am Ye Wuchang of the Immortal Slaying Alliance, here to send you thieves to the afterlife. Qie looked down at the battered Mu Yangzi with arrogance. He had chosen the pseudonym Ye Wuchang. Abominable demon! You killed 6 of our disciples. The Hanyang sect will hunt you to the ends of the earth, Mu Yangzi roared, looking ready to fight to the death. He pulled out a talisman and ignited it. With a flash of green light, he was enveloped. And then, he was gone. It was a wood escape talisman, capable of transporting someone 100 miles in an instant. Zhang Qiye, with his hands still glowing, was left staring at the empty air. He had been ready for a legendary duel, and now he felt slightly cheated. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He expected a warrior and got a coward. Well, let him run. He doesn't know much, as long as the one inside stays put. He blurred into the basement. "Come out," he said. "Stop hiding." After a moment of silence, Zhu Danyang walked out. He was wary and cautious. He cupped his fists. "Friend, I am Zhu Danyang, also of the Alliance. That cultivator was about to kill me. I owe you my life. If you ever need anything, I will not refuse." Zhu Danyang never imagined that this terrifying demonic figure was his own subordinate in disguise. The aura was too overwhelming. He couldn't even summon the will to fight. It bore no resemblance to the Zhang Qiye he knew, and Qiye had no intention of revealing himself. "You're with the Alliance?" "I've never seen you before," Qiye said, feigning suspicion. "The Alliance has millions of members. No one knows them all," Zhu Danyang replied. "If you don't believe me, I have my token." He flashed his bronze token and tucked it away. Zhang Qiye appeared to relax. "So, we are brothers. I was just passing by and did a good deed." "You're injured." Zhu Danyang retreated into the shadows. "A minor wound." Qiye noticed the governor was becoming even more wary. "What are you afraid of?" "Ye Wu Chang," Zhu Danyang's cold voice came from the dark. "I've shown you my identity, yet you still harbor killing intent. You are strong, but I can take you with me. Don't force me." Qiye realized that Zhu Danyang must have an artifact similar to his own wind spirit bead that could sense hostility. He had hoped for a surprise kill, but now he had to do it the hard way. "Fine. Let's see you try." Qiye vanished, reappearing as a blur rushing toward Zhu Danyang, his fingers unleashing 10 razor-sharp key bolts. At a distance of less than 30 meters, the void-piercing fingers were lethal. But the moment Qiye moved, Zhu Danyang also acted. "Invincible body immune to all laws." "Light of the martial god!" He activated a defensive light that enveloped him in gold. The chi bolts struck the barrier and were neutralized. Zhang Qiye was impressed. The old fox was wealthy. This was the second time Zhu Danyang had used a martial god's light. It cost 500 merit points, more than the bounty on Qing Yangzi. But it was worth it. 2 nights ago, it allowed Zhu Danyang to survive against Qing Yangzi for an hour. It was said to be able to withstand the full assault of a Great Circle Foundation cultivator for 15 minutes. As a Great Circle True Yuan master, Qiye was now at that same level. He wanted to see how strong this barrier really was. "I'll see how long it lasts," he growled. His hands glowed with gold and silver as he blurred to Zhu Danyang's side, trapping him in a corner. He unleashed a flurry of gold-silver palm strikes. Each blow carried hundreds of thousands of pounds of force, making the light barrier flicker. Useless. Only a master of divine steel could break this. Zhu Danyang tried to counterattack with his sword. But he suddenly found he couldn't move. It was as if he were trapped in a swamp, with chaotic currents of energy pinning him down. Simultaneously, the martial god's light began to flicker like a candle in the wind. It wasn't going to last 15 minutes. "Impossible!" Zhu Danyang cried. He lunged with his sword, which erupted with 6 layers of brilliant light, like 6 blazing suns. A relentless barrage of strikes hammered against Jiang Qie's chest, the ultimate technique, 6-yang divine sword. Thud, 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 thud. The clothing on Qie's chest was shredded instantly, but it revealed pectoral muscles like walls of brass and iron. The scorching sword light, capable of sundering small hills, left not a single scratch upon his skin. Such a terrifying physique. This is the Iron Mountain Wall. Zhu Danyang's pupils constricted. He instinctively thought of Jiang Qie, but quickly dismissed the notion. Though Jiang Qie also practiced the Iron Mountain Wall, compared to the man before him, he was like a firefly next to the bright moon. Gritting his teeth in fury, he continued to swing his sword in a frenzy, hacking and thrusting with wild abandon. Each swing brought forth a miniature sun, grand and destructive, threatening to annihilate everything. Jiang Qie only chuckled darkly. Faced with Zhu Danyang's horrific assault, he stood fearless, absorbing every blow with his indomitable flesh. At this moment, the perfected Iron Mountain Wall demonstrated an unparalleled defensive power. It made Jiang Qie feel as though he had become a true mountain of iron. No matter how fierce the enemy's onslaught, he remained steadfast and unshaken. Of course, Qie wasn't one to just take a beating. Ignoring Zhu Danyang's attacks entirely, he treated the governor like a human punching bag, unleashing a relentless cycle of fists and palms. The two traded blows with zero regard for defense. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged 100 strikes, yet both remained unscathed. Suddenly, Jiang Qie's body jolted, and a jade-white, stony radiance began to coat him from the inside out. The Stone King form. This was his ultimate combat state. Once the transformation was complete, his strength and defense surged ninefold, though his speed and agility took a sharp dive. However, in the current situation, Zhu Danyang was already pinned down by the Iron Mountain field. Speed mattered little. Sensing Jiang Qie's aura suddenly skyrocket, Zhu Danyang turned pale with horror. He struggled with all his might, yet remained suppressed by the crushing gravity of the field. "You're practicing the Stone King scripture," he roared. "Who are you? What grudge do you hold that you must kill me?" "Lord Zhu, my apologies." "You must die," Jiang Qie muttered in a low voice. His hands struck out like a pair of clapping thunderclaps, carrying millions of pounds of force as they slammed into Zhu Danyang's head. Whoosh! This time, the martial god's light didn't last even a tenth of a second before shattering. "You're Jiang Qie!" In that final heartbeat, Zhu Danyang finally recognized Jiang Qie's voice, but it was far too late. With a face full of shock, rage, and disbelief, his head exploded into a mist of blood. Target slain. Acquired 31 years of prenatal cultivation. Jiang Qie retracted his Stone King form, returning to his original appearance. He looked down at the headless corpse with eyes devoid of emotion. Some people you cannot simply treat as beasts, yet you are forced to kill them regardless. Such is the way of the world. People in the Jianghu cannot always control their own destinies. He pulled out his wineskin and took a few swigs of strong liquor to wash away the bloodlust clinging to him. Zhu Danyang had left behind a bronze token. Presumably, this was his storage artifact. Without a doubt, it held the lifetime wealth of the governor. A man of his fame must have plenty of treasures, which gave Qie something to look forward to. Furthermore, Qie noticed a small black bottle clutched in Zhu Danyang's hand. He had spotted it the moment the governor pulled it out before the fight began. During their struggle, Zhu Danyang had reached for the bottle 3 times, but never opened it. In his final moments, he might have intended to, but the shock of Qie revealing his identity caused a fatal split second of hesitation. According to Qie's guess, this bottle likely contained something extremely lethal that Zhu Danyang kept as a last resort. He leaned down cautiously, picked up the small black bottle, and as he examined it, his expression grew incredibly grave. It wasn't actually a black bottle, but a semi-transparent golden glass vial. Inside was a swirl of black gas, constantly roiling and dancing, shifting into various forms as if it were alive. At times it mimicked a human face, at others a bird, a wolf, or even swords, ever-changing and unpredictable. It was eerie. A demonic entity? Chie's pupils narrowed as he went on high alert. Though he couldn't identify the contents, the object radiated an intensely foul sensation, as if he were holding the most disgusting thing in existence. It gave him an overwhelming urge to throw it away and run, to cast it so far he would never see it again. It was a primal revulsion rooted deep in his bloodline. However, Key knew he couldn't just toss it aside, as that might trigger an unpredictable catastrophe. Just as he was hesitating on what to do, a flash of golden light erupted, and a man appeared out of thin air in the dark basement. His features were obscured, but he appeared to be an elderly male. He was tall and gaunt, clad in tattered, dark iron armor, with deep-set eyes that emitted a piercing divine light. The intensity made Key avert his gaze. Instinct told him this man was strong beyond imagination. The man's aura locked onto him, making it impossible to move even a muscle. More precisely, he was locked onto the vial. "Give it to me." The armored elder's voice was raspy and brooked no argument.
"Who are you? What do you want with this?"
Key asked warily. The elder replied heavily, "I am Bei Xuan of the Demon Suppression Order. You hold Demon Essence number 764, codename Sun Eater. Keeping this near you, I will only lead to disaster. Give it to me. I will find a way to destroy it." Demon Essence? Holy crap. Jiang Chie's face paled the moment he heard the term, and his hand nearly shook enough to drop the bottle. In this world, Demon Essence held the same status as a nuclear warhead did in his previous life. They were weapons of mass destruction that made people tremble at their mere mention. No wonder Zhu Danyang hesitated. If used, not only would he have died, but the entire city of Hanyang might have been buried with him. Snapping back to his senses, Chie didn't hesitate. He immediately tossed the vial to the elder. He had heard the title Demon Suppressor several times. It was supposedly the embodiment of justice. Handing it over was likely the right call, not that he had much of a choice anyway. The elder caught the vial, glanced at Jiang Chie with a hint of disdain, and then his silhouette began to fade. Chie suddenly realized that meeting such a powerful figure was a rare opportunity, and it would be a waste to let him just leave. He shouted, "Senior Bei Xuan, if I find another one of these, how do I find you?" A voice drifted back from the void. "I will appear when I am meant to appear." Chie tried once more. "Senior, let me buy you a drink." The only reply from the air was a single word: "Scram." Jiang Chie rubbed his nose awkwardly. The old senior was a bit prickly, so he let it go. He then began to clean up the scene. His cleanup had two goals. First, to erase any trace of himself, and second, to hide the fact of Zhu Danyang's death. As the governor of the city guard, Zhu Danyang's death would be seismic. It would trigger an imperial investigation and lead to the rapid appointment of a new successor. That wouldn't benefit Jiang Chie. On the contrary, concealing the governor's death offered numerous advantages. Nominally, as long as Zhu Danyang existed, the city guard would remain stable. In reality, Jiang Chie would hold absolute power with no one to answer to. Once he straightened out the internal politics and replaced key positions with his own people, even if the death were exposed, no one would be able to shake his foundation. Plus, he might need the governor to take the blame for a few things later. After finishing the cleanup, he circled the underground space once more to ensure nothing was missed. To his surprise, he found something unexpected: a simple teleportation array. In a hidden corner, a small formation shimmered with a faint luminescence. Though the style was strange and the runes simple, the energy fluctuations confirmed it was undoubtedly a spatial teleportation array. However, it was incomplete. The spirit lights flickered unsteadily. There was no telling where it led. Zhu Danyang chose to fight to the death rather than use this. Perhaps this half-finished array is a trap. Small arrays like this were usually one way. It would be awkward to go and never return. Zhang Qiye had no interest in testing it himself. He observed it for a while, made no sense of it, and gave up. The space was now useless. Qiye returned to the surface and left the alley through a different exit. Shortly after he departed,
父亲是带着一堆巡城四战兵，风风火火的父亲是将手下留在附近待命，他独自一个走进了小巷。随着渐渐前行，一股不好的预感渐渐涌上心头。当走进校园，看着满地的韩阳牌地字随时
and the collapsed cellar entrance, her unease deepened. She rushed into the basement, but Zhu Danyang was nowhere to be found. She only saw the teleportation array.
Master, have you left? Hanyang sect, if anything happens to my master, I will hunt you for the rest of my life.
Fu Qingxi bit her lip, her beautiful eyes cold with fury. A few streets away, Zhang Qiye observed her through his spiritual sense for a moment. Seeing she hadn't linked the scene to him, he ignored her and moved on. Though he felt a weight lift after killing Zhu Danyang, he wasn't truly happy. At the end of the day, it was a choice made of necessity. Zhu Danyang might not have been a good man, but he was a good official. He wasn't greedy or lustful. During his tenure, he had forged a powerful army for Hanyang that was willing to fight. He advocated for suppressing gangs and bandits, striking down crime without mercy, and maintaining the basic order that allowed commoners to survive. In many ways, he was a hero to the city. A new governor might have turned Hanyang into a wasteland. Of course, Qiye didn't regret the kill. Given the choice, he would do it again. But with Zhu Danyang gone? As his killer, Zhang Qiye felt a strange, inexplicable sense that he should inherit the governor's will. Even if he couldn't make the city better, he had to at least strive to keep it stable. Lord Zhu, rest easy. I may not do better than you, but I certainly won't let Hanyang become worse. After all, my family and loved ones are here. This is my route. Yeah, I guess I'm still a good person. Beep, beep. A series of iron whistles sounded from behind. Large numbers of city's guard soldiers flooded in from all directions, congregating toward a single point. Moments later, 60 soldiers had gathered around Fu Qingxi. Her face was grim, her gaze sharp as a sword as she led her men toward the south city gates. Zhang Qiye saw her murderous posture and raised an eyebrow. The woman seemed to be going after the Hanyang sect. Fine, I'll give you a hand. Call it what I owe Zhu Danyang. It was obvious she was looking for trouble with the disciples, but with her strength, she would likely only find humiliation before the Hanyang outer disciples. Even if she could win, she couldn't stand against the massive sect backing them. It would bring endless trouble to the city guard, and he'd likely be the one to clean up the mess. Qiye tapped his foot and launched himself forward with a boom, vanishing into the streets like a dragon's shadow. Within minutes, he had crossed from the West District to a tavern in the South City. His spiritual sense swept out, quickly finding a small courtyard deep within. 4 young men in Hanyang sect robes were sitting in a gazebo, chatting over tea. Each looked the part of an elite disciple, refined in pristine white robes and brimming with arrogance. Senior brother Shu Chen, I wonder if he really found a clue. I hope so. Uncle Mu Yangzi is too cautious. If I were in charge, I'd just round up the city guard leadership and interrogate them. Everything about the other night would be clear. This slow investigation is endless. Brother Gao, you're mistaken. The city guard has many hidden masters. They shouldn't be underestimated. This land is our sect's backyard. What masters could there be? You think this is the Great Desolation? A single spell from us could wipe out 100 of these secular experts. As the youth spoke with high spirits, a massive golden palm suddenly descended from the heavens. It crashed down like a falling mountain. With a thunderous explosion, the gazebo was pulverized. 3 of the men didn't even have time to react before they were turned into paste. The last man barely survived by activating a shield, but as he scrambled to counterattack, he was hit by a falling fist. and reduced to smithereens, his defenses rendered useless, targets slain, acquired 54 years of cultivation. Invincible body, immune to all laws. Ye Wuchang of the Immortal Slaying Alliance has slain the immortal thieves here. A voice like heavenly thunder rolled across the sky, but the owner of the voice had already vanished. When Fu Qingxi arrived with her troops, she found nothing but mangled flesh. Zhang Qiye had no intention of meeting her and quickly departed. Meanwhile, hidden in the distant sky, Mu Yangzi watched the scene and sighed with regret. Mu Yangzi had escaped 100 miles away with his talisman, but he had doubled back specifically to retrieve the remaining 4 disciples. He arrived one step too late. His 4 brothers had been wiped out by that Ye Wuchang. Sigh, the path to immortality is harder than climbing to the highest heavens. We cultivators seek the Tao and long life, yet it is not just heavenly tribulations that block our path. It is also the ever-present human calamities. One wrong step and the journey ends. This place is too dangerous. Returning to the mountain to report won't be easy either. Forget it. The road ahead is long and pathless. I shall search high and low. This old priest is leaving. Mu Yangzi sighed toward the sky. He did not enter the city or return to Shaoyang Mountain. Instead, he stepped onto his sword and flew north, vanishing into the distance. Zhang Qiye, walking through the dusk, realized his surroundings were becoming familiar. Familiar shops, familiar signs. He was near the Zhang family estate. He hesitated for a few seconds on the street corner before deciding to head inside. He hadn't been home in days. He wondered what kind of mess it had become. Jiang Bahuang had mentioned that Yin Hongfei was going crazy looking for his uncle, Yin Ying. The man was treating the Zhang family like cattle. Fearing for his safety, Yin Hongfei had even moved into the Zhang estate, turning the household upside down and leaving everyone resentful. But as Qiye's cultivation had skyrocketed, both the sect disciple Yin Hongfei and Zhang Zhendong, the mountain that had weighed on him for over a decade, had become insignificant ants in his eyes. He could crush them at will. But letting them fester was disgusting. Since he was free, he might as well do some house cleaning. Passing through an unobserved corner, he reverted to his original appearance and walked forward with light steps. For over a decade, he had habitually worn a mask of cold indifference whenever he came home, like donning armor to face a storm. But today was different. His stride was effortless. His face held a trace of ease, almost like a hero returning home in glory. The gates were wide open and no one was on guard. Wind-blown leaves cluttered the entrance, unswiped. Qiye frowned. Why does it look so dilapidated? That shouldn't be right. He was about to step up when a commotion erupted in the courtyard. Shouts, the sound of running, and angry cursing suggested a serious problem. Qiye immediately released his spiritual sense. His eyes narrowed, and a sudden surge of killing intent flared. "Juzhen, run! Find your 7th brother! Don't come back!" A young man in a wheelchair pushed Zhang Juzhen away with all his might, then turned his chair to face a pursuing figure alone. Zhang Juzhen's white dress was stained with blood. "4th brother, we leave together!" she cried. "Go! I'll hold back Zhang He! Hurry!" Zhang Sihai urged desperately. "None of you are going anywhere," sneered the housekeeper, Zhang He, as he used his movement technique to catch up. He ignored the crippled Sihai and looked coldly at Juzhen. "9th miss, you injured Master Yin. You've brought a catastrophe upon this family. If you have a shred of duty left, you'll come back with me and beg for his forgiveness. Perhaps he will spare your life in honor of our family's loyalty to the Nebula sect." Juzhen was fuming, her eyes brimming with tears. "I told you I won't be Yin Hongfei's maid," she spat. "You're all forcing me. That disciple is a lecher. He tried to put his hands on me. I should have killed him. If you want me to apologize, you might as well just kill me yourself." Zhang He spoke heavily. "9th miss, you're too naive. If your life could truly appease Master Yin, do you think the head of house would have let you live this long? Master Yin..." "Heh, heh, How utterly ridiculous! My sister's life isn't enough to appease that Master Yin. A cold, mocking voice, thick with suppressed rage, rang out. Everyone turned to see Jiang Qiye walking up the stairs. He was smiling, but it was a freezing smile, and the fire in his eyes was like a volcano on the brink of eruption. It had been a long time since he had been truly angry. Usually, anyone who angered him was sent straight to their next life. But today, he was exceptionally furious, not just at Jiang Zhendong, Jiang He, or Yin Hongfei, but at himself. He felt responsible for letting this happen. He blamed his own mercy for letting these disgusting creatures roam free for so long. "Seventh brother, you're back!" Jiuzhen cried out in joy, throwing herself into Kie's arms and sobbing with relief. "Xiaoqi, it's so good you're back!" Zhang Sihai was also overjoyed. He had heard that his seventh brother was now a high-ranking official in the city guard and had just led a major victory. With Qie's current status, surely Yin Hongfei would have to back down. Qie gently pulled his sister away and teased her with a smile. "All right, stop crying. Since when did the fearless little demoness of the Zhang family become a crybaby?" "I'm not," she protested, wiping her eyes. "I just got sand in them." She pouted stubbornly. Fine, no crying then." Qie affectionately pinched her nose and pulled her closer. Actually, Jiuzhen was a very sensible and clever girl. Her rebellious streak was just a way to get Jiang Zhendong's attention, a desperate search for a father's love. But she was destined for disappointment. Jiang Zhendong's heart was colder than stone. He was a heartless bookworm. Qie had seen through him long ago. He soothed the girl and turned to Jiang Sihai, frowning. "Fourth brother, what happened to your legs?" Sihai's expression soured. He averted his gaze and tried to play it off with a forced smile. "Just a training accident. I'll be fine in a few days." "That's a lie!" Jiuzhen snapped. "Seventh brother, fourth brother was injured by Yin Hongfei's men. They challenged him to a duel yesterday. Fourth brother won fairly, but he held back to avoid hurting them. But they cheated. They ambushed him, broke his legs, and intentionally stomped on them." Qie didn't say a word. He stepped forward, lifted the blanket, and examined Sihai's legs. "Xiaoqi, it's fine. The doctor said there's a chance they'll recover," Sihai said with a forced laugh. "It's not a big problem. They can be fixed," Qie said, pulling a small vial from his storage artifact. He poured out a pill glowing with purple light and held it out. "Fourth brother, this is a purple Qi essence pill. Take it, and your legs will heal." "Seventh brother, is this a—" Before he could finish, Qie popped the pill into his mouth. Sihai tried to speak, but suddenly felt the pill dissolve into a scorching current of energy that surged through his limbs. It was a warm, incredibly comfortable sensation. Old injuries from years past were repaired instantly. He realized he had just consumed a legendary elixir. Excited, he closed his eyes and focused on directing the energy toward his legs. Meanwhile, the housekeeper, Jiang He, flickered his eyes and tried to slip away silently to report Qie's return to the head of house. But as he turned, his body froze. He felt as if a terrifying beast had locked onto him, making his hair stand on end. He could barely breathe. "Seventh young master!" Jiang He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to meet Qie's eyes. Jiang Qi spoke without expression. "Jiang He, the last time I showed my second-rank strength, I thought you'd be smart enough to stop crossing me. Out of respect for your service to the family, I didn't plan to settle the score. But now, I see I overestimated you. You're just a brainless tool for Jiang Zhendong. Since that's the case, let's settle our accounts, new and old, all at once." "What do you mean?" Jiang He's face paled as a sense of impending doom washed over him. "My meaning is simple," Qie said coldly. "I've taken countless beatings since I was a child, and you were the one who carried out most of them. Regardless of whether I was actually in the wrong, you never hesitated to use the family law just to please Jiang Zhendong. I am simply returning the pain and suffering you gave me. It's only fair, isn't it?" Jiang He's face darkened. "Master, I was only following orders." "I know," Qiye interrupted coldly. And it is exactly that following orders that I am punishing. Sensing the danger, Jiang He turned and bolted, pushing his speed to its absolute limit. But he could never outrun Jiang Qiye. Qiye didn't even give chase. He raised his left hand and spread his fingers. With a boom, a terrifying suction force erupted, covering a 30-meter radius. Rocks tumbled and sand flew. Trees bent and snapped in the violent wind. Jiang He, caught at the center of the storm, couldn't move an inch forward. He was dragged backward in an instant, ending up right in front of Qiye. "Master, what do you want?" Jiang He cried out in terror. He was pinned in midair by a bizarre and powerful force, unable to move a muscle. "How strong is Jiang Qiye?" Qiye's voice was frigid. "You've spent years aiding a tyrant and making my life a living hell. Taking both your arms today isn't asking too much, is it?" Jiang He's arms exploded into a mist of blood, leaving him screaming in agony. But it wasn't over. A flash of killing intent crossed Qiye's eyes. "Today, you pushed Zhu Zhen into a corner. Had I not arrived, I can't imagine how she would have ended up. Taking your life isn't asking too much, is it?" Boom! Jiang He's head exploded into a red mist. The armless, headless corpse slumped to the ground, blood spraying like a fountain. Though Zhu Zhen hated the man, she couldn't bear the sight and hid behind Qiye. Just then, Jiang Xihai let out a cry of joy. "It's healed! My legs are healed! Heavens, this is miraculous!" In those few moments, the pill's power had knitted his bones, repaired his meridians, and restored the life to his flesh. He stood up from his wheelchair, took a few steps, and then hopped up and down like an excited child. "I can stand. I can actually stand again. That Dr. Wang said I'd be in a chair for the rest of my life. Look at me now." "Seventh brother, thank you." Xihai was beyond ecstatic. "We're family. There's no need for thanks," Qiye replied. Just then, he noticed a group of people hurrying toward them, led by Jiang Zhendong. Behind him were Jiang Zhenzhong and other high-ranking family members. "You brat! Why have you come back?" Jiang Zhendong demanded. Then he saw the corpse. "Jiang He! Who did this?" His eyes narrowed in fury. "I did," Qiye said coldly. "Bastard!" Jiang Zhendong glared at him. "How could you be so cruel? If you still consider yourself a member of this family, you will submit to family law and take your own life to pay for Jiang He's." Qiye looked at him with indifference and said bluntly, "Get out of my way. I have no interest in talking to a beast like you. If you don't move, I might not be able to stop myself from killing you right now." Jiang Zhendong's face turned scarlet with rage, and he reached for his blade, but he suddenly froze. In Qiye's eyes, he saw a dense, cold, killing intent. He actually wants to kill me. Though he didn't know if Qiye would really go through with it, in that moment, Jiang Zhendong was truly afraid. He stood frozen, his face shifting between red and blue. Qiye's gaze swept coldly over the crowd and landed on Jiang Zhenzhong. "Fifth uncle," he said without emotion. "You and fourth uncle have always been respected elders in my eyes. But today I have a few questions. When Jiang Zhendong sent Zhu Zhen to be humiliated by Yin Hongfei, why didn't you stop him? Why was I never notified? When she tried to run away, why was our crippled fourth brother the only one to help her? Why? Someone tell me!" His voice grew louder until it boomed like thunder, echoing in their ears. The Zhang family members turned pale, some even spitting blood as they stumbled back in terror. Jiang Zhenzhong wiped blood from his lip, seeming not to care. He sighed with a look of exhaustion. "Xiaoqi, it's not what you think. Yin Hongfei promised to take her back to the sect and try to lead her onto the path of immortality." Qiye cut him off coldly. "And you believed him? Do you know what happened to his previous maid? Let me tell you, a girl named Xueru is dead. She died in the Lixiang brothel, just because Yin Hongfei was in a bad mood. He crushed her skull with a single blow. Why would you ever trust a volatile animal like that?" Jiang Zhenzhong's expression shifted. He wanted to say something, but looked at Jiang Zhendong and closed his mouth, letting out a helpless sigh. Jiang Qiye understood immediately. Jiang Zhendong had forced this through. He was a master of power struggles and, as the elder of the main branch, often forced Jiang Zhenbei and Jiang Zhenzhong to submit. Zhenbei was likely locked up for disagreeing. At this thought, Jiang Zhendong's cold, arrogant face became even more loathsome. The man had to go. He couldn't be allowed to keep existing. It was too disgusting. Bastard! Who is shouting here? Interrupting my senior brother's rest? Clan leader Jiang, get over here and give him an explanation this instant. Several arrogant voices rang out as Yin Hongfei sauntered into view, surrounded by a group of fawning sycophants. Dressed in robes white as pristine snow, Yin Hongfei possessed strikingly handsome features and an ethereal, refined aura. He carried the polished air of an immortal cultivator. To an unworldly fisherman or commoner, he likely looked every bit the transcendent figure. Jiang Zhendong shot a cold glare at Jiang Qiye before turning to welcome Yin Hongfei. He cupped his hands and said, "Young Master Yin, the Jiang family is merely attending to some private matters. I truly apologize for disturbing your rest. I shall have several jars of spirit wine sent to you shortly as a formal apology." Yin Hongfei waved a hand with feigned magnanimity, his gaze fixed on Jiang Qiye. He gave a thin smile and said, "A trivial matter, clan leader Jiang. Think nothing of it. This must be Lady Hongyu's fiancé. Jiang Qiye, I presume." "Indeed, this is Jiang Qiye," Jiang Zhendong replied through gritted teeth. He whirled toward Jiang Qiye and barked, "You rebellious brat! Get over here and pay your respects to young Master Yin." Yin Hongfei's lips curled into a smirk as he looked down at Qiye. The inherent superiority of a sect disciple radiated from him. Jiang Qiye couldn't help but laugh, a laugh sharp with irony. He was no longer the naive novice who knew nothing of cultivation. Yin Hongfei was a direct descendant of a cultivation clan, a silver spooner born and bred within the Nebula sect. Yet he was already in his 20s, and was only at the first level of qi refining. This guy was a certified loser. Back home in the Yin family, he probably didn't dare look anyone in the eye. He was likely a constant target for ridicule, and getting beaten was probably a daily occurrence. Yet the moment he stepped down the mountain, he put on airs as if he were a supreme being. He displayed the arrogance of a sect disciple to its absolute limit. To be honest, Jiang Qiye felt no excitement in crushing such a pathetic excuse for a cultivator. Today alone, he had slain Zhu Danyang and 10 Hanyang sect outer disciples. Any one of them was 10 or 20 times stronger than Yin Hongfei. Yin Hongfei was not a threat. What truly worried Jiang Qiye was the narrow vision of the Jiang family. They were actually intimidated by such a low-tier cultivator. Even Jiang Zhendong treated this loser like a god. It was pitifully short-sighted. Jiang Qiye realized that he needed to broaden the Jiang family's horizons, lest they prostrate themselves before every random immortal they encountered. He first looked coldly at Jiang Zhendong and said flatly, "From now on, do not call me your son, let alone a rebel. A beast like you isn't worthy of having children. I have decided to sever our father-son relationship. This goes for Zhuzhen as well. From this day forward, we have nothing to do with you." "You bastard! How dare you utter such treasonous—" Jiang Zhendong's face flushed with rage. He stepped forward, mouth open to roar a curse, when a phantom palm struck across the air, slamming into his face. The force sent Jiang Zhendong spinning several times before he crashed into the dirt over 10 meters away. Several bloodied teeth flew from his mouth, and he struggled to get back up. Not only were the Jiang family members stunned, but even Yin Hongfei stood dazed, failing to process what had happened. As for Jiang Qiye, the one who struck the blow, he didn't even spare Jiang Zhendong a second glance. Instead, something even more unbelievable happened. Qiye simply curled his finger at Yin Hongfei. What is this?" Yin Hongfei's eyes bulged in confusion. Jiang Qiye said calmly, "Come and hit me. Use your strongest techniques. Let me see just how powerful the immortal arts of the Nebula sect really are." Qiye stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, his face expressionless as he stared at Yin Hongfei. The provocation was unmistakable. Seeing this, Yin Hongfei's face distorted with fury. A thick, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Before he could speak, a burly young man jumped out, roaring, Who do you think you are to challenge senior brother Yin? A mere mortal like you doesn't deserve to see his immortal arts. Let me, Wu Ti, deal with this brat. Xiao Qi, be careful! That's Wu Tai, he's a treacherous and despicable coward! Zhang Sihai shouted a warning. It was this Wu Ti who had used a dirty trick to break his legs the day before. If not for Chie's pill, Sihai would have been crippled for life. Zhang Chie didn't even bother looking at Wu Tai. He flicked a finger, and a streak of white light flashed through the air. Wu Tie, who had been eager to show off, suddenly had a small hole in his forehead. His eyes rolled back, and he thudded to the ground. Target slain. Acquired 1 year of prenatal cultivation. Chie was speechless. A single year of cultivation? And he had the nerve to act so grand? He wasn't even a loser. He was just trash. You dare kill Wu Tai? Yin Hongfei's face darkened, his eyes burning with rage, but then he hesitated. Was that the void-piercing finger? Zhang Chie gave a playful smirk. Good eyes. Where did you learn the void-piercing finger? Yin Hongfei demanded. Take a guess, Chie replied, beaming. It's you! It was you all along! Yin Hongfei was livid, his eyes fixed on Chie as if he wanted to tear him into 1,000 pieces. In that moment, he realized who this was. The thief from the Lixiang brothel. The one who had stolen his storage bag. He had searched for so long without a single clue, and even his second uncle had gone missing because of it. And now, the culprit had simply walked right up to him. This was beyond insulting. Enough talk, Chie urged impatiently. Come on, show me your immortal arts. You asked for this! Today I will let a lowly thief like you experience the true power of the immortals! Yin Hongfei gritted his teeth and began to rapidly weave hand seals. As a first-level chi-refining cultivator, he had only mastered one basic spell, the Heart-Fire Shroud. Even then, he wasn't very proficient at it. He chanted under his breath, performing complex gestures as he slowly drew spiritual energy from his brow to manifest the spell. However, because he was blinded by rage and lacked focus, his first attempt was a predictable failure. A tiny flicker of flame sparked in the air for a second, before winking out. This sight sent a cold shiver through the Zhang family. To them, even that tiny flame felt unnervingly hot across the 10-meter gap. Impressive, Zhang Chie joked, shaking his head. Take your time. Don't rush. Stay steady. His encouragement only caused Yin Hongfei's mental state to crumble further. He failed a second time, and sweat began to bead on the tip of his nose. He glared at Zhang Chie. Shut up, he shouted, only to realize something was wrong. Several Zhang family members had failed to stifle their laughter. Many were beginning to see that this so-called immortal disciple was actually a bit of a clown. Gradually, the Zhang clansmen lifted their heads, their faces showing the excitement of someone watching a play. Zhang Chie chuckled, took a sip from his wineskin, and stopped rushing him, quietly watching the performance. Yin Hongfei took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and began a third time. This time, he was hyper-focused, determined to incinerate Zhang Chie to restore the dignity of his sect. Fortune favors the persistent. On his third try, he succeeded. The Heart-Fire Shroud manifested, a 2-meter-tall, crimson-glowing barrier of light that spun slowly in the air. It released a searing heat that caused the temperature within 10 meters to skyrocket. Zhang Chie, go to hell! Yin Hongfei shouted, pointing a finger. The fiery shroud streaked through the air, enveloping Zhang Chie. At the same time, a sudden violent whirlwind rose around Zhang Chie as if it could tear the surroundings apart. The Heart-Fire Shroud was actually quite powerful. A normal person, even a first- or second-rank martial artist, would likely be turned to ash by its terrifying fire poison. But for Zhang Chie, this level of power was beneath mention. He activated his Iron Mountain field, creating a localized storm of crushing force. The moment the fiery shroud touched it, it was shredded into sparks. The fire vanished with a whistle, leaving Yin Hongfei staring in total disbelief. His jaw nearly hit the floor. What just happened? The spell he had worked so hard to cast hadn't even singed a single hair on Zhang Qie's head. The Zhang family was equally stunned, watching the grand immortal art get snuffed out so easily. They were filled with a sudden sense of pride. The immortals weren't invincible after all. Got anything else? Keep 'em coming, Qie said with a look of mock expectation. Yin Hongfei was shaking with shock and rage, his face turning various shades of red and white. He felt like spitting blood. By now he knew he had kicked a steel plate. This Zhang Qie was powerful, far too powerful for him to handle. His pride was in tatters. Turning away, he looked at Zhang Zhendong in a fury. Clan leader Zhang, is this how the Zhang family treats its guests? Zhang Zhendong was also dazed. His face was swollen from Qie's slap, and his head was still ringing. Seeing the immortal disciple humiliated by his own son left him with a bitter, complicated feeling in his heart. He remained speechless. Zhang Qie was done wasting time. He looked at Yin Hongfei meaningfully. If you come as a guest, act like one. Otherwise, the host gets grumpy. Yin Hongfei opened his mouth to retort, only to see a fist smashing toward him. Thud. His vision went black, and he was sent flying, knocked unconscious instantly. Zhang Qie had no intention of killing him in public. He wasn't alone in this world, and unless forced, he didn't want to draw the attention of the Nebula sect. As for the actual killing, he could leave that to someone else, like Ye Wu Chang of the Immortal Slaying Alliance. He also couldn't move directly against Zhang Zhendong, but it didn't matter. Ye Wu Chang was a mass murderer who never showed mercy to cultivators or their lapdogs. It was perfectly normal for him to clean house. Returning to his small courtyard, Zhang Qie immediately entered seclusion. Then, the elusive Ye Wu Chang appeared. Yin Hongfei woke up just as he was carried into his room. After a moment of confusion, he exploded with rage. A noble sect disciple, beaten by a secular martial artist. It was the ultimate disgrace. Was this still the Immortal's world? Furthermore, he was convinced Zhang Qie was the thief who took his bag. He was fuming. Senior Brother Yin, you're awake. What should we do now? The outer disciples crowded around. Yin Hongfei barked orders. Find my second uncle immediately, no matter the cost. Also, I want to see Zhang Zhendong. He must give me a satisfactory explanation, or the Nebula sect will not let this slide. Zhang Zhendong, get in here. A young disciple shouted toward the door. Zhang Zhendong had been waiting outside like a servant, not even stopping to treat his own injuries. He had realized his relationship with Qie was beyond repair. If he wanted to survive, he had to cling to the Nebula sect. Besides, Yin Hongfei had promised him a true martial breakthrough pill. That pill alone would be enough to break his third-rank bottleneck and push him into the second rank. This was why he was willing to sacrifice his children to appease the young master. Young Master Yin, are you all right? Zhang Zhendong asked with feigned concern. Yin Hongfei's face was swollen, his nose crooked. He pointed at his face. Do I look all right to you? Zhang Zhendong acted ashamed. Please, calm yourself. It's my fault for being too soft. That beast is lawless. To think he would dare offend a talent like you. I only regret my low strength. Even as clan leader, I cannot control him. I am unable to vent this anger for you. Yin Hongfei sneered. Once my uncle returns, Zhang Qie can be crushed with a wave of a hand. Let him be arrogant for now. But I have been injured twice in your home. The Zhang family is responsible. You must compensate me. First, he had accidentally been stabbed by Zhu Zhen, and now he had been played and beaten by Qie. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. If he didn't do something, he'd never swallow this insult. Zhang Zhendong raised an eyebrow. What compensation do you require? Yin Hongfei gave a cold, ruthless smile. I want Zhang Zhuzhen. Zhang Zhendong's face paled slightly as he hesitated. Young master, it's not that I'm unwilling, but with Zhang Qie here, we need a careful plan. He knew. This was pure retaliation. He had zero affection for his children, but he feared Jiang Qiye. He knew that if he handed Zhu Zhen over, Qiye would likely kill him. He couldn't do it openly, but perhaps there were subtler ways. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted from above. The roof caved in, leaving a massive hole. "What's happening? Senior brother, watch out!" Everyone scrambled out of the room in a panic. Looking up, they saw a cold, imposing figure, and standing on the roof. Invincible body, immune to all laws. Ye Wu Chang of the Immortal Slaying Alliance has slain the immortal thieves here. The voice boomed like heavenly thunder. He stood on a corner of the eaves, his white robes fluttering in the wind. He looked dashing and uninhibited. But as he looked down, Yin Hongfei and Zhang Zhendong felt as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. That gaze was terrifying. "The Immortal Slaying Alliance? Kill him! Wait, this Ye Wu Chang looks familiar. Even his sword looks familiar. It looks like your Heartstone spirit sword." "Who cares? Kill him!" Yin Hongfei screamed, ordering his men to attack while he turned to flee. But Ye Wu Chang was faster. He swung his sword, unleashing a wave of white energy. It tore through the air with devastating sharpness. Slash, slash, slash. The Nebula sect disciples were cut in half one by one. Even Yin Hongfei couldn't escape. He was sliced through the torso. He fell, eyes wide with terror and disbelief, his life fading as he died with a look of utter confusion. In an instant, the ground was littered with broken corpses. Target slain. Acquired 9 years of cultivation. Tch! What a bunch of losers. Ye Wu Chang curled his lip. He was disappointed. A whole group of Nebula sect disciples provided less cultivation than a single Hanyang sect outer disciple, and they had the nerve to act so high and mighty? You. Zhang Zhendong was paralyzed with shock. He pointed a trembling finger at the figure on the roof. He wasn't just terrified, he was confused. This Ye Wu Chang's voice was identical to Jiang Qiye's. The brat hadn't even bothered to change his clothes. Ye Wu Chang looked down coldly. "As clan leader, you colluded with immortal thieves for your own selfish gain. You are beyond forgiveness. Today, I abolish your cultivation. Reflect on your sins." "No, you wouldn't dare." A phantom palm struck Zhang Zhendong's dantian, shattering it. He felt like a punctured balloon. His inner energy leaked out instantly. He collapsed, desperately clawing at his stomach to try and stop the leak. But it was useless, and he wasn't done. Destroying the dantian only took away his inner energy. He would still have the physical strength of a fourth-rank martial artist. Ye Wu Chang struck again. His left hand glowed as he unleashed a barrage of strikes. The gold-silver dual hands, 7 precise strikes, each carrying a chilling, bone-eating force that severed Zhang Zhendong's primary meridians, utterly destroying his martial foundation. Over the coming months, without the ability to circulate energy, his physique would slowly degenerate to that of an ordinary man. This slow decline would force him to live every day in despair and grief. "My energy! My meridians! No, you monster, you brat!" Zhang Zhendong screamed and clawed at the air before slumped weakly to the ground. In that moment, his face reflected a swirl of horror, regret, and rage, along with a deep, bitter irony. He felt horror because the power he had spent a lifetime cultivating was vanishing. He felt regret because he hadn't defied his father years ago and killed that rebel child when he had the chance, thus leaving behind a disaster for himself. He felt rage at his own impotence. He felt hatred. He hated the demoness mother. He hated Jiang Qiye. He hated Zhu Zhen. He hated the demon suppressors. He hated the clan. He hated the sects. He hated everyone but himself. He felt despair because it was too late. His power was gone, his meridians severed, and his status and authority would soon follow. He had lost everything, and he felt irony because he saw that the boy who fought the dragon had finally become one. The boy who had once called him a cold-blooded bookworm had, after years of endurance, finally become just as ruthless and cold-blooded as him. Amidst this storm of emotions, Zhang Zhendong lost consciousness and collapsed. The commotion had drawn many clansmen. Ye Wuchang spared a cold glance at the unconscious man and snorted. He turned and leaped into the air. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Don't blame me. I have no more patience to waste on a beast like you. He wasn't afraid of being recognized. In fact, he wanted Zhang Zhendong to know. He wanted the satisfaction of a clear conscience. He had been suppressed by this man for over a decade. If not for his mature mind, he would have broken long ago. Today was about returning everything he had suffered. Against Zhang Zhendong, a thin disguise was more than enough. Even if the whole clan knew, they would help him hide it. It was a matter of interest. As the most powerful man in Hanyang, the fiancé of Lady Hongyu and a top-tier martial artist, he had the influence to do as he pleased. Xiaoqi! Xiaoqi! Something happened! Come out! Zhang Sihai's voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Fourth brother, I just got back. I haven't even had a drink of water. What now? Qiye walked out calmly. Sihai was panicked. Xiaoqi, disaster! Yin Hongfei and the others were all killed by a master from the Immortal Slaying Alliance, and Uncle, his cultivation was abolished, and he's unconscious. The sixth elder has called a meeting at the ancestral hall. You have to go. Sigh, these are truly dark times. Zhang Qiye feigned a sigh and began walking toward the hall. Zhang Sihai froze for a moment. He wanted to remind Qiye that he should probably check on his father first, but considering their broken relationship, he wisely kept his mouth shut. The Zhang clan had thousands of members, but most were scattered. Only about 1,000 lived in the main estate. Only about 300 martial artists were eligible for the assembly. The moment Zhang Qiye arrived, he was ushered into the inner sanctum of the hall. After the incense was lit and the ancestors honored, the discussion began. Qiye scanned the room. There were 13 people present, all key figures of the clan, including his fourth and fifth uncles. He was the youngest. At the head sat the clan elder, Jiang Yunhua. As Qiye took his seat, the gazes directed at him were either friendly or filled with awe. Some even bordered on fawning. It was a far cry from before. This world respected the strong, and Qiye's recent actions proved that he was powerful. In a shockingly short time, he had seized control of the city guard. He had orchestrated the victory at Luoyao Lake and defeated the Crimson Blood Army. He had slain high-ranking commanders and powerful warriors. There were even rumors he had killed immortals. All this established him as the second most powerful person in Hanyang. Zhu Danyang was still the nominal first. Qiye's power didn't just come from his martial arts, but from his temperament and ruthlessness. The elders saw in him a reinforced version of Zhang Zhendong. But behind this awe was a distance. No one dared treat him like a junior anymore. Perhaps this was the price of growth. After the greetings, Elder Zhang Yunhua cleared his throat and spoke gravely. Everyone, sect disciples have died in our home at the hands of Ye Wuchang. While this has nothing to do with us directly, I fear the Nebula sect will vent its rage upon us. What are your thoughts? A heavy silence fell over the room. Some suggested increasing the tribute to the sect to beg for mercy. Others suggested a total information blackout, while some even proposed moving the entire clan and changing their names. Qiye's brow furrowed. He had heard enough. Though these people were older, their fear of the sects had blinded them. He spoke calmly. Sixth elder uncles. The disciples were killed by the Immortal Slaying Alliance. We are blameless. The Nebula sect can seek revenge from them. If they want to use us as a punching bag, my city guard won't stand for it. I doubt they dare challenge the entire imperial court. He couldn't say it openly, but because of the demon suppressors, the sects didn't dare act recklessly in Hanyang. The occasional lone disciple was no threat. Furthermore, the sects were currently busy causing trouble elsewhere in the dynasty. By the time they looked back here, Qiye would likely be strong enough to blow them away with a single breath. The crowd felt a bit relieved by his stance. Elder Zhang Yunhua praised him before moving to the core issue. Everyone, Because of the sect disciples, Zhendong's cultivation has been abolished by that master. His dantian is shattered, his meridians ruined. He can no longer lead us. This is a tragedy for the clan. But a house cannot be without a master. Zhendong is unconscious and left no successor. We must deliberate on who is worthy to take up the mantle of clan leader. Zhang Yunhua's sharp eyes scanned the room. Zhendong was alive, but the elder was pushing this now to bypass him. If Zhendong woke up, he would surely name his eldest son Zhang Yifeng as his successor. Yifeng had been groomed for the role, but he was currently 500 miles away on a marriage proposal and hadn't returned. However, like his father, Yifeng had a terrible relationship with Zhang Qiye. If he took over, the family's future would be precarious. This didn't fit the clan's interests. The Zhang family's future had to revolve around Qiye. Any leader who didn't get along with Qiye was disqualified. This was the consensus. Zhang Yunhua wanted to settle this before Zhendong woke up or Yifeng returned, either a leader close to Qiye or Qiye himself. This was the only way to ensure the clan's prosperity. The elder had already discussed this privately with many. Seeing the silence, he looked at Qiye with a smile. "Xiao Qi, who do you think is suitable to be clan leader?" Qiye smiled back. "Sixth elder, you joke. I am just a junior. I have no place in such matters. But whoever is chosen, I will support them." "And if it's your eldest brother, Zhang Yifeng?" Zhang Yunhua asked playfully. Qiye's expression darkened. "Anyone but him. Zhang Yifeng is narrow-minded and arrogant. He respects no elders and protects no siblings. Besides his talent, he has no redeeming qualities. If he leads, the family has no future." Qiye had zero respect for his eldest brother. While he got along with most of his siblings, Yifeng was the exception. The guy was a lower-tier version of Zhang Zhendong, arrogant, dismissive, and fond of petty schemes. He lacked the ability to lead on his own. Elder Zhang Yunhua chuckled. "If he won't do, what about you?" Qiye shook his head without hesitation. "Elder, I am not suitable. My duties at the city guard are too demanding. I won't be home often. Choose someone else. But there are two things I want everyone to agree on." Zhang Yunhua sat up straight. "Let's hear them." Qiye stood up. "First, the Jiang family will no longer pay any tribute to the Nebula sect. Not a single silver coin. If they ask, blame the Immortal Slaying Alliance. They've declared that anyone colluding with sects will be slaughtered. If the Nebula sect has a problem, tell them to kill the Alliance members first. Second, any young Jiang disciple who reaches the 8th rank or higher can join the city guard for 3 to 10 years. I will personally cover all their cultivation resources. I believe that in this world, martial clans are only enslaved by the sects. There is no future there. I want the Jiang family to transition into a family of military officials. Our future lies with the imperial court. Consider this carefully, elders. As for the clan leader, I am too junior to participate. I leave it to you. This storage bag contains pills as a small gift for the clan. Farewell." Qiye placed the bag on the table, cupped his hands to the room, and walked out of the hall. The high-ranking members of the Jiang family were left looking at one another in stunned silence. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Qiye should have supported his 4th or 5th uncle for the leadership. His 5th uncle, Zhang Zhenzhong, was a particularly versatile talent, brave, strategic, and arguably the most qualified candidate. However, due to the way they had treated his younger sister, Zhang Juzhen, Zhang Qiye was deeply disappointed in both uncles. In truth, he harbored a lingering resentment toward the entire clan and had no desire to meddle in their succession. Let them pick whoever they wanted. As long as he was around, the Jiang family would have to revolve around him to survive. After a long moment of silence, the clan elder, Zhang Yunhua, stepped forward. He performed the blood-binding ritual on the storage bag Zhang Qiye had left behind. Suddenly, his elderly eyes widened so much they nearly popped out of his head. "Sixth uncle, what's inside?" Xiaoqi said they were pills. They couldn't be blood key pills, could they? The curiosity in the room reached a fever pitch. Zhang Yunhua let out a dry cough. Trying to sound composed, he announced, "They are indeed blood key pills, 300 of them." I knew Xiaoqi was generous, but wait, what? 300? It was as if everyone in the room had been simultaneously choked. They stared at Zhang Yunhua in collective shock, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. It wasn't that they hadn't seen blood key pills before, but the entire Jiang family usually handled no more than 5 in a single year. It wasn't just a matter of money. These were rare treasures that couldn't be bought even with gold. Obtaining 300 at once was an astronomical, earth-shattering windfall. With these pills, they could turn a literal herd of pigs into dozens of fourth-rank masters. Zhang Yunhua maintained a facade of calm, as if he were a man of the world who had seen everything. He smiled and added, "Xiaoqi has done a great service for the clan once again. He truly is a good child. With these, our overall strength will increase several times over." The elders nodded in delighted surprise, inwardly marveling at the sixth uncle's poise. Not a single flinch even as a mountain crumbled before him. They conveniently ignored the fact that the old man's hand, still clutching the storage bag, was shaking uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiye returned to his small courtyard. He originally had a date with Qing Luan of the Jujin Pavilion, but after days of running around, constant battles, and tireless effort, he hadn't had a single full night's sleep. Feeling physically and mentally drained, he decided to give himself a break and just sleep. Qing Luan hadn't specified a date anyway, so he could see her another time. However, before drifting off, he decided to inventory the day's spoils, a bronze token from Zhu Danyang and a pile of storage bags from 7th-level Qi refining cultivators. The wealth and resources inside constituted yet another massive fortune. Among them, a special secret manual found within Zhu Danyang's bronze token caught his eye. It was an ancient, silver-colored beast skin codex. It was severely worn and incomplete, covered in countless scars from blades, axes, and fire. Mottled and ancient, it looked like a relic that had survived eras of turmoil. Only 6 pages remained of the original text. The title was The Book of Ancient Thunder. It detailed something Zhang Qiye had never encountered before: runes. Initially, he had flipped through it out of pure curiosity, but as he read on, his interest grew into a profound fascination. It was as if a brand new door had swung open, revealing a vast and magnificent world of runes. Runes were patterns that described the origin of the great Tao, one of the greatest legacies of the ancient human ancestors. In the tribal eras, they were the exclusive inheritance of the Wu, shamans, possessing endless mystical power. The first 2 pages of this fragmented relic were an introduction to runes. The remaining 4 pages each contained a single rune carved with spiritual power. They glowed with divine light and pulsed with a mysterious rhythm. The first was a green rune shaped like a tiny tadpole, constantly splitting and merging in an endless cycle. The rune of restoration. The second was a slender, silver-patterned rune that flowed like a winding river, profoundly mysterious. The rune of void. The third was a purple rune shaped like a wing, light and ethereal as if it might take flight at any moment. The rune of space. The fourth was a black, octopus-like rune, eerie and shrouded in mystery. The rune of touch. Zhang Qiye's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He felt a surge of adrenaline, the kind of wild joy one feels when stumbling upon a mountain of gold. His intuition told him that these runes were a top-tier inheritance. If he could comprehend them, he might gain supernatural abilities. He suddenly remembered the strangely styled teleportation array in Zhu Danyang's underground space. That array was simple, composed of only a few core markings, and the patterns used were exactly like the rune of void in this Book of Ancient Thunder. Setting aside the other runes, the rune of void alone was incredibly useful. If he could learn to set up teleportation arrays, travel would become effortless. More importantly, during an escape, he could vanish across thousands of miles in an instant. Who could possibly catch him then? Furthermore, the Rune of Void might have other profound uses beyond just teleportation. Jiang Qie was over the moon. The value of this book was truly incalculable. In Zhu Danyang's hands, this fragmented book of ancient thunder was like a pearl buried in dust. Only in the hands of a peerless genius like himself could it truly shine. He couldn't wait to touch the first rune, the Rune of Restoration, with his mind. The tadpole-like marking instantly expanded in his consciousness, radiating thousands of feet of green light like a divine scripture of the great Tao, evolving into infinite mysteries. He gradually understood its purpose: recovery and repair. If he could master this rune, he could potentially restore anything that was broken or incomplete, including regrowing severed limbs or reforging broken swords. In theory, it could restore anything he subjectively perceived as incomplete. Of course, this was the ideal state. Wielding this rune required consuming one's own energy, which depended on personal strength. Alternatively, one could offer enough sacrifices to power the rune. This was an ancient shamanic method. Theoretically, with enough strength or sacrificial energy, even a hole in the sky could be repaired. Jiang Qie didn't have such lofty ambitions yet. He only hoped to grasp enough to regrow a limb or achieve a semblance of immortality. However, he soon realized that even this modest wish was difficult to fulfill. With his current realm and comprehension, he couldn't even grasp a sliver of the Rune of Restoration's divine rhythm. It might take centuries of meditative study to see results, and Jiang Qie lacked that kind of patience. Fortunately, he didn't need it. He had a cheat. Within his cultivation reservoir, he had once again accumulated 183 years of prenatal cultivation. He had originally planned to save this for a few days to break through to the divine steel realm and push his Iron Mountain techniques to perfection. Now, however, he was enamored with the runes. He couldn't resist dipping into his savings to merge with and comprehend the Rune of Restoration. His mind shuddered as scenes of profound understanding flashed past. As time flowed, the tadpole of the rune began to drift, merge, and slowly disassemble into its base components. It transformed into even finer patterns that flowed through his mind, presenting the divine rhythm of the Tao with absolute clarity. Year 1. No reaction. Year 10. No progress. Year 32. An infinite stream of tiny patterns bored into his consciousness, condensing into a small tadpole-shaped rune. It hovered quietly, signifying his initial mastery of the Rune of Restoration. By year 51, the pea-sized rune had grown to the size of a peanut. Jiang Qie stopped the cultivation fusion and withdrew from the inheritance. He wanted to test the effects of this rune first. With a look of anticipation, he drew the Heartstone Spirit Sword and sliced his own left palm. Even with considerable force, the blade only managed a shallow cut that seeped a bit of blood. Jiang Qie focused his mind, activating the Rune of Restoration. A surge of mysterious energy swept over his palm. To his delight, the shallow wound began to glow with faint green light, healing at a visible speed. Within a few breaths, it was completely gone, leaving only a small bloodstain as proof it had ever existed. The process had consumed only a negligible amount of his blood and vitality. Not bad at all, he thought. Quite miraculous. Although he was still a long way from regrowing limbs or becoming immortal. As long as he was willing to invest his cultivation, there was always hope. He was highly satisfied with the result. His physique and defense were already formidable. If he could eventually achieve instantaneous regeneration, he almost felt sorry for his future enemies. He was equally excited about the other runes. If the Rune of Restoration was this effective, what of the runes of Void, Space, and Touch? Each surely held its own unique wonders, and Jiang Qie was salivating at the thought. However, looking at the remaining 132 years of cultivation in his reservoir, he felt a bit dejected. For him, both his Iron Mountain defense and the King's scripture were massive energy sinks. Now he had added runes to the list, a bottomless pit if ever there was one. Furthermore, there was still the Dragon Slayer Devil Scripture inheritance waiting for him, a top-tier martial art that would undoubtedly require a staggering amount of cultivation. The total amount needed for all these skills was becoming an astronomical figure. But as the saying goes, no pain, no gain. Each of these arts had its own unique utility, and Jiang Qiye wanted them all. "My cultivation is still far from enough," he sighed. "If only the Crimson Blood Army would send a few more waves of troops. I need to go out and uphold justice more often." His eyes glittered with a strange light. After a moment's thought, he remembered there was still the 10,000 Snakes gang to deal with. Under the clear sky of Hanyang City, such an evil organization could not be allowed to fester. It was intolerable. But that was a problem for tomorrow. It was late. It was time to wash up and sleep. Meanwhile, deep within a cavern on Hanyang Peak of Shaoyang Mountain, Sect Master Hanyangzi led a group of elderly, frail cultivators toward a massive array covering 100 square meters. Every face was grim and filled with worry. The great array spiraled upward, extending all the way to the Hanyang Heavenly Pool at the summit. Powered by countless primal stones, the array was currently spinning wildly, radiating a blinding green light. It pulsed with a strange gravitational pull directed toward a specific point in the void. As time passed, the array's energy began to deplete, yet it failed to produce the desired result. The group watched in despair as the light faded into darkness. An elder, whose eyebrows reached his chin, sighed bitterly. "Sect Master, it failed. We cannot recall the Hanyang orb. It must be trapped by some powerful faction's array. What do we do?" Another elder in a wheelchair roared, "It has to be the Immortal Slaying Alliance. That orb is our sect's treasure. We must get it back at all costs." Hanyangzi's expression was terrifyingly dark, his eyes flickering with killing intent. He gave a cold command. "Find a way to contact the High Command of the Immortal Slaying Alliance. I wish to negotiate. Also, recall Shuiyangzi from the Imperial capital. He will be in full charge of investigating the orb's disappearance. No individual or power involved shall be spared." An elder frowned and advised, "Sect Master, if I'm not mistaken, Xing Wuyan and Qing Yangzi met their end in Hanyang City. But there is a demon suppressor stationed there. We must tread carefully. Junior brother Shui Yangzi has a fiery temper and a heavy killing intent. He might not be right for this." Han Yangzi replied coldly, "It's fine. Let Shui Yangzi test the waters with that demon suppressor. Hanyang City belonged to our Hanyang sect originally. That old man Bei Xuan has occupied it for far too long." The next morning, the Zhang family was buzzing with excitement. A new clan leader had been chosen. After a night's rest, a refreshed Jiang Qiye attended another clan assembly to witness the new leader pay respects to the ancestors. The new clan leader was none other than his fifth uncle, Jiang Zhenzhong. Qiye was pleased with the result. His uncle was highly capable. Jiang Zhenzhong was well liked and had looked out for Qiye when he was young. Their relationship was solid. The only drawback was that Zhenzhong was only a fourth-rank martial artist, the lowest-ranking leader in the family's history. But it couldn't be helped. The secular world's martial arts were in decline. The Jiang family wasn't the only one suffering. After the ceremony, Jiang Zhenzhong found Qiye and informed him that the Council of Elders had approved both of his proposals. Qiye wasn't surprised. The benefits for the family were obvious. As the sun climbed higher, he led a selected group of young Jiang clansmen to the city guard headquarters to begin their service. Throughout the entire process, he didn't spare a single glance for Jiang Zhendong. His attitude set the tone for the rest of the family. Since waking up in the middle of the night, Jiang Zhendong had received almost no visitors. No one wanted to hear his bitter complaints. He was a washed-up leader, a crippled man, and a ruthless person who had finally been discarded. To Jiang Qiye, the rising star of the family and the new powerhouse of Hanyang, he was worse than worthless. He was placed under house arrest in the deep courtyards, destined to rot in loneliness, regret, and resentment. At the city guard headquarters, everything appeared normal on the surface. Some units were on duty, some were resting or training,
but a closer look revealed a sense of unease among the ranks. Hearts were fluttering with uncertainty. It's been days and the commander hasn't shown his face. You don't think something actually happened to him, do you? On the training grounds, a soldier practicing his saber work stopped for a drink and whispered to his comrade. His friend looked around nervously. "Shut up, Wu Haizi. Is the commander's business something you should be gossiping about? Besides, for a master like him, a few months of seclusion is perfectly normal." "But so much has happened. We have hundreds of Crimson Blood prisoners in the cells. If the commander stays in seclusion and the army attacks again, what then? If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. That's not for you to worry about. Even without the commander, didn't Officer Jiang and Officer Fu lead us to victory against those Crimson Blood bastards?" "True, but I heard our supply caravan was seized at the pass. I wonder if we'll even have beast meat for lunch next month." "Don't worry, Officer Fu is negotiating with the Northern Pass. We have 300 or 400 prisoners. They won't dare pull anything." "I hope you're right." As Jiang Qiye walked into the headquarters, he quietly spread his divine sense, quickly grasping the situation. Zhu Danyang's continued absence was indeed affecting morale, and the ongoing tension with the Crimson Blood Army only added to the anxiety. Qiye didn't have an immediate fix. Although he had secured the loyalty of Fu Qingxi and Xiao Yue and led them to a great victory, his tenure was short, and his prestige couldn't yet match Zhu Danyang's. It would take time. However, this was the perfect opportunity to take true control of the city guard. He couldn't just be a hands-off boss, or he would essentially be handing everything to Fu Qingxi. If he could truly win her over, she was average in strength but highly efficient. Zhu Danyang won't be coming back. She had lost her political backing. Maybe I should try to bring her fully into the fold, Qiye thought as he walked. He went to his office and signed several orders. Rewards for those who distinguished themselves in the last battle, punishments for those who failed, and promotions to fill the ranks from the reserves. He also slotted several Jiang family members into the organization. As for the specific post-war logistics, the relevant departments already had established protocols. He didn't need to micromanage. Just as he finished, Fu Qingxi sent someone to invite him for a meeting. In her office, she was dressed in light emerald armor that traced her perfect silhouette. She was hunched over her desk, reviewing documents, her beautiful face looking slightly pale and exhausted. Whether it was from overwork or worry for Zhu Danyang, it was hard to say. She didn't stand when Qiye entered, merely having a chair brought for him. Qiye sat down with an air of relaxed authority and smiled. "Officer Fu, you're busy, but you should take care of yourself." She gave him a cool, unappreciative glance. "Officer Jiang, aren't you supposed to be the acting commander? You're either in seclusion or hiding at home. That's not exactly how an acting commander should act." Qiye chuckled. "You joke. This acting title is just a temporary fix until Commander Zhu returns. Then I'll go back to being a deputy. The question is, when will he return? The soldiers are getting restless. As long as he's missing, their hearts won't be at peace." At the mention of Zhu Danyang, a flash of worry crossed her eyes. She replied tonelessly, "My master is in deep seclusion. He likely won't be back anytime soon. For now, the affairs of the city guard must be handled by us." Qiye's eyes flickered. He waved away the attendant at the door and lowered his voice. "Officer Fu, let's not play games. Commander Zhu isn't coming back, is he?" She bolted upright, her gaze sharpening. "What did you say?" Qiye met her gaze without flinching. "Officer Fu, you weren't at the headquarters that night. There are things you might not know. Things I was personally involved in." Her pupils contracted. What do you know?" Regarding the conflict between her master and the Hanyang sect, she knew very little. Zhu Danyang had kept her in the dark to protect her. Qiye stood up casually, took a sip of wine, and leaned against her desk, looking her in the eye. His voice was low. "I know that Commander Zhu has become an enemy of the Hanyang sect.
Out of an old grudge, he personally crippled their future sect master and tried to steal the Hanyang orb. He failed, and the sect will never let him go. I know for a fact they have sent a host of masters, both openly and in the shadows, to kill him. If he shows his face, he's a dead man. Therefore, I conclude he will never return. If he wants to live, he has to flee far away and live under a false name. The great wilderness beyond the pass is likely his only refuge. Fu Qingxi stood frozen, her worry for her master deepening. Her intuition told her Jiang Qiye was right. That was exactly what her master would do. Her eyes flickered as she looked at him. And you? Aren't you afraid? Jiang Qiye blinked in confusion. Afraid of what? You said you were involved that night, she said, frowning. Aren't you afraid the Hanyang sect will come for you once they settle the score with him? Qiye couldn't help but laugh, a laugh full of confidence. I'm not afraid. Why not? Can you truly stand against the Hanyang Immortal sect? Fu Qingxi pressed. Qiye smirked, finding it a bit hard to explain. He couldn't exactly tell her that the rate at which they sent delivery boys couldn't keep up with his leveling speed. Then he remembered the old man in the tattered iron armor. A flash of inspiration struck, and he came up with a convenient excuse. Fine, I'll tell you a secret, but you must keep it to yourself. She stared at him intently, silent and waiting for him to continue. No one to play along, huh? Qiye cleared his throat and leaned in mysteriously. Actually, I am the disciple of the demon suppressor. You've heard of him, right? Her jaw dropped, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. You... Shh. Qiye put a finger to his lips. Keep it down. I prefer to keep a low profile. She looked him over as if seeing him for the first time, trying to find a flaw in his story. Although she had never met the northern demon suppressor, she had heard Zhu Danyang mention him many times. He was a legendary figure, powerful, mysterious, and the true guardian of Hanyang. She never dreamed Qiye would be his student, but then again, considering how fast he had risen and his terrifying, invincible strength, it was the only explanation that made sense. Only a figure of such transcendent power could produce such a monster of a student. If it's your secret, why are you telling me? She asked, puzzled. Qiye smiled. Because you're special. From the first moment I saw you. I knew you were the person I was looking for. Stop! Her face flushed red and she looked flustered. Don't talk such nonsense. You're about to marry Lady Hongyu. I would rather die than be your concubine. Don't even think about it. Qiye stared at her, stunned. He gave a wry smile and explained, I didn't mean it that way. I meant that I hope you will help me. Help me take full control of the city guard. Fu Qingxi's face turned even redder, her embarrassment staining her neck like jade. But as a high-ranking officer, she quickly regained her composure. She gave a curious snort. And why should I help you? Qiye thought for a moment. Officer Fu, your relationship with Zhu Danyang is no secret. The Hanyang sect hasn't moved yet because they don't want to alert him. But do you think they'll let you off easily? Zhu Danyang can barely protect himself, let alone you. Right now in Hanyang, I am the only one who can shield you. Think of this as a trade. I protect you and you work for me. What do you say? Her eyes flickered. She fell into a hesitant silence. It was impossible for her not to be afraid of the Hanyang sect. Despite being a deputy commander, she was only a fourth-rank martial artist. Even an outer disciple of the sect could likely defeat her, if she had nowhere else to go. She had even considered fleeing the city. If Qiye, as the demon suppressor's disciple, could truly protect her, it was a viable path. After speaking, Qiye sat back and sipped his wine, waiting patiently for her answer. After a long pause, she looked him in the eye. I accept the trade, but only on the condition that I work for you to control the guard. Nothing more. You are not to have any inappropriate ideas about me. Deal. Qiye agreed instantly. He had no ulterior motives. He just wanted an efficient secretary. Inwardly, though, he was a bit miffed. Does this woman have no eyes? Can she not see my incredible charm? Tsh! Seeing him agree so easily, Fu Qingxi breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had thought of something. She looked like she wanted to speak, but hesitated. Is there something else? Chie asked. If you have more requests, just say them. I'm quite reasonable. She looked at him and bit her lip. Blushing, she said, If you can get the demon suppressor to protect my master from the Hanyang sect, I will do anything for you. Chie's expression froze, and he felt like laughing and crying at the same time. He knew exactly what she meant by anything. But that request was a bit difficult. Even if he could call out the demon suppressor, it was too late. Zhu Danyang's corpse was currently in his storage bag. It was a shame. She was a top-tier beauty in terms of looks and temperament. Subjectively, she was second only to Xiao Hongyu among the women he had met. Having her as a secret partner would have been quite pleasant. Wait, what am I thinking? I'm a faithful man. Chie straightened his face. Officer Fu, you're overthinking it. You are beautiful, but I have no intention of disrespecting you. However, your idea is sound. I have always admired Commander Zhu and am grateful for his promotion. If I can resolve his feud with the Hanyang sect, I am willing to help. You don't need to pay me anything. I'll find a time to take Commander Zhu to see my master and see what the old man thinks. I believe if he takes an interest, settling things with the Hanyang sect would take just a single word from him. Really? You'd truly do that? She was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling. I never break a promise. Besides, it's not that hard for me. Chie smiled, acting as if it were a trivial matter. In reality, it was an empty promise. If she could actually produce Zhu Danyang for the meeting, he'd be seeing a ghost. Her gaze toward him softened significantly. The unpleasantness from when he had bullied her on the training grounds vanished instantly. Once she set aside her prejudice, she realized he was actually quite an exceptional man. Handsome, poised, powerful, and intelligent. He was brave, grateful to his superiors, and didn't take advantage of women. He seemed almost flawless. No wonder Lady Hongyu chose him. No wonder he was the demon suppressor's student. Even Zhu Danyang had high hopes for him. At that moment, she couldn't help but compare him to another man. That man was also exceptional, her senior brother, Gu Yunwei. He had promised to return and marry her, but he had been gone for 7 years. His occasional letters only asked after their master, never mentioning her. She had heard he was now engaged to the daughter of a high-ranking demon suppressor official. Hey, you all right? Chie asked, looking at her strangely. This woman was odd, staring at him like that. I'm fine, she said, snapping out of it. Chie nodded. Good. How are the negotiations with the Song family going? She shook her head and sighed. The Songs are very aggressive. They sent a messenger demanding we release their people unconditionally and pay for all their losses. They even want to go to the capital themselves to complain. Chie let out a cold laugh. Their arrogance didn't surprise him. The Song family commanded 60,000 troops. They were a true titan in the north. It would be strange if they settled easily. But for him, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Somewhere along the way, his mindset had shifted. He used to be extremely low profile, afraid of being noticed or losing his life. Now, his low profile was just a way to play the pig to eat the tiger. It was for the secret thrill of it, and to avoid the notice of true powerhouses too early. His biggest change was, he was no longer afraid of trouble. As the king of the bronze tier, he actually welcomed trouble now. Trouble meant conflict. Conflict meant casualties, and casualties meant more cultivation to harvest. What could be better than that? Kie thought for a moment and said flatly, Since the Songs have no sincerity, we don't need to be polite. If they don't want to talk, then we won't. They seized my supplies and my people, right? Fine. We will lock down Hanyang's black market and seize every business and asset they own in this city.
Let's see whose losses will be greater then. The Mu, Yuan, and Feng families, these martial clans are all inextricably linked to the Crimson Blood Army. Their businesses are the lifeblood of the Song family. During the Battle of Sunset Jade Lake, these families even clandestinely organized hundreds of martial artists to reinforce the Crimson Blood Army. If it weren't for the fact that the Crimson Blood Army collapsed too quickly for them to intervene, their hands would already be stained with the blood of our city guard soldiers. There is no need for mercy. It is time for a reckoning. Fu Qingxi frowned slightly. Officer Jiang, if we do this, I fear we will leave ourselves no room for maneuver with the Song family. Zhang Tie shook his head, cutting her off. We don't need room for maneuver. You don't get a man-eating tiger like the Song family to compromise without beating it until it bleeds. Furthermore, how is the screening of the Crimson Blood prisoners going? Those who looted shops and abducted women after entering the city? And the marauders who slaughtered civilians, have they been identified? Other matters can wait, but these criminal soldiers must die, and their execution must serve as a public example. We owe the people that much. Fu Qingxi pondered for a moment, then nodded firmly. Fine. We'll do as you say. However, regarding those prisoners, Zhang Tie frowned. Is there a problem? Fu Qingxi replied, the disciplinary department might be an issue. As the commander of the street patrol, I have no authority to give them direct orders. You'll need to use your authority as acting commander to make them comply. Zhang Tie thought it over and nodded. Fine. I will handle the disciplinary department myself. As for those Song family vassals in the city, have your men map them out first. Once we are ready, we'll sweep them up in one net. The losses beyond the pass will be compensated by them. Just then, a soldier rushed in, panting. Report! Officer Jiang! Officer Fu! Something has happened outside! What is it? Zhang Tie asked sternly. The soldier said indignantly, a passing caravan delivered a shipment of goods. When we opened the crates, they were filled with human heads. They are the heads of our brothers who were escorting the cargo beyond the pass. 36 in total, not a single one missing. Damn them! Fu Qingxi's face turned cold, her eyes burning with killing intent. Zhang Tie was equally incensed. It was obvious the Song family was behind this. He looked at her. Go handle the situation. Comfort the families and arrange the pensions. Don't skimp on the silver. Pay out 3 times the standard rate. Fu Qingxi nodded grimly and walked out without a word. Zhang Tie also stood up and headed out. He didn't go to see the heads. Instead, he gathered Puhun, Zhang Bahuang, Li Sandao, and his other guards to inspect the prison. The prison remained the same, but since Zhu Danyang hadn't appointed a new warden, it was currently managed by a group of section chiefs. Upon hearing of Zhang Tie's inspection, they all lined up respectfully to welcome him. They cast looks of either awe or flattery, though God only knew what they truly thought. After all, not long ago, this Officer Jiang was just a minor section chief. His seniority was lower than theirs. Now he had ascended to a height they could only dream of. Are the prisoners behaving? Zhang Tie asked as he walked. The section chief of Section A was Zhang Ruoxu, a white-haired man with 6th-rank strength, making him the most senior and powerful man in the prison. Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Ruoxu quickly offered a fawning smile. Rest assured, sir, the prisoners are very quiet, no trouble at all. Zhang Tie said nothing more, but his expression grew darker. As he walked past the cells holding the Crimson Blood prisoners, he noticed the prison was incredibly cramped. It had been crowded before, but since these prisoners arrived, the other inmates were packed like sardines. However, the Crimson Blood prisoners were receiving special treatment. Only 8 men shared a cell. In the corners lay gnawed meat bones and shattered wine jars. The aroma of meat and wine even masked the usual stench of decay and filth. The prisoners were well fed and satisfied. With flushed faces, some were talking loudly, some were meditating, and others were miming saber techniques with their hands. They looked vibrant and in high spirits. There were even prison laborers moving in and out to clear their trash and empty their latrines.
If a laborer accidentally bumped into one of these lords, they, who were usually arrogant themselves, would likely receive a slap for their trouble. As he walked, Jiang Qie's face became increasingly grim, while the section chiefs behind him turned pale, breaking into cold sweats. Suddenly, shouting erupted from a cell ahead. It was accompanied by the sound of kicking and punching. "Damn it, I've killed hundreds of desert raiders beyond the pass. What's wrong with having a woman now that I'm back in the city? Go get me some pretty female convicts to help me vent, or I'll beat you to death." "Sir, this is against the rules." "Don't hit my kidneys! Stop! My fist is the rule. Are you going or not? If not, I'll kill you right now." With a thud, a jailer was thrown out of the cell, slamming into the opposite door. His head was split open, and he collapsed, dazed and unable to stand. Jiang Qie walked up to the bars and stared coldly at the brawny, dark-faced man inside. This man had been a centurion in the Crimson Blood Army. Stripped of his armor and wearing only animal skins, his bulging muscles and fierce aura were palpable. The moment he saw Jiang Qie, the centurion's pupils shrank. He averted his gaze, not daring to meet Qie's eyes. Jiang Qie looked at him with icy indifference, then turned to the section chiefs. "Someone tell me what is going on. Why are these captured marauders living like lords in my prison? Eating well, sleeping well, no work to do, and they even get to play with female convicts? Zhang Ruoxu, you tell me, what is the meaning of this?" Zhang Ruoxu's face drained of color as he scrambled to his knees. "Sir, I was only following orders." "Tell me whose orders," Jiang Qie sneered. It was an order issued by Secretary Chen of the Disciplinary Department," Zhang Ruoxu stammered. Jiang Qie's eyebrows shot up. "Secretary Chen? Since when does the Disciplinary Department have authority over the prison? What right do they have to order special treatment for prisoners?" Zhang Ruoxu was drenched in cold sweat, unable to answer. Jiang Qie cast a freezing gaze over the others. "Every section chief responsible for these Crimson Blood prisoners, step forward. 1, 2, 3. 5 section chiefs stood out, all trembling. They were pale and avoided his gaze. "Excellent. You're fired. Go to the disciplinary department for 50 lashes, then report for duty as reserve soldiers," Jiang Qie said coldly. Zhang Ruoxu panicked. "Sir, why? Why us?" "Because you collaborated with marauders. Is that reason enough?" "Bang!" Jiang Qie roared, delivering a brutal kick to Zhang Ruoxu's chest that sent him flying 10 meters. He hit the ground, coughing up blood. The surrounding jailers were terrified, and the area fell deathly silent. Jiang Qie scanned the room. "Our soldiers fought a bloody battle, losing hundreds of brothers to capture these invaders. Did they do it so you could treat them like honored ancestors? Can you look the fallen in the eye? Can you look at the civilians they victimized? And you have the nerve to ask me why? Please, sir, forgive us. We were wrong. Sir, for the sake of our past service, give us another chance." The section chiefs kowtowed and begged, but Jiang Qie ignored them. He turned back to the centurion in the cell. "A defeated commander on the battlefield, yet so arrogant in a cage. Impressive. Since you want a woman so badly, go find one in the underworld. There are plenty of beautiful ghosts there." The centurion's face contorted in rage. Swish! A streak of white light flashed, and a hole instantly appeared in his forehead. His eyes rolled back, and his massive frame thudded to the floor, dead. Gained 3 years of prenatal cultivation. "Bastard! You killed Centurion Chen, I'll kill you! Little brat, die! Avenge Brother Chen!" With the Centurion dead, the neighboring cells exploded into chaos. Though a murderer, this Centurion was highly respected in the army and known for his loyalty, earning him a band of devoted followers. Now, over a dozen fit Crimson Blood soldiers, blinded by rage, smashed their cell doors open. They charged at Jiang Qie with murderous intent. This sight terrified the jailers. Though they drew their sabers, They stood frozen, pale with fear. They had treated these soldiers like royalty not just because of orders, but because they were genuinely afraid of their strength. Zhang Qiye, however, was unfazed, his gaze cold as iron. "Since you're so loyal to your centurion, you can follow him to the grave," faced with the bare-handed. Charging soldiers, Zhang Qiye showed no mercy. He raised his left hand, fingers spread wide. Sharpened beams of white light shot through the air, piercing the heads of the soldiers and obliterating their souls. Thud, thud, thud. A dozen bodies collapsed to the floor. The prison fell silent once more. Over a dozen hardened soldiers had revolted, yet they couldn't even get within 10 meters of Zhang Qiye before being snuffed out. It was a meaningless death. Everyone present was chilled to the bone. Anyone else? Zhang Qiye stood tall, his icy gaze sweeping across the remaining cells. Wherever he looked, the soldiers, though filled with suppressed rage, lowered their heads in terror. The only reason you didn't die on the battlefield was your surrender. Personally, I would have preferred if you'd fought to the end like men. Instead, you're just a bunch of spineless cowards. Zhang Qiye snorted in disdain, feeling a slight disappointment. Well, at least I gained another 20 years of cultivation. Watch these prisoners closely. If anyone else causes trouble, use Zhang Ruoxu as an example. Zhao Kang, take my order. Transfer Hu Guangli to serve as warden. Hu Guangli was one of his lieutenants, a man who looked like a fierce warrior but was actually a crafty old fox who performed mediocrely in battle. Moving him to the prison would free up a spot for someone more suited for combat. After issuing a few more commands, Zhang Qiye led his men out of the prison and straight to the disciplinary department. This department was divided into two sections, the Secretariat and the Judiciary. The Secretariat handled approvals, orders, and communication with the headquarters in the imperial capital, acting as the guard's administrative hub. The Judiciary handled internal discipline and prison sentencing. Generally, the Secretariat held higher status, because they dealt with the capital and were often officials appointed directly from the center. At that moment, in an office within the department, Secretary Chen and Judiciary Chief Gu were drinking tea. Gray-haired Gu Xing frowned and said, "Secretary Chen, I heard Officer Jiang just inspected the prison. Will he have an issue with what we've done?" Secretary Chen was a refined, dark-skinned, middle-aged man with the natural arrogance of a scholar. He sneered in disdain. What can a brat like him do? He climbed from a jailer to a warden, then to a lieutenant, and now an acting commander all in 10 days through connections. Even the paperwork for his warden promotion is still being processed in the capital. Whether his acting commander status even counts depends on whether we choose to recognize it. Gu Xing gave a bitter smile. That may be so, but Hanyang is in turmoil. Commander Zhu is gone, and no one else has the strength or prestige to lead. Except Zhang Qiye. With his own strength and the support of the King Xuan's manor, he's the only one holding this place together. If we trip him up and create internal strife, how will we face the external threats? Secretary Chen gave a cryptic, cold laugh. Officer Gu, you're worrying over nothing. What external threats? The Crimson Blood Army? The Song family? What do their problems have to do with us? At the end of the day, those are problems for the soldiers. They are the mess Zhang Qiye and his lot made. Even if the world burns outside, as long as the Crimson Blood Army doesn't start a full-scale rebellion against the throne, we can still sit here and drink our tea in peace. But Gu Xing was stunned, finding it hard to follow Chen's logic. Secretary Chen took a slow sip of tea, looking entirely composed. Look at it from a higher perspective. It doesn't matter if this guard is led by a Jew or a Song. It has nothing to do with us. We don't need to worry about Zhang Qiye. He has no formal standing. He has no authority over us. I guarantee that a tall tree like him will be the first to be snapped by the wind. On the other hand, we should stay on the Song family's good side. They have deep roots in the north and massive influence in the capital. You and I might need their help one day. Sow good seeds today, and you'll harvest good fruit tomorrow. Gu Xing nodded slowly and raised a thumb in feigned praise. Secretary Chen, you truly are a student of the Grand Tutor. One conversation with you is worth 10 years of study. I have learned much today. Modesty, modesty. I also admire your vast knowledge, Chen replied, waving it off with a pride he couldn't hide. He didn't notice the flash of irony in Gu Xing's eyes. Gu had spent a lifetime in the city guard and had seen commanders come and go. He wasn't that naive. To him, Chen's logic might make sense on paper, but it ignored one fatal problem. Strength. Actual, raw strength. A civilian official trying to sabotage a powerful martial artist and expecting them to play by the rules. How naive can you get? This was Hanyang in the north, not the capital. When things go south, there's only one rule. Might makes right. Ah, the arrogance of youth, Gu Xing thought, watching Chen's self-satisfied expression. He had come to warn him to tone it down for the sake of their old friendship, but seeing how set in his ways Chen was, he didn't bother. Suddenly the door was pushed open. A tall young man with a calm, composed aura walked in, a faint, unreadable smile on his face. Secretary Chen's face darkened instantly. Insolent! Who are you, and who gave you permission to enter? It was Zhang Qie. It wasn't that Chen didn't know who he was, but they had never met, so he feigned ignorance. Gu Xing, however, jumped up and bowed respectfully. Ah, Commander Zhang, forgive us for not welcoming you. Please forgive our lack of hospitality. Zhang Qie looked away from Chen and gave Gu a small smile. You're too kind, Officer Gu. I apologize for barging in so abruptly. I hope you don't mind. Not at all, not at all, Gu said, pretending to be flustered. Qie continued. Officer Gu, some of those prisoners robbed shops and assaulted civilians while posing as raiders. I trust you have identified those criminals? Gu lowered his posture further. To answer the commander, we have identified 73 individuals. We were just waiting for your orders on how to proceed. Zhang Qie frowned. 73? That sounds wrong. I heard from the citizens that there were over 100. Is there an oversight in your records, Officer Gu? Gu's expression shifted, and he quickly replied, Ah, yes. It must be an oversight. I'll re-verify the records immediately to ensure no one is missed. Zhang Qie nodded in satisfaction. Good. Once confirmed, put them all in cages and take them to the North Gate for public execution. I will personally oversee it. Understood. I'll get to it, Gu agreed readily. He bowed and backed out of the room. As he left, he glanced at Secretary Chen, who was looking back at him with pure disdain and contempt. Gu Xing sighed inwardly. Ah, youth. Years ago, he too had been a man of iron principles. But even iron bones can't withstand a martial artist's club. He had learned two things. 1, follow the strongest person. 2, never try to argue logic with a martial artist, especially one with real power. Once Gu left, Zhang Qie waved a hand and the door slammed shut. He sat down in Gu's former chair and studied Secretary Chen with an amused look. He had used his divine sense to overhear their entire conversation. He now had a good grasp of Chen's mentality. Simply put, this man was delusional and had his loyalties in the wrong place. The Secretariat was a fourth-rank civilian post. It wasn't vital, but you couldn't easily bypass it. If the person in this seat wasn't on his side, every report sent to the capital could be twisted in 1,000 ways. These scholars could turn black into white with just a stroke of a pen. If he didn't deal with Chen, successes would be buried, and failures would be magnified. Just looking at the man's posture, Qie knew he was brewing something foul. Regardless, Qie decided to try diplomacy before force. He bowed slightly. Secretary Chen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Qie, commander of the 2nd Street Patrol Regiment. By the grace of Commander Ju, I am currently the acting commander. I look forward to your support. Chen's eyes flickered as he sat back. You're too kind. To be so young and yet so heavily relied upon, your future is limitless. However, I have one concern. I hope Officer Zhang can clear it up. Speak, Chie said. Secretary Chen leaned back with an air of superiority. You claim Commander Ju appointed you, but do you have a formal letter of appointment? Chie shook his head. Do you have a decree? No, Chie said. Were there witnesses present when you were appointed? None, Chie replied again. Chen let out a mocking laugh. Officer Zhang, you have neither paper nor witnesses. Why should I believe you? Zhang Qiye rubbed his nose and asked a question of his own. Secretary Chen, I also have a concern. May I ask? Go ahead, Chen said smugly. Can you, as a secretary, perform the duties of a warden? No, Chen replied. Can you issue orders on behalf of the commander? Chen's brow furrowed. No. Can you, of your own volition, decide the fate of Crimson Blood prisoners? Chen's eyes turned wary. After a silence, he said, No. Zhang Qi sneered. Then, Secretary Chen, since you can't do this and you can't do that, why did you dare issue an order to the prison for special treatment? Who gave you the right? Who gave you the courage? Chen's face darkened. I issued that order based on my own considerations. I will explain it to Commander Ju when he returns. He won't be back for a while. Perhaps I could have the honor of hearing your explanation now. Chie's tone was playful. Chen's expression shifted between anger and hesitation. Zhang Chie, you are just a lieutenant. You have no authority over the disciplinary department. I don't need to explain anything to you. Zhang Chie stood up slowly, his face turning grim. Secretary Chen, I didn't want to deal with you. But for your own selfish gain, you've sucked up to the Song family and betrayed us. You dared to treat those prisoners, men our brothers bled and died to capture, like royalty. If our fallen comrades saw them living like kings in prison, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. You're eating the city guard's food while smashing its bowl. If I don't teach you where your loyalties should lie, you'll never learn. Chen stood up, seemingly unafraid. Zhang Chie, I am a 4th-rank official appointed by the court. If you have a grievance, report it to the throne. Do you think I, Chen Bingzhang, am afraid of you? Haha, you have spirit. I admire a hard bone like yours, even if it's rotten to the core. Zhang Chie's aura suddenly erupted, and an invisible pressure instantly filled the room, pinning Chen where he stood. What are you doing? Chen gasped in shock. He felt as if he had been dropped into a swamp. He couldn't move. Zhang Chie's lips curled into a dangerous, eerie smile. Nothing much. I just want to see exactly how hard your bones are. Chen had practiced some martial arts in his youth but barely reached the 9th rank. Knowing he lacked talent, he turned to civil service. Through networking, he became a student of the Grand Tutor and worked his way up to this post. He had lived in comfort for years, never lifting a finger in anger. Facing Chie's sudden aggression, he began to panic. However, Qiye didn't move immediately. He took out a wine pouch, took a slow sip, and smiled. Secretary Chen, I'll give you one last chance. Either you listen and do your job properly, or you resign and get out. Take your pick. Qiye had Zhu Danyang's token. He could have used it to force Chen to bow, but that would only be temporary. A man like Chen would definitely resort to sabotage later. Therefore, Qiye decided to break him completely. However, to Chen, Qiye's hesitation looked like weakness. He thought Qiye was bluffing. His fear vanished, replaced by a self-righteous laugh. Ha ha ha! I am a scholar, fed on the scriptures of sages. I possess a noble spirit that cannot be bowed by force. Zhang Qiye, kill me if you dare, but as long as I draw breath. I will not allow you to rule this guard like a tyrant, seizing power and starting illegal wars with the Crimson Blood Army. That crime alone is enough to ruin you. One report from me and the headquarters will send officials to arrest you. Do you believe me? Well said. I'm almost scared, Qiye said with a sinister smile. He had already decided.
If he couldn't control this man today, he would kill him. He couldn't leave such a liability alive. "What are you doing?" Chen demanded. "You'll find out soon enough." Chen went to speak, but a strange force suddenly bound his entire body. It lifted him off the ground and laid him flat across the table. He tried to scream for help, but an invisible force blocked his mouth, leaving him only able to let out muffled grunts. The terrifying sensation of being completely helpless sent him into a blind panic. That was only the beginning. Zhang Qie's cold voice drifted through the room, making Chen's heart race. "I know a type of torture called waterboarding. I've heard it's terrifying, but I've never used it. Today you have the honor of being my first subject. They say 80% of people break under this. The other 20% die." Kie waved a hand, pulling a stack of thin paper and a teapot from the desk. He soaked the paper in scalding water and began to layer the wet sheets over Chen's face, covering his eyes, nose, and mouth. The boiling water made Chen's skin blister instantly, and the agony sent him into a frenzy of terror, but he soon realized that the heat was nothing compared to what came next. With the wet paper blocking his airways, he couldn't get enough oxygen. Instead, every desperate breath he took sucked the hot water into his lungs and windpipe. Imagine the sensation of choking on hot tea, then multiply that pain 1,000 times. Chen began to cough violently, but his survival instinct had forced him to take even deeper, more desperate gulps of water, which only magnified the agony. The pain quickly spiraled beyond his limit. Chen was not a man of strong will, and under the weight of such primal terror, he finally lost consciousness. But passing out wasn't the end. It was just the start of a deeper nightmare. His body began to convulse instinctively, his limbs flailing as he lost control of his bowels. Blood began to seep from his facial orifices. Then, the torture stopped. Time seemed to have both stood still and lasted an eternity. Chen's consciousness slowly returned. He opened his eyes and saw that same handsome, youthful face, now looking like a literal demon. He let out a terrified whimper. He rolled off the table with what little strength he had and collapsed at Kie's feet, kowtowing frantically. Tears and snot mixed with the blisters on his face as he made pathetic, non-human sounds of surrender and loyalty. "It seems you've experienced the essence of this technique. I'm pleased. From now on, be a good boy and do your job, or I won't mind giving you a daily refresher. Oh, and about Commander Zhu's token, I have it right here. If you ever want to verify my authority, feel free to ask." Zhang Qie's voice faded as he walked out the door. Chen remained on the floor like a broken dog, kowtowing to an empty room long after Qie had left. Finally, he stopped, curled into a ball under the table, and began to weep silently. Walking back into the main hall, Zhang Qie scanned the room with an air of absolute authority. "I am Acting Commander Zhang Qie. Until Commander Zhu returns, I will be in full charge of all city guard affairs. From this day forward, every document sent to headquarters must first be reviewed and stamped by me. No directive outside of proper procedure shall receive the official seal, and anyone who slips up will be held personally accountable. Do not blame me for showing no mercy when that time comes." His voice, laced with concentrated inner energy, caused the gathered officials to pale. Stricken with awe and fear, they fell to their knees to accept his command. Stepping out into the sunlight, Zhang Qie adjusted his robes and let out a long breath of turbid air. He shook his head with a wry smile. "I guess I'm just not cut out to be the villain. Seeing others being tortured still sits uneasy with me. Is this just the curse of the kind-hearted?" He had worked in the prison for years and seen colleagues who wore expressions of fanatical enjoyment while torturing inmates. Truth be told, he still couldn't fathom that kind of twisted psychology. He decided right then that he would never personally handle such tasks again. If he encountered another stubborn nuisance like Secretary Chen, he'd rather just end them with a single stroke. Behind him, Gu Xing approached with hurried, respectful steps.
Officer Jiang, he murmured. The task you assigned has been partially settled. We have finished screening the criminal marauders. A total of 173 men have been loaded into prisoner carts, ready to be escorted to the execution ground at your word. Jiang Qie turned, his eyes glinting with amusement. This Gu Xing was certainly perceptive. He had simply added a 1 in front of the original 73. That was nearly half the prisoners, but more was fine by him. He never complained about extra cultivation. Officer Gu, your diligence is noted. It's getting late. Let us depart. Gu Xing breathed a secret sigh of relief. He hurried off to issue the orders. Moments later, Jiang Qie, donning his tiger-headed half-armor and a long, flowing silver-white cape, mounted his great blue donkey. Leading over 100 battle-hardened cavalry, he personally escorted over 50 prisoner carts in a grand procession down the long street toward the north gate. Cavalry cleared the way at the front, while auxiliary soldiers beat gongs to announce their passing. This conspicuous display soon caused a city-wide sensation. When the citizens learned that the men in the carts were the very marauders who had looted and murdered just days prior, their fury erupted. They pelted the carts with rotten vegetable leaves and stinking eggs until the vehicles were half buried in filth. An hour later, on the wide avenue beneath the North Gate Tower, the Crimson Blood soldiers, still in their animal skin inner armor and shackled in heavy irons, were brutally dragged down. They were forced to their knees, facing north. Some cursed at the top of their lungs, some wept bitter tears, and others laughed toward the sky in mad defiance. But at Jiang Qie's command, it all came to a sudden halt. Under the afternoon sun, a row of sharp longswords rose and fell in a synchronized arc. With a single sweep, 173 heads rolled. Gained 236 years of prenatal cultivation. From a nearby tavern window, Snow Eagle Captain Song Fengjian watched the distant execution ground, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He trembled with such fury that his two subordinates had to pin him down, fearing he would make a reckless move. Song Fengjian hissed through gritted teeth, "I will kill him! I swear I will kill him! How does he dare? How does he dare slaughter the sons of my Crimson Blood army like this? These brave men didn't fall to the claws of the outland tribes beyond the pass, only to die under the butcher's knife of this despicable coward. Where is the justice in this?" A Snow Eagle guard tried to soothe him. "Sir, please endure. Jiang Qie's strength is unfathomable. We have no chance of winning right now. We must wait for reinforcements. Young Master Yinglong will arrive in Hanyang soon. Things will turn around then." They had recently discovered that the 9 arrows that killed the Snow Eagle guards had not been fired by Xiao Yue, but by Jiang Qie, the fiancé of County Princess Hong Yu. This revelation had turned their resentment into a bone-deep hatred. Song Fengjian roared, "No! I cannot endure. Even if I fail to kill him today, I will give my life trying. Either he dies or I do. If I fall here today, tell Yinglong that avenging me is enough." "Sir, stop!" Boom! With a look of absolute resolve, Song Fengjian unleashed his prenatal aura, blowing his two subordinates aside. He transformed into a streak of cyan-red light, crossing 300 meters of open air like a predatory bird diving at Jiang Qie. "Jiang Qie, meet your end!" At this moment, Song Fengjian was one with his sword, moving with the speed of a thunderbolt. His momentum was sharp enough to pierce the stars, driven by an unstoppable will. His terrifying killing intent blanketed the sky. This sudden assault shocked the crowds and left the martial artists in the audience breathless. Jiang Qie slowly turned his head. As he watched the lightning-fast streak of light closing in, his expression remained calm as a still pond, a playful smirk touching his lips. With his divine sense extending 900 meters, he had detected Song Fengjian and his men long ago. He wasn't surprised by the ambush. In fact, he had been waiting for it. "You only jump out after your men are all dead? What a useless waste," Qie taunted. Simultaneously, his body surged with power. Boom! The Iron Mountain domain activated. the terrifying field instantly expanded 36 meters, a maelstrom of boundless force swirling within. The piercing cyan-red light hit the domain and immediately lost its luster, plunging into the field like a stone into thick mud. He continued his rapid approach. 36 meters, 30, 25, 20. But the resistance Song Fengjian faced grew exponentially. His speed plummeted. He was like a fly charging into a spiderweb. The further he went, the harder it became. By the time he was 10 meters above Chie's head, Song Fengjian ground to a virtual halt. He was frozen in midair, stuck in the web as if trapped in a swamp. He stared at Jiang Chie, so close yet utterly unreachable, his face twisted with shock, fury, and a desperate sense of futility. Jiang Chie! Even if I cannot kill you today, someone will eventually take your dog life. You will die a wretched death. Song Fengjian screamed in rage, struggling with all his might, but he could not break free from the terrifying domain. A late-stage grandmaster of the Great Snow Pass was utterly powerless before Jiang Chie. He couldn't even flee. It was a total, crushing despair. Jiang Chie looked up at him coldly, his words designed to cut deeper than any blade. Who are you putting on this act for? You think only your lives matter? Do the lives of our city guard soldiers mean nothing? Do the lives of the people of Hanyang mean nothing? When you decided to plague this city, you should have expected this day. I, Jiang Chie, am stating this clearly for all to hear. Whether it's the Song family or the Crimson Blood Army, anyone who dares to oppress the people of Hanyang shall find only death. His voice thundered across the sky, reaching half the city. As the word death fell, his right hand erupted with a golden light as brilliant as the sun. He struck upward with a fierce, tyrannical force. Golden silver twin excellence palms. The very void seemed to tremble. In midair, Song Fengjian's pupils constricted. He felt an irresistible, overwhelming force slam into him. It shattered his protective inner energy and crushed his powerful physique instantly. After a violent gust of wind, only a mist of blood remained to drift away. Even his precious sword was reduced to 10,000 shards of light. Gained 34 years of prenatal cultivation. Commander Jiang is mighty. Commander Jiang is invincible. Invincible! Invincible! After the initial shock, the city guard soldiers raised their blades and roared, their cheers shaking the heavens. The gaze they directed at Jiang Chie was filled with pure adoration and awe. As the shouting grew louder, even the thousands of civilians joined in the chant. Jiang Chie watched the blood-pumping fervor of his soldiers and the simple joy of the people, feeling quite pleased with himself. So this is what it feels like to have the people's support. This is the invincible path of kindness. I guess I really am a good person. It was a great feeling, harvesting cultivation while gaining public approval. He liked it. In this treacherous world, the line between good and evil was often blurred. Some appeared good only because they lacked the strength or opportunity to be bad. Others appeared evil only because they were forced into it by circumstance. Previously, Jiang Chie felt his character was decent enough. But ever since obtaining the cultivation pearl, he had become firmly committed to being a good man, even if he was the only one who recognized it as such. He stubbornly told himself that only a good man deserved love, deserved family, and deserved to enjoy the beauty of the world. He didn't want to imagine what he would become if he turned into a villain with the power of the pearl. The thought genuinely frightened him. As a good man, he didn't expect fame. He only wanted to ensure that every time he drew his sword, it was for justice, and every bit of cultivation he harvested was earned with a clear conscience. Of course, this moral stance also had a practical side. He didn't want to be hunted down by the Demon Suppression Bureau. On his way back to headquarters, he encountered a strange troop of golden-armored cavalry. They carried a grand banner that read, "Imperial Envoy on procession, clear the way."
Jiang Qie ordered his soldiers to part and wait by the roadside as the majestic troop galloped past. Following 100 white-armored riders were 3 large ornate carriages. The leading one bore an imperial emblem in the shape of an ancient temple. The 2 carriages following it carried different insignias, suggesting they belonged to other powerful factions. As they passed Jiang Qie, the curtain of the royal carriage was pulled back. An effeminate face with ruby lips, white teeth, and snow-white hair looked out. This was a high-ranking eunuch. He wrinkled his nose at the city air, looking utterly disgusted. He even spared a look of disdain for Jiang Qie. They say the north is a bitter, frozen wasteland. I haven't seen the frost, but the filth and chaos are certainly real. It's a tragedy that Prince Xuan and County Princess Hongyu have to suffer here, the eunuch complained delicately before snapping the curtain shut. Zhang Bahuang, mounted on his horse, let out a snort of laughter and went to say something, but he quickly shut his mouth when he saw Qie's cold, warning look. Behind the carriages came 3 separate groups of guards, ranging from 50 to 100 men each, in varying armors. One group in dark gold iron armor, riding dragon-scale steeds, caught Qie's attention. His eyes narrowed with a cold glint. He recognized them as demon suppression guards. That specific armor style was something he would never forget for as long as he lived. There were 30 of them in total. Encased entirely in iron, only their sharp, piercing eyes were visible through their helmets. The Demon Suppression Bureau was an elite force of the League Empire, composed entirely of martial experts. Selection was grueling. Only those who reached the 6th rank before age 20 were even eligible to apply. Years ago, Zhang Zhendong had passed that trial and become a proud member. But after the incident, despite his attempts to cover up the death of a comrade, he was eventually blamed and kicked out of the bureau. This had become his father's lifelong obsession and inner demon. 1343. Jiang Qie observed them briefly. All 30 guards were at least 4th rank, with 4 of them being 1st-rank masters. As for the 2 high officials inside the carriages, 更是一大线天之镜，这显然是一支极其恐怖的力量，仅凭这些人就足以横扫整个韩阳城了。当然，在他们横扫韩阳城之前，要先爆出将企业这一行队伍浩浩荡荡经过重新解。They were undoubtedly in the prenatal realm. This was a terrifying force. These men alone could likely level all of Hanyang City, assuming they didn't count Jiang Qie. The procession continued down the center street, heading straight for the Prince Xuan Manor in the south. Once the envoy was out of earshot, Zhang Bahuang joked quietly, "7th brother, that was a palace eunuch, right? I really don't get why cutting off a man's bits turns them into such prissy sissies." Jiang Qie shot him a look of annoyance. In this world, learn to have basic caution and respect for anyone you don't know. That's the only way you'll live long. That sissy you see is a prenatal expert, and not just any expert. He could kill 100 of you with a flick of his finger. Bahuang's face froze in disbelief, but coming from his powerful brother, he had no choice but to believe it. Jiang Qie nudged his donkey forward. He knew the eunuch was a prenatal expert because the man hadn't used his hands to move the curtain. He had used pure inner energy, late-stage true essence at that. This was a legendary imperial master. The eunuch was likely here to deliver an imperial decree. It seemed Xiao Hongyu would soon be titled a princess. Qie mused. The envoy's arrival didn't affect him directly, but the indirect impact was significant. For one, the envoy was another set of eyes watching Hanyang. He would have to rein himself in and maintain a facade of peace. Consequently, his plans to dismantle the Song family's influence and wipe out the Thousand Snake Hall would have to be more discreet. However, there was a silver lining. The Song family wouldn't dare be too flamboyant either. They certainly wouldn't dare march an army of 800 into the city again, lest they be branded as rebels. The envoy wouldn't stay long. Prince Xuan's birthday was approaching. Once the banquet was over, the envoy would likely head back to the capital, and things would return to normal.
By tradition, eunuchs were forbidden from meddling in local military affairs. As a local military officer allied with Prince Xuan, Key didn't need to pay a formal visit himself. Let the governor and the prince handle the hosting. The city guard just needed to send a generous gift to ensure the eunuch didn't say anything unhelpful when he got back to the capital. Back at headquarters, Jiang Qie held a meeting with his subordinates and spent half an hour in a private talk with Fu Qingxi before entering seclusion. The appearance of the true essence eunuch had put a bit of pressure on him. Though minor, Qie, the man who insisted on playing the bronze tier, hated surprises. Since he had plenty of cultivation on hand, it was time for a quick upgrade. Deep within the underground training room, Jiang Qie checked his cultivation pearl. A grin touched his lips. 435 years of prenatal cultivation. Who else can say that? He had 132 years left from yesterday, plus the harvest from the prison and the execution ground today, and the bonus from Song Fengjian. Altogether, it was a massive 435 years. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade his Iron Mountain wall. He had already mastered 11 of the 12 levels of this physical cultivation technique. While its rating might not match the Spirit Lion King scripture, let alone the Dragon Emperor Demon scripture he had yet to obtain, it had an advantage. The Iron Mountain martial intent. This technique didn't just harden the body, it evolved into the Iron Mountain domain, which had become one of his most powerful tools, combining offense and defense into one invincible force. He had been looking forward to reaching the final level for a long time. 1358. With ample cultivation ready, he gave the order. Merge cultivation to achieve the 12th level of Iron Mountain Wall. Jiang Qie instantly entered a meditative state as images of training flashed through his mind. 早就期待已久了，此刻修为重组模式具备他迫不及待地下达了指令。修为融合式二中横连铁山壁将Qie瞬间进入修炼状态，脑海中一幕幕修炼画面迅速闪现。For the first 10 years, the bottleneck of the great circle of true essence remained unmoved. In the 30th year, it flickered. By the 55th year, he shattered the barrier and entered the early stage of the divine Vajra realm. From then on, he used the 12th level mental law to refine his energy and nourish his body. His physique grew increasingly formidable. By the 81st year, he reached the middle stage of divine Vajra. The 153rd year brought him to the late stage. Finally, in the 304th year, he achieved the great circle of the divine Vajra realm and the absolute mastery of Iron Mountain martial intent. He had reached the pinnacle of the Iron Mountain wall, becoming the first person in history to do so. As the fusion stopped, Jiang Qie opened his eyes, his face flushed with excitement. He felt his new boundaries and his explosive increase in strength. His physique had been drastically reinforced again. His physical defense was now beyond measure. Blades could not pierce him, and fire could not burn him. He doubted the entire Hanyang martial world combined could break his skin. Well, except perhaps for a demon suppression master. As for raw power, a mere shrug of his shoulders caused the surrounding air to rumble. His strength comfortably exceeded 300,000 caddies. When he unleashed his martial intent, he felt as if he had become a literal, towering mountain of iron, immovable and indestructible. His domain had expanded to a radius of 49 meters. Within this field, all forces, crushing force, magnetic force, gravity, were vastly amplified. If he fought a late-stage master like Song Fengjian or Zhu Danyang now, it would be a dream for them to even get within 40 meters of him. He wouldn't even need to strike. He could crush them just by manipulating the domain. Furthermore, upon entering the divine Vajra realm, he discovered he could fly. By coordinating with his domain, he could easily lift off and even cruise at low altitudes, though it consumed a significant amount of energy, capping his flight time at about 2 hours. The feeling of soaring around his training room was incredible. Strong. Too strong. With my current strength, I should be able to hold my own even at the expert-heavy martial god mountain. Jiang Qi felt a surge of pride, almost bordering on arrogance. But then he remembered the legendary demon suppression masters, the unfathomable elders on the mountain, and the old monsters of the immortal sects. His ego quickly deflated. Still a long way from being truly invincible. Still work to do. He was now a peak divine Vajra master. The next step was the core formation realm. Old Man Liu had once mentioned that martial artists face heavenly tribulations when entering the core formation realm. If successful, their lifespan would increase drastically. However, the Iron Mountain Wall had reached its end. To move forward, he would likely need to evolve the Spirit Lion King scripture. But evolving the 12th layer would cost a fortune in cultivation, and the 13th layer would be even more astronomical. He needed more, vastly more, cultivation. But he wasn't in a rush. In this world, there was always cultivation to be harvested. It was just a matter of time. He was still young. He looked at the hourglass. It would be a while before nightfall. Checking his pearl, he had 131 years left. This wasn't nearly enough to evolve the Lion King scripture, but it was enough to study a soul glyph. He took out the fragmented book of Legu and began to flip through it. Of the 4 soul glyphs within, he had already mastered the restoration glyph. The remaining 3, the void, space, and touch glyphs, were still untouched. My body is already powerful. I have the Iron Mountain domain, and I specialize in bronze tier fights where I rarely get hurt. Thus, the healing of the restoration glyph wasn't urgent. He looked at the other 3. The void glyph was for teleportation arrays, useful for fleeing, but Qi rarely needed to run. The space glyph aided flight, which was practical, but he could already fly at low altitudes and had the powerful wind-pinning technique for long-range combat. That left the final soul glyph, the touch glyph. This one caught his interest. It was an offensive glyph that allowed the user to manifest massive tentacles from their own energy to attack enemies. They were as flexible as their own fingers. But that wasn't the best part. The most terrifying aspect was their corrosive nature. These tentacles could rapidly dissolve and bypass an enemy's energy defenses. Whether it was a martial artist's protective chi or a cultivator's spiritual shield, they could not withstand the touch glyph. This was essentially defense penetration. Protective shields were the primary defense for any high-level combatant. Theoretically, as long as one had enough energy, they were untouchable. But the touch glyph rewrote those rules. It broke through those defenses to strike the target directly, a revolutionary offensive tool. Having understood its potential, Jiang Qi made his choice without hesitation. The best defense is a good offense. Spend the cultivation to master the touch glyph. In his mind, the octopus-like touch glyph began to break down into countless tiny patterns, revealing its core essence to his spiritual vision. The glyph was powerful, but its difficulty was staggering. Year after year of cultivation vanished like stones into the ocean. 10 years, nothing. 30 years, nothing. 50 years, still nothing. Finally, in the 74th year, he grasped the barest basics. He had crossed the threshold. Countless tiny soul shards gathered in his mind, condensing into a small octopus-shaped seed floating in his sea of consciousness. By the 90th year, as his understanding deepened, the seed grew from the size of a grain of rice to an inch across. By the 131st year, it grew to the size of a coin, becoming vivid and profound. With that, his cultivation was spent. Qi withdrew from his meditation and excitedly opened his palm to manifest the glyph. With a flash of black light, 9 black tentacles, each as thick as a finger and 3 meters long, extended from his palm. They writhed in the air, stirring the void with a mysterious, supple, and dangerous grace. He could control them as easily as his own limbs. At his whim, they snapped straight with a sharp whistling sound, their tips razor-sharp. He could make them curve, spin, constrict, or whip. The touch glyph felt truly lethal. Kie's expression grew serious. He could feel a strange, corrosive power emanating from the tentacles. It felt incredibly dangerous. He raised his left hand and channeled his true essence, forming a white protective barrier over his hand. Then, he commanded one tentacle to wrap around it. The moment it touched, his protective chi began to dissolve. In a split second, it pierced the barrier and touched his skin. Even with his iron-like skin, a dark bruise was instantly scorched onto his hand. He winced and retracted the tentacle, staring in shock at the mark. Incredible! Even with my physique, it could corrode and burn me instantly. Who could possibly withstand this? He was thoroughly satisfied. He spent more time practicing until the movements became second nature. He discovered he could control the number and length of the tentacles, releasing one or all 9 at once. However, he was capped at 9 tentacles, and their total combined length could not exceed 27 meters. If he released one, it could reach 27 meters. If he released 3, each could reach 9 meters. Pushing beyond these limits would strain his body and weaken his control. This was likely tied to his level of understanding of the glyph's origin. As he mastered it further, these limits would surely expand. For now, this is enough. I'll call you the Demon God's Touch. With a new trump card in his arsenal, Key was in high spirits. The sun had set. He decided it was time to leave seclusion and visit the Bamboo Sword Hall. He wondered what Qing Luan wanted from him. Changing into casual clothes, he led his donkey out. Just as he was about to leave, a civil official from the disciplinary department arrived with a massive stack of documents for his review. It was Secretary Chen. The burns on Chen's face had been treated, though they still looked gruesome. Otherwise, he seemed fine, though his attitude was now incredibly subservient. He knelt from a distance, holding the files high above his head with trembling hands. Chie gave him a cold look. What a spineless coward, Kie thought. He flipped through the papers, reports on bandit suppression, compensation for the West Street casualties, a full report on the Marauder incident, 15 counts of misconduct by the Crimson Blood Army, and requests for weapon replenishments. Chie's head began to ache. To be honest, being the temporary head of the city guard was great. The power was intoxicating. Rule the world and rest with beauties. It was the ultimate dream. But spending every day buried in tedious, long-winded paperwork? That was not so great. It was part of the power, yes, but doing it all himself was exhausting. I'm a martial artist. I need time to train. He thought of Fu Qingxi. He had gone to all that trouble to subdue her. Wasn't it so she could do his work for him? His group of warriors couldn't handle this, but she was perfect for it. You may go. Once I've reviewed these, I'll have someone return them to the department. Yes, sir. Your humble servant takes his leave. Chen kowtowed and stood up, backing away with a hunched, subservient posture. Zhang Xie watched him go, his eyes deep. Secretary Chen, he said calmly, there's no need for such formality in the future. Once we know each other better, you'll see I'm quite reasonable. Yes, of course. My mistake. Please forgive me. Chen's face turned white with fear. He almost knelt again. Zhang Xie shook his head and ignored him. The man seemed thoroughly broken for now, but given time, he might harbor other thoughts. No matter, a man like him just needed a reminder every now and then. I suppose he's barely serviceable for now. If he fails me, I'll simply have him removed. In this day and age, a disappearance is as common as dirt. No matter who falls, the sun still rises. Clutching the stack of documents, I turned and headed toward Fu Qingxi's office. Upon arriving at the door, however, I was met with a surprise. Standing guard outside were 4 members of the Demon Suppression Bureau, clad in dark gold iron armor. Each had a hand resting on his sword hilt, standing like silent, formidable temple guardians. They radiated an aura of arrogance that practically screamed no entry. What was this? Frowning slightly, I looked toward a duty officer in the courtyard. The officer hurried over and whispered respectfully, "Lord Jiang, Lady Fu is currently entertaining guests." Guests? I wondered. Did Qingxi have ties to the Demon Suppression Bureau? I had no love for those men. In fact, I loathed them. It wasn't just because of my mother's death at their hands. I am a man who keeps his accounts clear. I wouldn't direct my grudge for a past tragedy toward every single guard. No, my disdain was more primal. I practiced demonic arts, as did many within the city guard. This created an instinctive, visceral repulsion toward the Bureau. In the military, where time for cultivation is scarce, many favored demonic paths for their rapid progress and lethal efficiency on the battlefield. But the Demon Suppression Bureau was specifically designed to hunt such cultivators. Although they primarily targeted outlaws, high-ranking military practitioners often ended up in their crosshairs. Seeing these black skins at the city guard felt like a bad omen, triggering my instincts to stay alert and guarded. Just then, Fu Qingxi's voice drifted from inside. "Lord Jiang, come in. My business here isn't vital. Don't let it delay official duties." After a brief hesitation, I stepped inside. Fu Qingxi was seated behind her desk, scanning intelligence reports with a distracted air, her complexion looking a bit wan. Seated in a guest chair was a demon suppression guard in dark gold armor. He sat with a spine as straight as a spear, his aura heavy and suppressed. His helmet was off, revealing the sharp, angular face of a young man whose calm eyes were as deep as an abyss, flickering with sharp light. He was clearly a martial powerhouse. As I entered, he arched a brow. His sharp eyes raked over me with an undisguised, condescending scrutiny. It was the kind of look that immediately grates on the nerves. Qingxi stood up and asked calmly, "Lord Jiang, what brings you here?" I glanced at the guard, then back at her. My intuition told me there was history between them. The atmosphere was stifling. Could he be an old flame? The guy wasn't even that handsome, and his eyes were like needles, hardly a match for the flower of the city guard. Regardless, it wasn't my business. "Commander Zhu is away," I said. "There are documents requiring approval, but my schedule is packed. From now on, you'll handle these for me. I've just straightened out the records office. You'll need to keep a close eye on them. Here, I'll leave my official seal with you as well." Qingxi took the seal, looking at it with a mix of surprise and annoyance. She shot me a sharp look, clearly unimpressed by my hands-off leadership style. However, having agreed to assist me, she didn't refuse. "Fine," she said. "I'll take care of these. Is there anything else?" I glanced at the young guard and added, "Lady Fu, if you need help with anything, just say the word." Her cheeks flushed slightly and she looked momentarily flustered. "Thank you," she managed. "It's just a private matter. I can handle it." I didn't press further and turned to leave, but the young guard suddenly stood up, locking his gaze onto me like a hunter who had spotted prey. "Wait," he said in a low, heavy voice. I raised an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" The guard's tone turned icy. "If I'm not mistaken, you practice demonic arts." I gave a playful smile. "You're mistaken. My cultivation is pure, orthodox body tempering. I don't believe you. I, Gu Yunwei, have slain over 300 demonic cultivators. My sense for the aura of the dark path has never failed me." He stared me down, his aura gradually expanding to reveal the formidable strength of a first-rank master. "Gu Yunwei, what do you think you're doing?" Qingxi hurried forward, positioning herself between us. "Senior Brother Gu," she said firmly, "Zhang Qie is a battalion commander and acting deputy commander of our city guard. He has my master's full trust." Gu Yunwei looked at her, his voice ringing with self-righteous conviction. "Junior sister, the mission of the Bureau is to eradicate all demonic cultivators and evils. I don't care about his title. If he walks the dark path, he is my target. Step aside. This is official business. There is no room for negotiation." Qingxi didn't budge. Her face turned frost-cold. "The Bureau has the duty to hunt demons, but you have no authority to strike at a high-ranking official of the court without cause. Lord Jiang holds a rank above yours. He is a third-rank official in his own right." Without an investigation, a warrant, or an imperial decree, what right do you have to seize him? Gu Yunwei looked at her in shock, then shifted his cold gaze to me. Junior sister, you protect him so fiercely. Could it be you've developed feelings for him? Qingxi didn't even blink. You're overthinking, she replied coldly. I am simply stating facts. Besides, my life is none of your concern. From now on, you are merely my senior brother. Gu Yunwei's face darkened. After a tense silence, he said meaningfully, I hope I am overthinking it. For your sake, I'll let him go today. But if I find proof, I will show no mercy. Farewell. Before leaving, he spared me one last threatening glare. Lucky for you today, but we will meet again. A cold, sharp smile touched my lips. I met his gaze without a hint of fear. Actually, you're the lucky one. Charging into the city guard to arrest someone without a shred of evidence. Is the Bureau always this lawless? Out of respect for Lady Fu, I'll overlook your behavior today. Otherwise, did you really think you'd be walking out of here? You're asking for death! Gu Yunwei exploded in fury, his killing intent surging. Qingxi paled. Senior brother! Lord Jiang, both of you— Lady Fu, step aside. I don't hide behind women. I gently moved her out of the way and stepped directly in front of Gu Yunwei. This needed to be settled now, or there would be endless trouble later. I preferred being proactive. Being 2 inches taller, I looked down at him with a gaze as cold as lead. You want to slay demons? Fine, I'm right here. Today, let me see the might and courage of the Demon Suppression Bureau. As I spoke, I slowly unleashed my own aura. Boom! A vast primordial pressure erupted from me. The terrifying weight of it slammed into Gu Yunwei like a falling mountain. His anger instantly turned to alarm as his soul trembled under the crushing force. Despite being a first-rank expert, he found himself unable to stand straight, his knees buckling. As the pressure intensified, he realized he was on the verge of being forced to the ground. His pride wouldn't allow him to kneel before the woman he loved. You're a prenatal expert? Get back! His face contorted. Gritting his teeth, he channeled a green glow into his fists and smashed them toward my chest with enough power to level a small hill. I didn't dodge or even flinch. I stood like a statue as his punch landed with a dull thud. Gu Yunwei felt as if he had struck a mountain of solid iron. The recoil sent a jolt of pain through his knuckles. He stared in shock. Body tempering to the Great Circle level? I narrowed my eyes. Is this all the might you have to show in my headquarters? You're a disgrace. You are the one who should be leaving. I raised a hand and delivered a stinging slap across his face. Bang! The impact was deafening. Unable to dodge, Gu Yunwei's iron helmet shattered, and he was sent flying. He tumbled across the floor and skidded to the doorway, his head ringing. He lay there, unable to pick himself up for several long seconds. Commander! Commander, what happened? The 4 guards outside rushed in. They helped him up, drawing their long swords and leveling them at me with wary eyes. Senior brother! Qingxi cried out, her face full of concern. She moved to step toward him but hesitated, caught in the middle. Relax, he's not broken. Just a small lesson in humility, I chuckled. Qingxi shot me an exasperated look and practically shoved me toward the exit. Didn't you have things to do? Go! I don't know what it is with you two. You act like sworn enemies the moment you meet. I grumbled. Is that my fault? Your senior brother is a freak. He treats me like a rival the second he sees me and starts throwing baseless accusations about demonic arts. If there was actually something between us, I wouldn't mind the trouble, but I'm innocent here. Shut up and just leave. Qingxi, red-faced and flustered, forced me out the door. Gu Yunwei slowly regained his senses. Wiping blood from his lip, he shrugged off his subordinate's help and glared at my retreating back. Jiang Qie! You may practice body tempering, but I am certain you are tied to the dark path. That aura cannot be hidden. Heh, mind the business you actually have the strength to handle, I replied. Overestimating yourself is a quick way to an early grave. I gave him a meaningful grin and walked away. Gu Yunwei's pupils shrank, his expression shifting between rage and calculation. After I had walked a distance, my voice drifted back to him from afar. The city guard doesn't welcome your kind. If you show up uninvited again, don't blame me for breaking your legs. The warning was blunt and merciless. Gu Yunwei and his guards bristled with fury, half drawing their blades, yet none dared to follow. Deep-seated dread flickered in their eyes. Gu Yunwei glared at my departing figure before turning back to Qingxi, only to find she had already shut the door. Her cold voice came from within. "Seen your brother. Don't come back. Zhang Qiye is not a merciful man. If you keep hounding him, you really will die." Hearing the icy tone of his former junior sister, Gu Yunwei sighed bitterly and led his men away in a quiet retreat. As night fell and the streets thinned, I rode my great blue donkey down Cemetery Street toward the Bamboo Sword Hall. Normally, if Liang Chun were still around, the tavern would be preparing for business. But now it was dark. The flags at the entrance were tattered, flapping like rags in the wind. I actually found myself missing Liang Chun. Most importantly, I was out of Nameless Sword and Blazing Sun Sand liquor. I wondered how that guy was doing at Dayu. Had he become another casualty of the Immortal Alliance? A mere chi-gathering martial artist joining a war involving golden core and soul-nurturing monsters? The prospects were grim. I offered a silent prayer for him as I dismounted and tied the reins to a flagpole. Habitually, I released my divine sense to scan the tavern. My brow furrowed instantly. Something had happened. The wooden door was ajar. I pushed it open to find a scene of total chaos. Overturned tables, shattered wine jars, and walls riddled with holes. It had been a violent struggle, likely involving top-tier masters. I followed the hallway to the back courtyard. The vast courtyard was a ruin. The once lush bamboo grove was reduced to a few lonely stalks swaying in the wind. In front of a low-slung shack, a body lay face down. It was the stout cook, still in his apron. Near the well, an old corpse hung over the edge. I recognized him as the mute groom. Further off, in a woodshed, 4 more bodies were strewn about. Liang Chun's 4 men. They had died brutally, their bodies covered in wounds that suggested inhuman torture before death. One of them had been half flayed. The blood was fresh, not yet dry. They had been dead for less than an hour. Frowning deeply, I extended my divine sense to its limit, scanning every inch of the tavern, including the ground beneath it. A moment later, my eyes lit up. I walked toward a wood pile in the northwest corner. With a wave of my hand, a gust of chi cleared the wood, revealing a narrow underground entrance. I leaped inside. It was a small cellar, about 3 meters deep and the size of a single room. It was pitch black. In the corner lay a slender, familiar figure. It was Qingluan. She was badly hurt. Deep sword wounds pierced her chest and abdomen, the edges already beginning to fester, a clear sign of poison. She was unconscious, and only the slight rise and fall of her chest proved she was still breathing. I stepped forward and pulled out a healing pill from a looted storage bag. I used my chi to help her swallow it, then applied medicinal powder and anti-venom to her wounds. She's got a good figure, I noted, lean but well-proportioned. Unfortunately, the poisoned skin was a blackened mess, hardly aesthetic at the moment. Once she was bandaged, I carried her out of the cellar and into the front hall of the tavern, laying her on a large table. I found a half-burnt candle in the wreckage and lit it, bringing a dim glow to the room. I searched the entire place for a jar of Nameless Sword. Not a single intact jar remained. Whichever bastard did this had no mercy for the wine, utterly inhumane. I was getting annoyed. Fortunately, my persistence paid off. I found a half-full jar of 6-year spring in the kitchen. Better than nothing. I sat in the hall, sipping the wine and flipping through a martial arts manual to pass the time while I waited for Qingluan to wake up. Time drifted by. The pill must have been effective, because she didn't keep me waiting long. About half an hour later, Qingluan let out a soft groan and slowly opened her eyes. Her first instinct was to reach for her daggers, but her hands found only air. She tried to sit up, but the pain from her wounds nearly made her black out again. "Easy. You're safe now," I said calmly. I flipped a page of the manual. "Jiang Qie?" she gasped, looking at me in confusion before noticing her bandaged wounds. She let out a weak breath and lay back down. "Thank you, Lord Jiang. You've saved me again." "It was nothing. What happened here?" "Actually, never mind. Rest first." She remained silent for a moment before speaking with effort. "We were attacked. It was an inside job within the Immortal Alliance." I looked up, surprised. Qingluan continued. "There were 6 of them, all second rank or higher, led by a prenatal expert. They took my 4 comrades. They were trying to torture information out of them about a certain person." "Who?" I asked, curiously. "Ye Wen," she replied. The name sounded familiar. Wait, isn't that me? I rubbed my nose, remembering the name on my black iron token. Ye Wen. Were they looking for me because of the Dragon Emperor demon scripture? I frowned deeply. I had used disguises and aliases repeatedly, yet they had still tracked me down. On second thought, it wasn't that surprising. I had used the name Ye Wen to exchange merits and treasures at the Martial God Mountain, and even when using teleportation arrays. Looking at the broken state of Qingluan, I felt a pang of guilt. It turned out this whole disaster at the tavern was brought upon them because of me. "Who is this Ye Wen?" I asked cautiously. "I don't know," she whispered. "By protocol, the envoy doesn't reveal the true identities of members. We only know code names." She paused, then added, "Lady Qingluan, my men said you were looking for me. What was it about?" She sat up, clutching her chest. Reaching into her robes, she pulled out a blood-stained storage bag and handed it to me. "The envoy. He told me to give this to you. He won't be back for a while. He wants you to take over as the human rank envoy of the North. He ordered us to follow your commands. The specific instructions are in the bag. You'll understand once you see them." I looked at it, puzzled. "Isn't the position of envoy appointed by headquarters?" Her pale face tilted as she shook her head. "It used to be, but 10 years ago, a traitor within the Alliance leaked the identities of the envoys. We lost over 100 envoys and 3,000 members in a single sweep. Since then, they are no longer appointed by headquarters. Instead, the predecessor chooses their successor, and every envoy's identity is kept strictly secret. Lord Jiang, from now on, only Liang Chun and I will know who you really are. Please be careful." I looked at her. "You seem very certain that I'll accept the position." She was recovering quickly and managed to lower herself to the floor. She turned away, gritting her teeth as she straightened her bandages, her voice regaining its composure. "Lord Jiang, as a high-ranking officer, your official status is the perfect cover. You interact with countless martial artists daily. No one is better suited for this. This also benefits you, with the Alliance's resources. You can easily build a massive network of connections to solidify your status. Originally, Liang Chun favored Zhu Danyang, but Zhu has ties to immortal sects. His path to martial arts was a desperate pivot. Making him envoy was too risky. You don't have that problem. In this world, no martial artist can refuse the Immortal Slaying Alliance. I can't imagine why you'd say no. There are risks, yes, but they are worth the rewards. No one survives this era without taking risks." "You make a compelling point," I said, nodding. I dripped a drop of blood onto Liang Chun's storage bag and delved into its contents with my mind.